There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding-dong.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hey, how's everybody doing today? Just ran into a bit of a technical difficulty right before I went live. But we're all good. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of High on Politics. We are at the normal time for my show, technically, with the 4 o'clock, but you know what? This is what happens when you put 2 o'clock on your schedule. So technically, I am late. Anyway, welcome to the show. Hey, Pinkerbell. Hello, and see you later. I'm going to sleep. Aw, okay. Well, I will see you later. But thank you for stopping by, hitting that like button, and popping out. Urgent new alerts. Stargate is back? Because you said you typed Startgate, but do you actually wait? Also, hey, Wordum. I'm on stoner time. Yes, exactly. Stargate, that's what I thought. Okay, so Stargate, wait. Are they rebooting it, or is it back? How is it back? Like, what are we doing here? Is it the show? Are we finally getting an end to Stargate Universe? What, 12 years later, something like that? Holy shit, it's been a long time. Been waiting for that for a while. Or wait, did it end? No, it didn't get an ending. They kind of left it on a cliffhanger. I remember. And it wasn't like an accidental. It was an accidental cliffhanger. New Amazon show. Not a reboot, new story. Oh. Okay. Amazon did really well with The Expanse. So, you know what? I'll give them a shot. Amazon can do sci-fi. Despite the fact that I didn't like some of the changes they made to The Expanse from the books. Some of it you had to, I understand. But the first season's so good, though, and I will say, actually, the first 2 seasons are really good. And I will say, with the limited budget they had, the ending it's really, really impressive with how they did that. Oh. Appreciate that. Anyway, so, I should probably cover how I'm feeling today. Yeah, I was sick. It sucks. I'm still recovering, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was yesterday. Woke up in a little bit of a better place. This time the headache came on, though, so trying to combat that. No Benadryl, though. Holy crap. I'm trying to stay away from that, and all the signs are pointing to either just severe allergies. Like, I did a deep cleanse of the house. I even had to go get some new air filters for the house, and also for my air purifier. Kind of defeats the purpose of having an air purifier when it is not really doing much except kicking out dirty air. So change those filters, folks. I've been neglectful. I admit it. I get it. Alrighty. We got so much news. The biggest news is I kind of found a new drop that I might want to start the show with for just a little bit because it is kind of topical. But if you guys didn't hear it, this is pretty funny.
There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding-dong.
Fucking Alex Jones. Found that one randomly while doing a little bit of research. This is why I love my job. Well, second job, whatever this is. This is for you people. This is for the people. But let's see if I can get this to work right off the bat. Nope. Still gonna have to wait. I got a link here that should be going live soon. When it does, I'll make a little announcement. All right, so today I should probably give you guys the rundown. The Tim Pool stuff is hilarious little bits that we kind of watched a little bit of it yesterday, but it is very funny. I really wish we would have just had the extended clip yesterday, but hey, we get to go through it today. We are living in a world where discussing the president giving head is expected. Why is this, the 90s? I beg to differ. I'm sure that he's had a lot. You know what? Are we talking? We're talking about hostess, right? Hostess is the mostess. I gotta start doing the hand motions. One of these days, I'm going to commit. I'm gonna get just like one of those ridiculous wigs. Just do it. Just go for it. Go full skit with it. He hates gender nonconformity. I bet he's... Oh, no. Emma said that he hasn't serviced anybody ever. And she made a good point where she's just like, he is selfish and you know it, and that makes him awful. It was just like, she's speaking truth. Leave it to Emma to just be like, I'm going to take this, make it even grosser because you don't want to think about this. But she's like, I had to, so you have to. I always appreciate that. Oh yeah, guys. Excited to announce that I'll be making the full announcement here soon, but I have been booked for a debate. I did it. I'm going back and I'm going to debate. Not sure if it's going to be what I think it is. I don't know. I do know the topic, though. It's going to be with somebody that thinks that everybody's making a really big deal of the Epstein stuff, and we shouldn't be, so this should be interesting. I'm kind of going in with what I would say is the high ground, but you never know with these types. The Steele dossier did say more about him than everyone effectively dismissed out of... Wait. The Steele dossier. I forgot what that was. Yeah, the Michael Steele dossier. I do remember some of it. What is this? Why does it say that? Oh yeah, the Russia. That's that. Okay. Yeah, I'm still definitely a little bit in the, and this, I can't blame this on the fun, we are still kind of recovering. So. No one remembers 2016 or Harambe. I'm still convinced with everybody else that yes, that was it. That gorilla was supposed to live. We're in the bad timeline. I know it's memes, but you ever have that where occasionally, like, you're just like, I mean, because I know as a Cubs fan, I had that thought and I meant it. I wasn't joking at all. Like, wait, for the Cubs to win the World Series, did we have to enter the bad timeline? Oh man. Wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it at all. I have to say. Man, we didn't even get a second year out of that one. We had the championship hangover instead of the one where we, carried it into making a dynasty. The Cubs were the gateway for Zool. You're not far off. It really, I think that, the Cubs won 2 or 3 days before the election. It might have even been the day before. Because I just remember it was within, like, a 4... Let's see. What date was it? When did the Cubs... What day did the Cubs win the World Series in 2016? November 3rd. Yep. Holy shit. And it was after midnight. Yeah. And then election day 2016. November 8th. So we had 5 days. We had 5 days of woohoo! Things are great. And then all of a sudden it was, oh no! Things are awful. I actually remember I was watching the Joe Rogan coverage with Bill Burr for that one. And when Joe made when he made it, the announcement, I was like, no fucking way. There's just no way. Because we were kind of partying. We were just like, oh, watch this hilarity ensue. Because we were just like, yeah, Hillary's definitely going to win. Oh boy, was I surprised. I remember when they called a few states for him, I was just like, oh, this is not good. This is not good at all. And then, yeah, I had, it did prepare me for the last election, though, where, I don't know, I think it was after Pennsylvania. I kind of remember just going like, ah, that was nice. I guess the experiment's over. As if, I think we were fucked either way. They played the former Cleveland Indians. Therefore, America's pastime became a Native American graveyard. Then bad things happened. Interesting take. You might not be too far off. Because, man, it really does feel like we've been cursed. At least, I mean, I feel that way. Like, I'm trying not to even put my personal stuff into this. But this year has been a curse for sure. Man. Last 24 hours was. Fuck. So I ended stream yesterday. And I was really hoping that it was going to carry through. Because I felt great during stream. But it's like the adrenaline from doing this must have been keeping me going, because I hit end stream, walked upstairs, and just it all hit me where I was like, oh no, I feel really sick. So yeah, crawled upstairs. I wish I was exaggerating. I did crawl upstairs and then just hit the sack real early. Yeah. And just tried to sleep it completely off. Which, yeah, it kind of worked. Oh, I did manage to eat, though. That was another thing. I woke up at like 4 a.m. I was just like, oh, I'm hungry. So I made that soup I was talking about. It's really good. But I felt, if you guys have ever seen the episode of Rugrats, or like just the meme of what are you doing? I'm making chocolate pudding at 4 a.m. Why? Because I've lost control of my life. That's exactly how it felt. Yeah. I think that might have helped. Yeah, I know, buddy. Oh, you know what? We gotta give the good boy his treat. He was really good today. I know. Look at those ears. Oh, guys, I found some pictures from when he was a puppy that we from back in the day when we actually printed out pictures. God, I haven't done that in a while. But it was of the first day I got him. He was so cute. His ears were pretty much bigger than his face. He was so adorable. You should have seen the way that he like scampered to me. He had these like big clunky paws, and he just kind of like tripped over himself. He's like, hello. I was like, that's my dog. Yeah, that's how I knew. You was my dog. It's weird how he stares at the camera. He knows. He knows you guys are watching. I felt a loss of control too. There's now a coffee cake in my oven. Man, I wish I could actually like make something like that right now. Today is a stew day. I'm sure we've all been here where you got the craving, you have the intent where you're like, yeah, I'm totally going to make this stew. But then you realize that it's the middle of the day and you're just like, I'm not going to be making that stew. That might be a tomorrow project. God, I think tonight might actually be pizza night. Oh, guys, I should probably do this before the 420. We got 1 minute until 420 here to start off the first hour. So I want to give a few updates about Uni. Uni is doing well considered. So this is kind of weird, but she has a pretty common ailment that a lot of chemo patients get, and that's just low iron. So she's been getting these iron doses that they have to give her like a certain amount of Benadryl. It just knocks her out completely. It's rough. It's really rough, and it lasts for like 48 hours. But she's doing really well as far as responding to the chemo. They have, nothing but good prognoses right now. So, I wanted to give you guys all that. Also say thank you for everybody that has sent the kind words, supported us through the GoFundMe, supported us through the show. Just thank you guys. I really appreciate it all. Celebrate you guys and the time. Cheers. God, that guy said that thing about popcorn lung yesterday. I was just like, ugh. Chemo itself punches you in the face too. Yeah. Yeah, no, she's already a very small little thing, so it kicked her ass. But I think it's also kind of helping in a way, because she is responding. Like, you can tell that she's responding well when she starts gaining a little bit of weight. So, it's kind of weird to see the opposite happen, where it's just like, oh, hey, look at you, finally filling out. Much less low iron. Spouse had to get a bone marrow injection based on their low marrow at one point. Much love, solidarity, and support. Thank you, Serena. I really appreciate that. It's not easy. You can only imagine for her. So, but either way, guys, like I was saying, I'm not trying to bring the show down or anything like that, but I sincerely appreciate everybody supporting. I've had people reach out that have completely ideological like, we don't agree on anything, but they've reached out, and like, I can tell that they sincerely mean that they want nothing but the best. So, even when people say prayers for her, this is how I know I'm not like fully in like a nihilistic mode, is because I genuinely accept that, where I'm just like, okay, thank you. Positive energy is positive energy. So I'll take whatever I can get. So, I'm also trying to put it out there. Like, I'm trying to be, I feel like if I put out positive energy, then that'll maybe come back a little bit. I don't know. We all know how I feel about karma, but yeah, it also doesn't hurt to just be nice. You know how I am. God, I've had yesterday. I need to just cover this. The amount of people that showed up on stream yesterday was awesome, but at the same time, holy shit, did it bring some real just troll action. That was kind of odd. I don't know what the hell. I actually think I do know what the hell happened. I released that video. Oh, hey, that's why. Okay, I already covered this once, but YouTube did kind of give me a heads up, like, hey, you want to, chop up that video? Maybe bring some people to the channel? Yeah. Oh, what up, Fred? How you doing? Also, Bloodstone, good to see you. It's always good to see you guys. I was about to say hit the like button, but then I had... You know what? I think I have the hiccups. This sucks. Please go away. Please go away. I don't want to hiccup into the mic. All right, I think I'm good. Right? Yeah, I'm good. It's calm before the storm here. I have my local county dem party meeting later tonight. Oh, really? Cool. Yeah, Serena, I can't really say too much right now, but I do have some stuff lined up where I'm going to be able to platform some good candidates and have some good discussions coming up. So I'm looking forward to it. And it's no longer like a, hey, will this happen? It's like, no. I don't want to be out until after 9, but they never wrap up. Or really? You can't just leave? That's kind of lame. Because, yeah, what if you got stuff to do? I mean, you can only devote so much time. That was actually kind of my concern with going to some of those meetings. Meta the Cat, nice. Yeah, no, I'm excited. As I said, got a debate coming up. It's going to be with somebody that, I think I already made the announcement about what the topic is, but there's people out there that think we're making too big of a deal about the Epstein stuff. So I was like, you know what? I will debate that. Why not? Yeah, no, because I set the moral high ground, but yeah, I still can't believe that was a thing. Where I was like, really? We actually found somebody that's not only like, yeah, I'll debate you, but it's also, I'll debate this this topic that it's like, even if it is a right-wing show, they're going to be, fighting on the wrong side of this one. So I feel kind of like it's a win-win, but I could be completely wrong. Who knows? We'll see. You could also platform some local elected too. Oh yeah, I mean, if you ever want to come on, I can have you call in through Discord. I need to do that still. I know that Sylvie also wanted to come on the show. And we still have to have our interview with Kirk. I actually, one of these days, one of these days, I hate saying that because I hate putting it off like that, but you know how, this goes back to the frickin' hair braids, which we now know the reason that we were not able to do that. Yeah, if you guys didn't figure out that was kind of the early stages of things going on. It's kind of weird because now I can, obviously we didn't know because we hadn't gone into the hospital yet, but yeah, it's weird when you go through your phone and then even some old material and you're just like, oh, geez, yeah. Hindsight. Making a bagel sandwich. Get more bagels into the dispensary for happy hour. Nice. Bagel sandwiches. Hot topic. Because I have a little bit of a hot take on this one. I don't like bagel sandwiches. I like an open-faced bagel with, even if you put some deli fixins on it. What I do not like is the fact that it's just like, I don't want to hurt my jaw trying to frickin' get this giant frickin' bagel sandwich into my fucking mouth. Just, yeah, I know, hot take. But I do love me an open-faced sandwich, though. My wife, actually, I didn't know about this, so we had some leftover mashed potatoes, and she was like, yeah, can you make me an open-faced sandwich? I was like, a what? Like a what? She's like, an open-faced sandwich. It's just a piece of bread. You put the mashed potatoes on, and then you put a little chicken on top of it, and that's it. I'm like, that sounds incredible. Sounds carb and protein heavy, but Sounds incredible, and it is. It's very, very good. But I was also right. It's very, very carb heavy. Like, perfect if you if like I was still playing hockey, I would definitely eat that before. I used to have spaghetti. I ate lots of spaghetti. That was always my go-to. And then I get White Castle on the way home because there's a White Castle right by the arena, which was dangerous. It's almost like they did that. It's like they put... Which one came first, the arena or the White Castle? You need thin bagels. Oh, see? I didn't know you were going to kind of throw a curveball and just like, call me out of my shit here. Because, all right, thin bagel, you win. I will do a thin bagel. Okay. Let's see. What's my favorite one, though? Because it has to be an everything bagel, and it has to be, like I said, deli. Like, I like a little bit of Dijon mustard on one side, a little bit of Duke's mayo on the other. Mitchell Carey, what up? How you doing? Hey, if you have your old handle, and whenever you say what up and you want me to call your old handle, just say, old handle checking in. There you go. Want to give you guys the heads up on that one, because I don't think this is going back. I have checked every setting on YouTube. I don't know what to do. And I sent them a strongly worded email like any, pissed off creator should. You're just like, I don't like what you guys did to this. I felt like such a Karen when I did it too. Just like, guys, I bitched about... This is why I felt like a Karen, though. I bitched about the new interface on the app, where I'm like, how come you guys keep changing the interface on the app? 1 minute it's like, oh, hey, look at they made it thinner and they made the text different. And then it's like, I go back the next day. It's almost cartoony graphics. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Woo! Just in time for the Dukes. Yep. Good afternoon. How you doing, Etch? Yeah, I was talking about the perfect bagel sandwich, where... Yeah, one side of the bagel, you gotta have the Dukes. Maybe put a little dash of some black pepper on there. Get a little zing. Get the freshly sliced. Kind of like the Roman tomatoes. I forgot what they're actually called, but they're the ones that they use like on Jimmy John's sandwiches and shit. You got a little bit more sweetness to them. And then, you gotta have your either iceberg lettuce if you must do iceberg, but I like to get the red lettuce. And then, yes, your choice of cheese, mine being baby Swiss. And then, whatever meat you're going with, but I like me a nice honey turkey. And that, right there, is like my perfect bagel sandwich. Oh, red onions. Gotta have some red onions on there, too. Pep de Boomer. Hey, wait, is that like, what makes me a boomer? Is it the fact that I'm talking about one of my favorite, it's because I'm talking about my favorite sandwich, isn't it? You know what sandwich I like? And you know what time of the day I like it? Pickled onions. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I need to get some. I used to have, I just did my annual fridge cleaning and looked at the day of the pickled onions I had on there. I was just like, if I eat these, I'm pretty sure I'm going to die. Strongly worded email. I did. I wish I was exaggerating that, but I was I was upset. I kind of said where I was just like, I'm out here, us creators should have a say in this. Oh, hey, Meta the cat. You know what? I'll do it this way. Yeah. I said, listen here. Gonna need you to do something about the interface on your site and on your app, especially on the app. Yeah. Don't like the new bubbly graphics. No way. What are you trying to do? Make them emotes? I'm not here for it. Yeah. Make it simple. Keep it simple. Way it should be. Yeah. Thing I'm not happy about most, though, is when you added the @ sign. It took away the personality of my chat. Yeah, not too keen on that. Bring back my chat's names. Yeah. Otherwise, I might have to bring the elbow drop. 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Your YouTube. Bro, what the fuck? Fix my shit. Sincerely, Pep. That would have probably been friendlier. I hope that it wasn't here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna read it verbatim because I shouldn't. Oh shit! Oh shit! Actually, now that I just checked my email, shit. Hell yeah. Alright, yeah, okay. Alright, I might have to talk to somebody about that. Let me send this out real quick. Worm regards. Sorry, guys. Had a little bit of an interruption there because when I checked my email, I realized that if I didn't send this out now, that might have been bad. Cool. All right. Well, this isn't working. Okay, so YouTube got back to me because when I went to go look at the email, they had a reply, and it says if I hit this link, it'll take me to the settings. I'm in the settings. What are you talking about? It literally isn't even there. Okay, so the prompt that they're trying to get me to click on isn't there. Yeah, it looks exactly... Yeah, there's something on there in here. Alright, well, abandon ship on that one. I'm not showing it. No, I'm aware of that. I'm not going to show my personal emails on stream here. I'm not Vosh. Although my personal emails are about as boring as my YouTube search history. Is it an auto reply from AI? I think it might be. It seems like, yeah, no. It seems like it is, because it's deeply impersonal. Gave me this link. A step-by-step. The humanist got in trouble for showing YouTube backend. Oh, yeah, you don't want to do that. I do remember when I first read the TOS that's a big no-no. You cannot show, like, I think that you just can't show anything from your YouTube studio unless you're doing like a tutorial video. What up, Bryant? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day, man. Was watching the Goku Black saga last night. I'm at the episode right before he meets Goku, Zabuza. God, I keep forgetting his name. Meets Goku Black. Was able to at least fall asleep to that. And then if I fall asleep to something, I tend to wake up and go back to it. But nope. I went and watched Fantastic Four this morning because I felt bad. I told the letter hack to go and watch Fantastic Four. He hits me up and he's just like, this movie's boring and I fell asleep. I'm just like, what? I'm like, it can't be. No, what? So I did my due diligence, and I think that I talked about this on stream just the other day about how Marvel movies, upon like future viewings, they do get worse. Like it actually got worse. I was like, oh, now I have a problem here. Crap. When do you want to play something? You know what? let's see. What does my schedule look like? I might be able to later on tonight in the fun half. Might be able to do some Smash Brothers Ultimate with you. So I do have my Switch set up down here where I think that it's finally working. We'll see. I feel more campy the older they get. Yeah, it's not even like campy. This movie just came out. Like it's the new Fantastic Four. And yeah, I don't know. Like I watched it about 2 weeks ago. I really liked it the first time I watched it, where I was like, you know what? I like the aesthetic. I like the way that they did, like they just kind of threw you into it, and it was like a lived-in universe, and they're just like, yeah, you know, they've been the Fantastic Four for a while now. But now that I watched it again, that's a bit like, no, they made a big mistake on that one, because there's no character development. They're all the perfect version of themselves from the comics, which it's just, what are you doing? You're taking away the thing that makes the Fantastic Four interesting, is like they are inherently interesting characters. That's the only thing that really makes them cool, is the fact, because they are lame. They're lame as shit. They always have been, except for the Human Torch and the Thing. But the family dynamic is what has always made it for me, and they really kind of fucked that up as far as like the special character development, again, where the fights between Ben and Johnny, and then even the fights between Sue and Reed, like it all adds a lot. But okay, what time about? I have to pick up my friend later from work, but I'm free now till 9. Unfortunately, I can't right now, man. Sorry. If I'm gonna game on stream, it's gonna be at the end of it, because I can't do like the Destiny thing where I game and do the stream and watch these videos. Like, my brain doesn't work like that. I wish it did. But until at least 9. Okay. That might work out then. I'll let you know through Discord. I'll hit you up. Days of excellent movies, videos are all gone, in my opinion. I'm not that pessimistic, because there are good things. Like, even while I was watching Fantastic Four again, there's good things about it. I think that you should understand that I don't think it's a bad movie. I just don't think it was as great as I thought it was the first time, and it has some glaring flaws. And this is where I'm also a little bit, nerdy about it, where I'm just like, no, I would have liked to see the origin. That would have been cooler than kind of what they did with the video catching you up, It felt like a glorified trailer. Beetlejuice 2 was the shit? Yeah. Oh, was shit. Yeah. I was actually about to say, I'm like, I didn't like it that much. Yeah, it was weird. I didn't like the side story with the dead kid. I didn't like it all felt so forced. It just didn't feel like it was, living up to the previous movie, which, again, this is the problem with making sequels this late out. I'll give Gremlins 3 a shot, though. I just kind of feel like, don't do Gremlins 3. It's almost like just reboot it, but at the same time, I don't know. Chris Columbus is apparently directing it, and he's using all practical effects. That already is a winning formula in my book, but we'll see. Disney is trying to ruin everything. They're doing a good job of it. They really are. Oh, man, they ruined Star Wars. They thoroughly ruined Star Wars. Whether you're left or right, it's all shit. It's all shit. Except for, like, oh, okay. Maybe I'm being a little unfair. But, like, yeah. Mandalorian's cool. Curious how Spaceballs 2 is going to be. We'll see. I'll be honest, I hated History of the World Part 2. I hated it. I found myself getting more angry the less I was laughing. Where I was just like, can we admit that Mel Brooks might have lost a step? I mean, he did just turn 100 years old. You do realize we're about to see a 100-year-old version of yogurt. Are we talking about the new Stargate? That is so weird. No, but somebody brought it up earlier, so yes, I guess. Yeah, I guess that is what started it. So what's... All right, fuck it. I didn't see any of the new Stargate. Is there a trailer? Ugh, IGN. Gross. Amazon announces new Stargate series headed to Prime Video. Amazon has officially greenlit a new Stargate series. Press release described as a new original series rather than a direct continuation of anything that has come before, or to tell a bold new chapter of dormant sci-fi dormant franchise. Not a reboot. Wait, casting and release details remain under wraps, but for now, speaking to fans in an announcement video, the new series creator reassured longtime Stargate followers that the project would definitely not be a reboot. Girl previously served as a story for Stargate Atlantis and worked on Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Universe. So this is going to be within the TV universe then. If it's not a reboot, then it's definitely in the... Okay. Gate World? Listen, I like Stargate, but I'm not like super fan about it, okay? Like, calm down. At least I watched let's see. How much of SG-1 did I watch? I watched like the first 2 seasons in full. And then I kind of skipped around because I found some YouTube videos that did the thing where they're like, you don't need to go and watch all these other ones. Here's like a list of the episodes to go watch. Did that. Watched most of Stargate Atlantis. I really like that show. And then, yeah, Stargate Universe was... I liked that one. I was mad. I was mad the way they handled that. It was Lost in Space with with Stargates. That was cool. The problem was they made too much of the frickin'... They tried to make it Battlestar Galactica. I didn't like that. Because they really did. They were copy-pasting shit from Battlestar Galactica, which was like, we already have this. But yeah, you know what? I'm okay with it. I lame. Wait. Saying I'm lame. 100-year-old should not be still working. Oh my god. He's one of those guys that's literally said the second he retires is when he'll probably kick the bucket. So I get that. You know, I knew people I knew a guy like that. He was one of my dad's buddies who I think he was like a family friend from before, like from my grandparents, because he was like 30, 40 years older than my dad. But he would always like help my dad with like house stuff. And yeah, man, he lived into like his late 90s and he had a minor accident while he was building a deck and he couldn't work for a little bit. And all of us said the same thing. It's like, no, that's what killed him. It's like that guy, for some reason, like if he wasn't working, then it was just like, although he kind of say that yesterday about how, you know, when I was down here, I was completely fine, but then I got upstairs and I just felt like just absolute shit. We'll have some of the same creatives from the original, though. No, I saw that. I did see that. That's cool. It's one of my biggest gripes with Star Trek right now. I wish they would do... Like, if I could control Star Trek right now, the way I would do it is I kind of don't mind the Kurtzman stuff. A lot of people, they either love or hate it. I haven't found anybody that's just like lukewarm on it. So when I like Strange New Worlds is great, and I love that. I really do. I actually like Star Trek Discovery. It's not that bad. You know, a lot of people were hating on it. There are bad episodes, trust me. But overall, it's a good series. But I very, very much want kind of what they did with this animated series for kids, which is weird, where they have Janeway and they find like it's a ship based off Voyager pretty much, and it's like an experimental ship. See, but I want just a normal Star Trek ship again. I just wish they could get like Rick Berman and just get these guys to go and make a in continuity show from the Next Generation universe, the one that we knew, like everything pre-Calvin universe or any of this BS. We kind of like that. Go back to the old panels. I don't need all this flashy lens flare bullshit. Plus, dude, the whole like concept of like the whole, oh look, it's glass. It's so weird because it's already become dated. Where it's just like, do you know how much Windex that ship needs to use? Like, holy shit, it must go through so much. But yeah, like the way that I would do it is I would make a kind of like the way they did with Picard. Like Picard was okay. That's a great example where season 2 was ass. First season was great. Third season was great. You can skip that second season. It's really not good. They introduce Picard's kid, and that's all you need to really know. Spoiler alert, my bad. But yeah, you do something like that. Or actually, you could pick it up from the Picard universe. Like what they're doing with the 7 of 9 show, from what I've heard, where she is going to be the captain of her own ship. That's cool. But again, I don't like the way they switched the aesthetic to the Kurtzman aesthetic. That's where I'm like, no. Just go back to the Enterprise, again, dark, the dark panels with the ambient noise, which I hate to admit this, but that's like, you know how if you have, what do you call it? White noise. So like, that's my white noise. I have it set up on my little clock where I'm just like, computer, play my Enterprise noises, and then it's just the hum of the engines throughout the Enterprise, and occasionally you'll just hear somebody like go, dick with the touch pad. So, anyway, I went on a true stun lock right there, but to finish my point, what I would do is use that to also bring back Deep Space Nine. I would love, or even a new space station, but just have Cisco and some of the old crew. You can introduce an entirely new crew, but within that universe, and go back to some of the old uniforms. I don't know. I'm getting nostalgic for the 90s Star Trek, and I've been watching a lot of it. I pretty much went through all of Next Generation, went through all of Voyager. I'm on season 7 of DS9. So that's my comfort show. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think I had any good ideas there, or do you think that it was all bullshit? I have a feeling there's going to be a few people in here. I don't even watch Star Trek. It's like, that sucks for you, especially for this little tirade that I just went on. Yeah, they need to finish a few other projects, though, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I talked about The Expanse earlier, but them investing in a new Stargate tells me that that's never happening. I don't think I'm getting that Expanse movie. Shallow Space 6. Damn it. That was fun. Nerd! I know. What is Star Trek? What is a Star Trek? Oh, God. There's days I wish that it's like, oh, I don't know. I wouldn't be so just pretty much obsessive about, like, lore and episodes. I mean, for a little bit there, I was that guy. Like, I'll admit it. Where you could probably ask me about any episode, and I knew the name of the episode and what happened. The nerd card is well deserved. Thank you. No, it is. I actually got to sit down and read comics, and I know that I've been talking about this with you guys for a while, where anytime I sat down to read comics, my brain would just trail off, and I wasn't like able to enjoy them. I was today. It was cool. Deep Space 7. DS7 was actually a thing. Although, did you know that Deep Space Nine Yeah, what am I talking about? Everybody here that even knows what I'm about, like, anything about the Kardashians. I'm one of those guys. It's like, oh yeah, Kardashian. It's a Kardashian station retrofitted for the Federation, which makes it that much cooler, in my opinion. I loved the fact that it was stationed at a wormhole. Like, it made for some really interesting stories. The Dominion War alone, because I was one of those guys. I was one of those Star Trek fans that I wouldn't watch DS9 because it was on at a weird time, and I also didn't really get it. Because I was like, okay, so it's a bunch of Ferengi nonsense, and then you got Cisco, who hates the Federation, but is he's the captain? It's like, how's this work? Oh, Lower Decks is a must-watch. Yeah, no, Lower Decks is incredible. Dude, the Riker. Uh-oh, he's doing the Riker. He's in the fucking horse pose. All right, man. Anyway, I'm done stun locking on nerd shit, but appreciate you guys letting me do so, because we're getting into the first hour here. And I need to tell my brain to stop, because right now I am still fucking with this YouTube setting, trying to get your names to go back to what they used to be, and yeah, no, it's derailing me. So I'm going to just close this out. Close this out. There we go. No more of that. Is that the show about working on yachts? No. Lower Decks is like what the red shirts, like, you know, the just crew members of the ship. Like, it's kind of like a what if we got to see the everyday life of one of those guys, because being on these ships has to be kind of ridiculous. One of my favorite points that I have ever had like a debate on was just how insurance works in Starfleet, because I'm just like, okay, do you understand the payouts they would have to make just for council explosions alone? And the fact is, they have no seat belts and nowhere to station themselves. So you don't think that that's a bad idea when you're doing, you know, interstellar combat, doing sophisticated maneuvers with gravity? The other thing is, so you're telling me that during combat you wouldn't just deactivate the gravity drive and just have everybody stationed in their stations? Seems a little bit like a better way of doing things, but no. Make sure that all those explosions happen. Have first print Cleon dictionary, bought it online for $25. Really? Oh, that's inertia dampeners. Activate inertia dampeners. What the fuck are dampeners? One of my other favorite points that somebody was just like, yeah, and then anytime, you know, things get hairy, they just eject the warp core, and then they're still like able to use impulse power. It's like, you're right. Do you know how many times they could have just dumped a warp core and just been like, okay, what Borg? Whatever. Below Decks is what I was thinking about. Yeah. No, and I've unfortunately seen that show too. I don't know. I occasionally will step into the trash realm. I used to be really into the 30-Day Fiancé thing, but I don't know. Me and my wife just got bored with the show. Wait, inertial dampeners are for making sure your inertia is just... Ew. I don't know why it's gross, but it is. Below Bubba. Well, the Bubba thing. Didn't I have... Oh, that's right. That's for the end of stream. I got a Josh Johnson thing about that because he did a little comedy bit on it. Alrighty. Let's bring this up. Man, you know what? No, I need to relax for a second here. My brain it's doing that thing where it's trying too hard. Where I got so focused on trying to fix your names and then also talking about Star Trek that I was just like, okay, how the hell am I going to bring myself back to politics? 'Cause now my brain is also still thinking about fucking Star Trek. Quick hello to the chatters. Thanks to the mods. I'll be lurking. Pendulous, thank you for checking in. I really appreciate you here. Oh, we'll be cooking supper for fam. Oh, sorry I missed your initial message there. Trump's forever blowing bubbles. You know what? That's it. I was kind of surprised that they were talking about blowing bubbles, not Bubba, bubbles. And then all of a sudden, everybody's just like, Michael Jackson's monkey? Donald, that's not any better. Gotta watch out for the inertial dampeners. Jehu, what up, Jehu? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Always appreciate having you here. Okay. Let's do this. Cool. Now, I need to see if this is going to work. Oh, it works. Sweet. I think I might be able to play some Smash later. But if you guys want to join, you can join. You can get my gaming code for my Switch by joining the $15 tier over on my memberships. Engaged lurk mode, unlurk mode. Oh. Hell yeah. Always like the unlurk mode. I appreciate when you guys come here and chat, man. I like hanging with you guys. Engage active mode. Oh my god, Groove Dragon. It was funny. Because Pinkerbell, she had to kind of tell somebody to stop spamming capital letters, and I was just like, well, if Groove Dragon here, he'd probably be like, what about me? No, you're cool. You're the only one that gets to do that. You realize that is a legitimate special privilege. I hope you enjoy that. What the hell? Okay, now this is giving me a warning here. What the hell? Okay. Oh, shit. Give me 1 second. I gotta turn this thing off. There we go. I was about to have an internet issue there. I dig the live interaction, bro, and use all caps. Was grandfathered in when sites I went to first got mods. Well, again, most people I know that have, active chats, it's a general rule at Pep Talks TV. I use caps when replying to Groove Dragon. Hey, it's fine. You guys can, again, you're in good faith here. I understand that you're not just trying to be like the guy yesterday where he was a troll trying to get his stuff seen, which, whatever. Nice. the Dragon. I got a little contingent of the Dragon Squad, which is, you know, it's kind of cool to me. Gonna say, just it is also funny because me and John, like, I know that he definitely would not interact with like the 420 side, unless he does, and I just misread that. But he would like I would have some good conversations with him, because this is not like my gaming. This is not what I have. Like, I have pretty much all of the Eldritch horror stuff. Really into that game. Arkham Horror was okay. I just kind of felt like it was like a streamlined version of Eldritch. Excuse me. Everybody has, some form of Catan. Ticket to Ride is one of the better games. And then, oh god, the one with the birds. I forgot what the name of it is. It's surprisingly one of the more like fun. Wingspan. It's called Wingspan. It's a really, really fun game to play if you guys are actually looking for like any, card games or board games to play with your family. Check that one out. It's surprisingly, it's educational because you get to learn about birds, but yeah, I like the fact that there's objectives to win. Carcass 1? No, I don't even know what that is. Eventually, I was banned from TYT because they couldn't allow me and not allow everyone. Really? You got banned for that? Birds aren't real. That's how you win the game. You do the Monopoly like shuffle where you just slide it all off the table and you're just like, birds aren't real. I win Wingspan. John Adirola loves board games. Oh, he goes to Gen Con. When he said he was going to Gen Con, immediately I was just like, we could be bros. Gen Con's awesome. I haven't been able to go. We have like a gaming con in Chicago that I occasionally got to go to, but now they moved it to fucking Milwaukee. Which that's lame. Yeah, and then one of the mods quit TYT, and TYT got F for being assholes generally. Which one? I think the first mod that I talked to from TYT that quit was Adrian Vixen. And then I've had minor correspondence with Hank before, but we're gonna be doing some more stuff coming up as part of This Space Collaborative, which, guys, get this shit. So I was talking to somebody about an upcoming appearance, and they kind of nerded out for a second. It was cool, because, it would have been a little bit cooler had they heard of me, but they knew about, like, This Space. They had checked out the stream, just, like, as a fan, so that was really cool. Gotta tell Letterhack about that. I forgot to do that. A bunch of them left at the same time. Was it the Benny stuff? At what point did everybody just decide enough was enough? Because I stuck around as a member for maybe 2 weeks after Anna had her initial crash out about the birthing person. Her birthing god. Even my wife was just like, "Oh my god, is she still going on about that?" And I was like, "Yeah." She's just like, "Oh, no. She's like, she couldn't just apologize. Like, come on. Look up TYT mod quit letter. I'm not sure if I wanted to do that because I just found a subreddit that's kind of cooking everybody that left. Dude, they wrote a letter of resignation. I'm effing dying. That's like picking up trash around 7-Eleven and after getting upset with the owners, writing them a letter telling them you quit. kind of wish I didn't look at this. Wait a minute. Yeah, if you have the actual letter, I'd rather see that. Wait. This wasn't in 2017. Because they're talking about Jordan. Which, that happened a long time. Huh. Either way. Good gravy. Each and every time I see the that sweatshirt, Pep, I see DW, and while I don't know it isn't, it keep... Oh, Daily Wire? Oh, Dog Walker. There. Free plug for them. I was about to say Darkwing Duck is what I know, and I was about to say Darkwing Duck. Totally Darkwing Duck. Oh, really? No? Oh, by the way, Hermit. Not sure if your name is a joke or not, but I watched a video last night that immediately I thought of you. Where it was talking about how the past is all around us and we can always tap into the... It was like very metaphysical, but also like the study of time. And I was just like, hey, I'm practicing horology. It's kind of funny. Which also, interesting. It was an interesting video. Not sure how much I agree with it, but... yeah. Because I'm a little cautious where people are... you know, trying to be a little in the... It's not like you can talk to the dead, but you can exist at the same time that they were there, because the past is like... You can just tap into your past, especially anytime that you're thinking about the past. Let's bring it... It's like, whoa. It's like I did not do enough psychedelics for that. Always grew to see the... I still watch John and Francesca, Rick Strom, and occasionally Dr. Richie. Yeah, same. That's actually... I also watch JR. Daily Wire. Aw, damn, I just threw up a little bit in my mouth. That is not what this is. Which now I feel like I have to wear my hair the other side, which I'm not used to. Guys, this could upset the entire show if I wear my hair to the opposite side. Oh, no. No, because there's an alternate version of Pep that's doing this, and it just don't look right. Oh, man, it's not comfortable. It's the way I wear my hair, and this is just how it goes. It is actually kind of nice. Now that it's used to being, like, on this side, it has tended to stay there, so. Cannot complain. Oh yeah, JR is back. Too early for me, but I dig JR. Yeah. You could just mirror the cam, capture, whatever. I'm helping. Corwin Shawway. No, I appreciate that. Was that like the Ralph Wiggum? I'm helping. Oh god, it's like one of the few impressions that I can't do, but man, my wife can do a dead-on Ralph Wiggum. And she does. There's been occasions where she definitely... she's won the comedy of the night, or comedian of the night, because she just dropped it perfectly timed. I'm in danger! Oh yeah, I wanted to finish this thing, because... Now you got me looking through this mod thing. So what was the resignation letter about? Because I'm still going through this Reddit thing and it doesn't have an actual link to the resignation letter. And also, was it like was it over Benny? Because my understanding was that Benny was really like the catalyst for everybody leaving. And just the way that they treated her, because it was messed up. Or them. Forgot what their pronouns were. But either way. This one's specifically calling out Adrian Vixen as the one who did it, though. Is that right? That's what I thought. Well, Vitengale was key in the move out, too. Vitengale? Yeah, I was about to say, Adrian is the one that I really know about. And I had talked to her about it a little bit. TYT Mods Quit was the hashtag they used to post it. Vitengale, I think, posted it maybe. I'm still not finding that. Because now I'm over on X. I just went to Adrian's. Huh. I've been looking, I can't find it. Yeah, it's like it's been scrubbed. Because even there's a supposed link in this Reddit feed, but it's a dead link. V subbed to you the other day from Christina's raid. Oh, no shit. Cool. Hey, always appreciate that. Also, hope Christina's doing well. Saw that she was live yesterday, and overall, yeah, her community is based as fuck, so. John Ross, I think, has more info as well. JR. I think I feel like I might have weirded him out. At one point I was just like, hey, thanks for being part of the community. I was going through pretty much thanking everybody. He was like, you're welcome. Alright, well, I give up on this. This is the second thing that I have to bury now. Man, I'm really having my ADD moments today. This is, or my ADHD. See, I was diagnosed with ADD. And then later, when I took the updated test, I was then diagnosed with ADHD. The first time I was, though, it was very funny. My mom was acting all surprised, right? And I'm just like, duh! Really? Based on just the first few questions they asked, I'm sitting there just like, looking at my mom like, how did you not know this? You thought it was my glasses and the fact I couldn't see the board? Really? Really? I mean, that did contribute, but not as much as you thought. Now in AD, yes, AD is now in HD. And wow, never piece that joke together. See, the lowest of the hanging fruits. Oh, man. All right, time to reset. ADD, now with more H. That could... no. Wait a minute. No, don't do that. Don't do that. So wait, there were two mod... So, hold on. Right before I exited this, I did catch this other one that said that there were two mod exoduses. And this is the one in 2017. Bring us up to 2023. That sounds right. Okay, here we go. This one mentions Hank. But you got... Yeah, that's not the union thing. All right, now I'm officially closing this because, yeah, I don't want to stun lock on that anymore. Hank? Yeah, Hank rules. Nice guy. He definitely has a lot to say. Is Benny still streaming? I don't know. I kept up with most of the people that left TYT, but that was one of the few that I didn't. Why is this not working? Go away. What the fuck, dude? Alright, that's it. This isn't going away. Crap. I'm fucking Reddit. There it goes. Man. Equals 80 took me a sec. But yeah, is Benny still streaming? Because it doesn't seem like it. Twitch link is dead. Give up officially. I know I said that twice already, but now I'm actually. We're moving on to the news. Sorry, guys. Benny.gay is. Oh! So it's not this old one then. No. Doesn't look like it. I don't think that's them. Whatever. I think that YouTube is also not helping with the fact that like you guys are you are helping, by the way. But it's just I'm seeing the messages like a little bit too late, so my brain is also now like about to move off of it, then I see the message and I go back to it. Let's not do that. Perfect timing to get to the news, because this means that we are truly going to be high on politics, folks. All right. So this is pretty funny. Laura Loomer is now apparently her and MTG agree on something, that there's a Nazi problem within the GOP, and she's calling it out. And like I said, this is surprising to me, the fact that she's going so public with it. Also makes me start to think that she doesn't really understand the true implications of what she's doing. Either that or she does, and she's maybe doing the PSYOP thing. Who knows? Laura Loomer posted on X that the Republican Party has a Nazi problem after the Heritage Foundation defended Tucker Carlson's interview with white supremacist Nick Fuentes. Man, had you told me that that would be the catalyst for so much drama within the GOP, I would have looked at you sideways. I'd be like, really? It's like, I thought that we kind of could expect this to be a thing, but okay. Okay, just sent Nightingale to send me the TYT letter when they're done streaming. Oh, cool. Can't believe we are already at excise minority collaborators, part of the slide into fascism. Yeah. Yeah, not even a full year, guys. Like, I've said that a few times too, where all of it happened in under a year span, which do you guys think that this is gonna have the same effect as COVID? Because this year has simultaneously gone by so fast. Like November, I feel like we just started. Same thing happened with October, but up to September, it felt like that we already had a year there. So Loomer's face looks like some plastic surgeon wanted to make a walking, talking joke. It does kind of look like he did her dirty. Have you seen her chin? Like the bubble chin that she... Oh, yeah. Like, it's comic. It is comically bad plastic surgery. Especially in 2025. Like, is plastic surgery kind of like CGI where it just kind of peaked in like 2017 and we just never, it's like we're never gonna get that again. My theory is it's because we moved to 4K. She looked pretty normal before. Yeah, she did. It changes weekly. It really does. It seems like, yeah, she's getting more and more and more work, which makes me think that she doesn't like the work that she's gotten, and then she's going to try and fix it, but then she probably doesn't even know what she wants. Hey, whatever. Let her ruin her face. Who gives a shit? Make her as ugly as her soul. Following actions by GOP. Aligned figures. The Heritage Foundation defended Tucker Carlson. We know that. Surprised that it took them this long to kind of hop on this. Okay. All right, so Pam Bondi came out and had a press conference. It did not go the way that she thought it would. Which you could say that a lot about pretty much every MAGA figure, where it's just, you know that they go out there, they have this they visualize all this. They have to. There's no way they don't. But then because when they are faced with, a question that they don't know, immediately they fucking start panicking. Visually start panicking. Girly Pop's time is an illusion. Nothing is real. Why is it already almost next year? Yep. But here we go. All right, so let's take a look at Pam Bondi's just hilarious reaction to being asked a basic question.
New investigation by the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney prevent the department from releasing all of the remaining files?
So we have released over 33,000 Epstein documents to the Hill, and we'll continue to follow the law and to have maximum transparency. Also, we will always encourage all victims to come forward.
All right, here it is.
The next steps, Madam Attorney General, for the DOJ regarding what we assume President Trump will sign into law with the Epstein files. Is this going to be on the Justice Department website? What are you doing here over the next 30 days as we understand it?
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency.
We'll continue to follow the law with maximum transparency. I said it before. Come on. Did you not listen to my words? Because I'm just going to keep repeating them.
Transparency while protecting victims.
Throw this interview out anytime somebody's just like, yeah, it's almost like Kamala Harris had everything just kind of written down and she just went up based off a script. It's like, well, I mean, yeah. Trump really can't do that. He isn't. I actually I hate to say sympathize with the fact that he cannot stay on script. I'm very much the same way.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that?
Oh my God, is that it? Like he has undiagnosed ADHD, and it's just like, you know what? I'm gonna read this because, like, you've noticed it where he does the thing where he's just like, we are at an all-time high as a country. We have 5 million jobs coming in. By the way, we wouldn't have it's like when he does the by the way, we wouldn't have those 5 million jobs if it wasn't for a certain somebody. It's almost like you should be more thankful to me. Hold on, must go back to the teleprompter.
You will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both
what the fuck?
chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed,
but
we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also
How many times can you say the word law?
Providing maximum transparency.
And transparency. I think that she said law, transparency, law, transparency. Just make sure that you hammered the point home. Law and transparency.
Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release.
Here's the real zingers.
Mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information.
That's 2.
There's information
3.
New information, additional information.
5.
And again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads if there are any.
We need to make a counter for law, and information.
Victims, we encourage all victims to come forward, and we will continue to provide maximum transparency under the law.
And maximum transparency. My God, you were bad at this.
Madam General. On Ryan Wedding, you mentioned, Madam Attorney General,
Dude, look at her body language. Her body language she is so uncomfortable. Like, here, we need to study this one just a little bit, because after that question, like, did you see Kash Patel too?
To follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward, and we will continue to provide maximum transparency.
We'll continue to follow the law. Why would she need to say that? Like, what exactly? Why would she continue to say that? Because it's almost like the more you say it, the more we're going to start questioning. Were you not before?
Under the
Wait a minute.
law.
Wedding, Madam General. On Ryan Wedding, you mentioned, Madam Attorney General, the issue with...
Did she just say you should know that? Did she get catty right there?
Madam Attorney General, the...
Wait, what? That's all like jibba jabba.
Madam General. On Ryan Wedding, you mentioned, Madam Attorney General, the issue with the new information that you just indicated, is the department seeking information perhaps from the
Unless my brain's not comprehending what she said.
EPSTEIN estate, because Mr. Blanche did not have that information when he interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell. What new information, and would you...
Why was it when they said Todd Blanche immediately, the guy behind her is just like, I'm gonna.
Do you limit the new investigation to just those named persons that the president talked about, or is this a broad, open-ended investigation?
I would refer to the Deputy Attorney General's post that he put out on X, and we're not going to say anything else on that because now it is a pending investigation
There
in the
it is.
Southern District of New York.
And you're going to hear a lot of that coming up, where it's, well, we cannot discuss this because it is a pending investigation. And now Trump is even going to just be like, well, I talked to Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi, she said that it's a pending investigation. There's not a lot that we can do about it. You know what? That's too bad. That's just too bad. I want to do something about it, but she said that I can't. My hands are tied here. My tiny hands. Yeah, it doesn't take too much. They brought a shoelace, and here I am. Oh, man. I at least like watching them be so terrible at their jobs. It does kind of remind me a little bit of Trump 1. Trump 1 was, I'm not sure if it was funnier, but the stakes didn't feel as high. So there's like the parts of this where I'll look at Kash Patel's face, I'll look at her face and, see the panic, but then also realize it's like, hold on. Unfortunately, the bot machine or whatever the people that interact with me online from that contingent, that's what they're going to start saying all of a sudden is just like, well, there's a pending investigation. It's just, they are literal parrots where it's just like, squawk. She said pending investigation, squawk. Gonna follow the law, squawk. Need to make sure that we protect the victims, because that's exactly what she's trying to do, guys. That's real. That's what she's doing. By scrubbing the names of people who have committed these crimes, she's protecting those victims real well. I'm glad that everybody seems to be in agreement here that this isn't good for the Trump administration, that this is obvious, and that, having Pam Bondi do this just means that she's the scapegoat. Trump is using her as the scapegoat to all this. She already was, which she does seem oddly way too comfortable with being. But yeah, it's great to see the admin squirm. It is, and they all do it. Like, we watch so many clips on this show, right? And I've seen some with, like, that Scott Bessent guy. Just recently we watched one where he was like, and it's all softball questions. And then you go to, like, the tweet afterwards, and there's been a few cases where Trump will even be there just to be like, the fake news, the fake ABC News, the Miss Piggy over with ABC News. She was asking some unfair questions. You know what? So I told her to her face, hey, shut up, Piggy. Can't believe he did that. Because as much as I want to laugh, it is disgusting. But there's also the side to it that is it really is showing how panicked he is. Because usually he doesn't go there. He's always been reprehensible, disgusting, and speaks his mind. Yes. But that was a new one where it kind of showed the panic, where it's like he can't control himself. And he is reacting with a baseline vitriol for women, for reporters, like everything. She encapsulated everything that he hated. Somebody that will talk back to him and ask him a hard question. You know, he hates the fact that he still has reporters out there that will ask questions that are not completely curated by his media team. Like, he wishes he could do that, but he's also the president of the effing United States, so, you would think that the freedom of the press thing would matter to him, but we all know that that is definitely not the case. When cornered, he just creates a circus. Yeah, and look at the way that he handled the first wave of this. He tanked the economy. He willingly tanked the economy. Those tariffs, he had to know what was going to happen. And if he didn't, that actually means that he is truly as stupid as Epstein thought he was. And Epstein did say that. Man, I got a little bit of vocal fry going on. Uh-oh. That's what happens. Gotta make sure that doesn't happen. But yeah, Scott Pacent in a permanent flop sweat. Yeah, Kash Patel is always getting high backstage and just like... Yeah. I'm waiting for the one where he comes out and it's just like, Cash. It's the same with Pete Hegseth. Dude, Pete Hegseth, the last time I saw him pop up, he's getting a little, he gained a little weight. And it's definitely not like the eating, like, I'm eating my feelings type of weight. It's like, no, you are drinking your feelings or lack thereof. Man. Just, again, how comically stupid these people are. Gonna say. But I'm all here for it. Let's continue to look out for Pam Bondi's face, because I think that this tweet right here, the sub kind of says it. Bondi on the Epstein investigation that Trump demanded. We're not going to say anything else on that because it's now a pending investigation in SDNY. A pending investigation, new expression for cover-up. Newsom was right to call her pedophile protector Pam. Do you agree? Well, see, now the problem is every time I hear Newsom called her, or like Newsom did anything, even the Trump tweets, it's like, no, that's his staff. He may have had even a baseline idea, but I'm not even sure if I can give him that credit. It really does seem like a younger staffer came in and I got an idea. What if we just trumped Trump? Here, give me your phone. Pam Bondi, the most corrupt AG in history. Breaking former Trump White House attorney Ty Cobb just said that Pam Bondi and Lindsey Halligan should be disbarred and that Bondi lied to the courts. I do think that both Halligan and Bondi should be disbarred. Bondi has twice submitted affirmations to the court about the propriety of Lindsey Halligan's grand jury presentation. That just means that she lied. Ooh. Here, let's see what Tucker Carlson has to say about this.
How can you
Since
say
there's a
that
GOP
thousands
war,
of
after all.
children were raped, but I'm not going to find out who raped them?
Yeah.
How can you say that?
I agree completely.
They said that.
Oh, Sagar.
By the way, when Pam Bondi went on television and said, I have a videotape
By the way,
of
guys,
kids getting...
haven't seen an RT logo in a while. Interesting.
abused. I followed this case closely, and I know a lot of the people involved, as I've told you.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. I didn't know that. Really? Thousands of children got
You keep saying
them. Where are the rapists?
Oh my God, dude.
This is the Department of Justice.
Yes.
That is so crazy. This is honestly one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire...
Which is crazy. I'll say this is crazy. The fact that I have to worry about that. The fact that I can't just play that clip. Because you do I've had this criticism before where it's just the fact that we cannot break the news with something as serious as grape. And I have to say that. Come on. It's a little bit ridiculous.
And I just think it's very dangerous to play around with this stuff. Very dangerous.
Well, they're using it like the political football They just decided we're going to go for it. But yeah, we'll continue to watch Pam Bondi squirm. Any woman laundering these predators is a particularly odious monster. The lawyers and Megyn Kelly, etc. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Megyn Kelly, dude. She didn't have the comeback I thought she would. She really hasn't addressed it. And you got people in right-wing media that are straight up just roasting her ass. Because, yeah, man, nobody can defend what she said. Nobody. There's no way. Unless somebody actually brought this up. They're like, is she telling us that her daughter's pregnant? And that she's going to respect, her as a grown woman? Like, I was like, oh, damn. That was kind of a call out and a half. All the grapers are working in the half-white house. I'll give it 3/4 of a White House. Effing Ghislaine Maxwell, she should not be in federal prison camp with privileges. I mean, yeah. The fact that you have prison guards coming out and just saying, like, yeah, she treats us like we're her bitch. Like, she knows what she's doing. This also does show that it's all about control for these people. It's all about power and the perceived, like they have to have that feeling of just like, see, I do get to tell you what to do. Isn't that funny? Could you imagine? What the effing hell? Yeah. No, seriously. More people should be mad about that. Republicans need to be mad about that. There should have been mass protests from a bunch of red hat wearing motherfuckers out there in Texas going like, what are you doing? Bringing her to our state, putting her in a minimum security prison. Ghislaine surely has dirt on Trump. Yes. The fact that this is so obvious, but then they do the thing where any Democrat did this, all you would be hearing from the left or from the right is about how it's all a sophisticated cabal, the same way that we did. We're just not good at this. I'm going to just say it. We're not good at this because we can't commit to the bit of just being like, hey, you need to be fucking outraged by this. You need to seriously look at this and go, how am I defending a fucking pedophile? How? No matter what how they try to spin this, there's no way they can escape the fact that they are indeed looking at a cover-up for a pedophile. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell being the prime example where it's just like, how much more obvious does it need to be? Oh, she met with Todd Blanche, Trump's attorney, and Trump's attorney is just like, she's good. Come on. Again, Biden's. Let's just do this. Let's just do the thing since this is what we always do, but let's do it. If this was the Bidens, it would be 24-hour news cycle on fucking Fox News. 24 hours hammering this shit, screaming to the heavens. Sean Hannity wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. Like, come on. As far as I'm concerned, the most damning evidence for Trump is Ghislaine being moved to the country club. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think that it was. He knew he couldn't just straight up kill her because then he would just be like, oh, it's obvious that I did that to Epstein. So can't do that. What can I do? Well, I can't let her out of prison because then that would also be very obvious. I can't pardon her. That would be very obvious. Maybe I can, because he did seriously. He probably told her, like, just wait for the temperature to calm down a little bit. It'll get less hot. The temperature will come down and then we can do it then. Come on, Ghislaine, cut me some slack. Let's do this. Come on, let's make a deal. You know that I'm the best at making deals. Come on, Ghislaine. You know me. I wish her well. Like, God damn it, dude. You do realize that he used more friendly rhetoric with her than the politicians that got murdered, right? Trump's former personal lawyer, now assistant FWAD to the DOJ, interviews her in the softest way. The guy was good cop, gooder cop, nice cop. Yeah, truth-burying cop, friendly cop. Yeah, no, it's all a farce. It's the biggest cover-up in American history, and we're all just sitting here with in the fucking information age. We have these fucking devices on us all the time. All the time. You are like, we always have a screen in front of us. And somehow, some way, the majority of America is still like, nah, I'm gonna watch Bluey for the 4th time. And these are adults doing it, by the way. Not that Bluey's bad, I'm just saying. Like, they would rather watch children's cartoons on there and just fucking tune out. Never look at the news. Always look ahead to, little Timmy's soccer games or whatever play dates you got, or it's always that shit. And then they're shit shocked where it's just like, why does this cost so much? Why is this costing so much? Why is my insurance going up? Why are my premiums going up? Why are my property taxes going up? Actually, we just dealt with this in Cook County here, where it's just like, no, you know what? You kind of deserve to have your property taxes go up, because the amount of people that didn't show up to the ballot box to vote on the measure that would have defeated the property tax hike, yeah, it seems to be the largest contingent of people that are now like looking at their bill and calling the city office going, hey, what the fuck, man? He was grilled harder by a security guard in Walgreens. They're playing our faces because they know that they can get away with it. See, no, that's the thing. They know they can get away. Like, that shouldn't be in their lexicon. They shouldn't have the ability to just get away with it. Where can we be more effective about this? Because, again, I'm kind of getting tired of playing this. What about if it was a leftist? Then Ben Shapiro would be talking about it all fucking week. Charlie Kirk, if he was still alive, that's all he would do. Like, these people get into, like, this brings me back to the lockstep thing, where it's lockstep, always. Her ex and her mom are like that. 1000% Trump realizes or specializes in pardoning as criminals and fraudsters. Oh, absolutely. And then he's just like, I don't even know who you're talking about. It's like, so you don't know who you pardoned? No. But the auto pen. I took a funny picture and put it on the White House about the auto pen. Look, it's the Wall of Fame, and there's that auto pen. It's like, shut the fuck up, you dumb motherfucker. Like, God damn it. Seriously, and this is what you get from people like me, is where it's just like, we just get so angry that it's like, you guys are contributing to this gaslighting of the nation. Kids, cartoons, and phone games. That's all it is, yeah. Yeah. How many phone games just keep everybody distracted? It's sad. It really is. Like, I go out, I know, big surprise. Like, whoa, Pep leaves his house? What? Oh, shit. And when I do, it is just kind of sad to see, like, just everybody buried in their fucking phone. Everybody. All the time. God. I hate to say, I don't want to be old man learns about other generation, but Gen Z, yeah, that Gen Z stare thing and, like, the way that they just, like, don't interact with you, that's a real thing. Starting to experience that more and more, because I don't know, the way I get, where I'm like, okay, what the fuck did I do? Do I have something on my face? Why are you treating me like this? It's like, I just asked you how you're doing, and you looked at me like I somehow committed a crime against you, or it's just, why would you talk to me? Why would you put me in this situation? Don't do that. Did you find everything that you were looking for? Not that I care, they just make me say that. Excuse me. Yeah. Where's the cereal? Can't you read? I swear. And the thing is, I kind of feel like they're getting away with that shit as a generation, and that fucking sucks. It's like, no, you've just let them be rude. Like, you do realize that there's like, I get it. There's generational shit where it's just like, oh, wow, they're a little quirky. Like, that's what they said about millennials, but I take quirky any day over being just a complete fucking antisocial asshole. Fuck off, man. The way that, like, these kids these kids these days seriously don't know how to interact. They have to manufacture narratives about gay people grooming kids. If they had actual evidence of some of the higher ups on the left actually doing that, they wouldn't shut up about it. Exactly. That's another thing where it's just like, yes, you do understand that they would have used them as the scapegoats in this. You break the no, this is why I think it's not this isn't about politics. This is about the fucking billionaire donors that are just like, can you make sure we don't get exposed? Because there's a bunch of these motherfuckers, we don't even know their names. But yes, they have to manufacture narratives about gay people grooming kids. If they had actual evidence about someone so high up, they on the left, they would have actually on the left actually doing that, they wouldn't shut the fuck up. Jehu, you break the gaze stare by talking shit. I ask them every time, what the fuck is wrong with you? Really? Okay, I'll just start doing that, where it's just like, hey, asshole. Every generation thinks the next one's rude. Really? Nah. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that because, again, that really does kind of like, and maybe it's because this is where I'm special here. Don't have kids. So I can look at it and just be like, nah, there really is a difference. I'll admit that, yes, there's always the clouds. Why? Wait a minute. How come they have motorized scooters in the TikToks? I don't get it. I'm old. I get that. But there is there's genuinely something fucked up with the next generation that's going into the workplace where, no, they're assholes. Like, they're assholes. You can't teach them to be like, hi, welcome to X place or whatever. Like, they just don't function like that. I'm telling you, man. Unless they could go to fucking Chick-fil-A. I don't know what Chick-fil-A is doing to, like, get that knocked out of out of these kids' heads, but fucking A. Yes, I had to go to Chick-fil-A recently. Somebody I was with wanted it. And yeah, it was like my pleasure. Like, but I did also notice that it was like the person taking the order was a lot friendlier than the person that came out and was just like, that'll be $10.75, please. Or like, however much it was. $10.75, God. For 2 meals? Yeah. Like the guy in Oklahoma spends taxpayer money putting a Trump Bible in every classroom and starts hammering teachers and libertarians, and then he is found with prawn on his screen during a Zoom meeting. Yeah. Right. But you know what? He won. People keep entertaining the loudest people. It's weird. It's also weird because I think this does kind of cater to like them being just, I'm going to just say it, they're retarded. Like, it's a bunch of these, like they are just retarded people who they can't get past a certain thought. So like they obsess about it to the point where they go to city councils and they actually end up being effective because they're so stupid that they can't get past it. And also can't see that it's like, hey, you hypocritical dumb shit. I know, a little hot takey today. I can already say, I can say that, and definitely, but could be sort of I only make minimum wage F this job. That's fine. That's fine. But if I don't know, man, maybe this is because I was raised I had my grandmother in my life, and she taught me a lot of valuable lessons. Like, it doesn't matter how much you're making. If you're putting your time into something, you got to do your best. Like, try your best at everything you do, especially when you're trying to make money off it. That was like the best advice I could have ever gotten. So any minimum wage job I ever did, I did with like, I wanted to be good at it, or I wanted to at least like bring people happiness. Like when I worked at Starbucks, I did the extra like little bits, just like trying to interact with people. They didn't, honestly, when I worked there, I probably would have gotten in trouble for drawing on the cups because now that's a mandatory thing. Millennials were parented by boomers and it shows. Well, this is where it's like, I will admit, sometimes some of the boomer shit, like boomers do suck in many regards, especially emotional availability. But every once in a while, there's that time where I'm just like, I think that maybe we did it's like we did too much of a pivot where it's like, there are some lessons to be learned with, I'll say this much. This is anecdotal for me and the people I know. The kids that I grew up with that had a bit of a harder, their parents were a little harder on them. And they also, kind of had dads kind of like me where, yes, the red foreman dad. We're a little bit more well-adjusted as far as recognizing this stuff too. Because I've met the other ones, like the soft parenting ones. I'm sorry. The people that got soft parented, they don't know how to function in life. Unfortunately, these are always the people that when they're 39 years old and they're still talking about adulting. Come on. Yeah, that's how that works. And then these are always, again, anecdotal, but it's you have 3 kids and you're doing this shit. It's come on. Oh, hell for sure. Yeah. We all, regardless of generation, have been with commercial propaganda and taught greed is good by unloving corporate overlords and profit-focused fuckers. Dude, where is it that some people are just shit? Where is it that some people are they're malleable, they're dumb, they're honestly kind of shitty people because they only care about themselves and actually going back to the point about the kid where it's minimum wage job. It's okay, fine. Then don't do it. Don't do it. Then don't do that job. Try and get a better job. Be better. The thing is, if you can't do the bare minimum, especially when you're a fucking teenager at that level, because I remember being a teenager. I remember how I would look at people, older people working at the same place as I was. And I was a disrespectful little shit. I kept it inside though. And I also I was probably condescending sometimes where it's how are you in your fucking 40s or 50s and you're still working retail? God, you just didn't do enough. I could see where the next generation doubled down on get that bag and fucking you're a failure if you don't. I'm also not saying that I wasn't a little shit sometimes and thought I knew better. Yeah, that's teenagers. I will say that much. That is not a generational thing. That is just teenagers. But like I was saying, sometimes you can train that out. You can have people ignore that. But the fact that it's a fucking meme now. Everybody literally does. I've seen so many of these videos about the Gen Z stare. I saw one yesterday about the difference. It was a dog groomer where she was talking about the difference between millennials, how they're just and it was funny because it was calling out the this is Benjamin. He's only 3.5 years old. He actually has this very special diet because he has a skin condition, but he's such a good boy. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do without him. He's my good boy. Oh, and also, can you make sure that, you get behind the ears? And then the Gen Z one, and then she's just I can't say goodbye. Hold on. Okay. Well, you can call me at the minute that you guys get done because I don't want him to have social anxiety. Okay. Then it's the Gen Zer where walking around in the back of the store, just kind of, are you here for an appointment? Here. Do you want the cut and the shampoo? I want her clean. So are you here for a haircut too? Sure. Okay. Well, we'll take her in. Okay. Text me, don't call me, please. And then just takes off. I was like, that's so fucking dead on. And here I am showing my age, but Gen Z is nowhere near as good at suppressing their anxiety as millennials. No. And that's it. I think that is the main difference. That was a banger video. I wish I actually remember who did it. But yeah, and I'm seeing so much more of those. I've seen ones about cards where it's just the difference between Gen Z card collectors and millennial collectors. Which again, we still get shit. And you know what? Fuck that. Do you know how long I had to hear about how the world's problems were created by my mom? She was adorable about it, but she couldn't say it right. So she'd be like, "You millenniums, the millenniums, you caused this. How are you going to keep blaming the boomers? I'm sick of this. I'm sick of everybody telling us that the boomers did the world so wrong." I'm like, "Mom, you were a hippie activist that somehow listened to Ronald Reagan, and then you got on board with that. You became a right-winger, and then became everything you hate. You literally propped up the corporate structure, the political structure that we all have to live in now, while simultaneously telling us that we were going to be special and we could be anything we want when we grow up, because we can grab life by the balls and just do it." But so then you had the other side that was like, greed is good. I'm a millennium. Yeah, I'm a millennium. We should just give into it. Just say it. I'm a millennium. I'm not a millennial. I'm a millennium. I remember when they started changing the dates too, because I was a zennial for a hot minute, and then they moved because they kept it at 86, but then they were just like, nope, we're moving it back to 81. I'm like, will you stop? Why can't Gen X have their own generation? It seems like you're really doing Gen X dirty, in my opinion, but. I like to call them millennials. I like to call millennials millennials. In cool Keat. Means to teach and instill an idea. Belief or value in someone through persistent repetition or instruction. It often refers to the process of impressing. Well, again, I was one of those employees that I could be having the worst day, and that I'd still be like, "Hi, welcome to Chili's. Our special today is the chili con queso, and we also happen to have the rib special. If you guys would like a margarita, I can get one started for you right now. Just remember that you guys get your own little shaker when you guys do that." I think that's why I'm okay at this. Like, as far as like, I'm just as uncomfortable because I didn't like doing it. We would have to read a script and go out and do that shit. Hell, when I worked at fucking GameStop during like the holiday season, we had to say this shit. We had district managers that would call us as like secret shoppers just to make sure we were doing it. So yes, there's a valuable lesson in that. Is, yeah, you know what? Don't always give in to your anxiety. Sometimes you have to move past it, and you have to be. I want to be very mean here and just be like, you gotta be an adult. It's called being an adult. It means, eating some shit and realizing like, oh, you know what? My attitude is also going, because matching energy is a real thing, and it's not just like in the way that I do it, where I'm talking about like, no, I'm consciously going to do this. You treat me like shit, I'm going to treat you like shit. People will do that just by seeing that. So like, you have a lot of people who, like boomers specifically, that are already kind of shitty, and then you catch them in their one day of having a good mood, and then you're just, and then that's what causes them to just be like, you know what, fuck this generation. Meanwhile, pushing their cart with the next generation in it. LOL pep talks. I was about to say that my boomer generation saw what peace and love look like and opted out for money and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. The fact that my mom, like, she, like, God bless her soul, for real. Like, I love my mom, but, and it's hard to like kind of talk bad about her now, but it is one thing I always had a big problem with, was like, she was a super, like, she wasn't just an activist in the 60s. Like, she got arrested multiple times for doing so. And it's like, she saw the tyranny of the government, like what the government can do, and just how much corruption was in it. And somehow, some way, that second Reagan administration did something. It did something to like just the consciousness of America. You got to do the things, hate it while you're doing it, but then moving right along. Exactly. And that's kind of it, because they don't see the value in the fact that it's teaching them to deal with their anxiety. That's part of it. Some life lessons just come from living life. Sometimes it's not going to just be, you can't blame the generation behind you. Like, I don't blame my parents for that. I don't blame anybody for that. sometimes it was just like, I don't want to see it that way. And then, you know what's funny? I started turning, like, it was probably like right about the time I was like 25, where I was just like, oh, I kind of get it now. Okay. All right, I can kind of see what you guys were saying. Now that I'm damn near 40, it's happening a lot more where I'm just like, I hate to admit that they were right about that. You must understand the brainwashing was heavy for us boomers. TV was God, and God say be a consumer, not a citizen. Ish. Because, like, again, TV was around in the 60s and 70s. I understand that in the 80s it was a little bit more commercialized, like specifically even going back to like G.I. Joe stuff and like the way that they were commercializing cartoons, and 80s was the most cynical like way to market to kids ever. And the funniest part is how much we all have nostalgia for that. It's like if you grew up in it. Because I'll admit, it's like, yeah, you know, I'm one of those guys where I'm just like, how come cereal commercials suck now? It's like, oh yeah. We were also being fed a diet of sugar that is now killing us. Like, that is just a fact. By the way, Bryant, welcome back. Good to see you. I'm having a little tirade about some generational stuff, but I'll wrap it up just by saying, like, yes, if you got a Gen Zer in your life that has this type of attitude, do your best to tell them, like, hey, here's a mirror. This is what you look like. Because I'll be honest, some of the most, like, the ways to get somebody to even be conscious of a behavior that's annoying is to make fun of it. Like my teacher that had a like jar. Obviously, it did a lot for me because I definitely have a little problem there. I'll admit it. You can see, like, when you... I almost did it right there. When you listen to me, you could definitely hear that I grew up in the 90s, like late, well, in the 90s. I almost tried to do the thing where the late 90s. It's like, dude, I was a teenager. I turned 13 in 1999. So it's like, no, dude, you were. But I love sugar. Yeah, I love sugar too. I love sugar. I love butter. I love the things that are bad for you. I do things in moderation, and it makes me happy when I can do that. But I also understand how people are addicted to it. I understand food addiction. Oh, you're almost 40. It's about time for all the mysterious aches and pains. Oh, I'm getting those. Mitchell, I'm getting those. I told you guys about like how I popped my hip getting out of bed. It's just like, oh! Oh my God. Yeah, that one was bad too. That was legit one where like I rolled over and I was just like writhing in pain. I was just like, why? I didn't do anything. Yep. You say it sometimes. Oh, sorry. God, this is what I hate, where I'm kind of stoner brain too, where I just forget. Yeah, those are bad ones. Yeah, no. Specifically the ones where you can feel like you're like the the round part of your hip just kind of like clash, where you're just like, that was a nerve. It's like, oh my God. Oh, ow, oh. It was funny because my that happened in front of my mother-in-law once. I was like getting out of the car and I did the same thing. She was just like, you are too young for that. Like, I'm almost 40. She's like,
Brian
I keep forgetting
Frank for
that.
$2. Give that pupper a treat.
I will give that pupper a treat. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate that. Oh, let's give him one of the new ones. He loves these. Yeah. Look at him being so good. Waiting. Just waiting for his treat. Nom, nom, nom. That's how it starts, sleeping wrong. Yeah. No, I've had that. I pinched a nerve in my wrist from sleeping wrong. So, yes, that's always fun. But like I was saying, real quick, I do want to wrap this up. I did have fun kind of going on this tirade. Because, like, I do agree with Pinkerbell that this, and it is the common consensus that it is, yeah, every generation says next generation suck. We get it. My overall take is, it doesn't mean that the older generation was necessarily all wrong. It's the way, like I was saying about boomers, how it's like, yeah, you know what? There's a few things they might have been right about. Just a few. The one thing that I have to say, though, in defense of millennials and some of the shit that we get, because we're getting it from the kids now, because I knew this was going to happen. Disney adults, oh my God. Disney adults that have kids that they really wanted to be Disney kids that they didn't turn into, oh man, I feel bad for them. They get cooked. They get cooked by their own kids. Like, ooh. The Harry Potter adults, same thing. Like the ones that the ones that always grew, like they had kids and they pretty much had kids thinking like, I can't wait for this trip to Disney. Like they predicated the entire experience of having children on the magic that was going to happen when they took them to like Disney or Universal. And I don't know. I'll admit it that maybe makes me a little bit of a piece of shit because I love seeing them get cooked. And just also having the blatant disappointment. One of the funniest ones was my buddy. He took his kid to Star Wars Land. He couldn't give a shit. He couldn't give a shit. And then, because that's all my buddy would talk about was just like, oh, just wait, man. The magic of experiencing this with my kid. We're gonna build a lightsaber. I'm gonna take him on the Millennium Falcon. When he got back, he was just like, he couldn't give a shit. I'm like, so it didn't work. You didn't get him into Star Wars. He's like, no, I actually think he hates Star Wars now. It's just like, it's almost like forcing your kids to do something they don't want to do will make them kind of hate that thing. It's kind of why I might have that thing with golf where I'm just like, it's fun. I see it, but his lack of enthusiasm was disturbing. I find your lack of enthusiasm disturbing. Bring me the child who was less than enthusiastic about the Empire. That's what does it. Is it's like, he has seen the ways of the dark side. No matter what happens, even if they get into Star Wars, they pull the wrong lessons from it, and all of a sudden their politics start shifting. It's like, no. Please don't. I mean, I'll admit it. I've experienced a minor version of that because I thought by now my nephew would be like super into Pokemon, but he's so close. Like I feel like if it wasn't so hard to find the cards right now, he would be into it, but I don't know. It might not happen, which that sucks. Because we got this Pokemon fossil thing coming up, and I'm like, oh, I want to take him to see that, but if he doesn't give a shit, then I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to force this kid to go stare at a bunch of fossils that he knows nothing about. I mean, fossils, they're, made by the same companies, by the way, that help with the restoration of certain fossils. Because I hope you guys know that most like the full constructed dinosaurs you've ever seen are not all those bones. Like, we have one of those. Anyway, I did the thing where I was about to start on another subject. Let's not do that. All right, so here, this is interesting. I guess the challenger to Hakeem Jeffries might not be that great, so let's see.
As you've seen, your election has created a lot of buzz. Now that the midterms are underway, that seems to be the focus, but your name is still being dragged into the midterms, right? Let me talk about Hakeem Jeffries for a moment, who now may face a challenge from Chi Osei, who is a member of the DSA. You said that there are local issues that Mr. Osei should be focused on, maybe should remain a councilman. Are you saying he should not run against Hakeem Jeffries?
No, I'm saying that I think the focus should be right here on New York City. I respect the work that Councilmember Osei has done in the council.
But what does that mean? Should he not run?
I think that right now is not the time to be engaging in that kind of a primary. I think the focus should be.
See, that's really interesting, because this guy Joe wrote said, at first I was bummed Zoran and AOC opposed Osei's challenge of Jeffries. It's a direct parallel to AOC taking out Crowley. But the more I learn about him, the more I understand their side. Osei is an opportunist. He joined DSA in October after previously dismissing DSA. See, I gotta say, I was worried about that. I really was. I was worried that a few of these people would see where the party's moving and where the enthusiasm of the party's moving, and they would do like a pivot, but it's disingenuous. This is what I'm looking out for with the politics in my area, where I want to, like, I'll be honest, even Kat, like I was a little worried at first, and this is well before some of her, more recent, actually anything before Broadview. I'm gonna be fair to myself on this one. Anything before Broadview, I was still like, I barely knew about her campaign, and funny enough, the Broadview stuff did get them to stop talking about like the carpetbagging thing, which I've loosened my own personal stance on that one, because I don't think she is necessarily doing that. So want to be fair. All right. So we have some coverage, some honest coverage going on about Donald Trump finally, and leave it to MS Now to now say something controversial about Donald Trump, because I everything that I saw from MS Now like in the past week has just been CNN light. Like that Ana Cabrera thing was really disappointing to see, and it's like you could see it on her face too, where she's just like, I'm sorry, and she just also knows where it's like, no, we're gonna lose a lot of people, and I don't care as long as I get paid. But yeah, we got some updates here.
Now, Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware. He's a member of the Judiciary and Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Katie. Great to be on with you again.
You've said that you do not believe these files will ultimately be released. Why not?
Well, Donald Trump a year ago ran for president on lowering everyone's costs, making America healthy again, and promptly releasing the Epstein files. How's he doing on those promises? He has done everything he possibly could to resist releasing the Epstein files.
Dude, I've been saying this guy's name wrong for years. I've been calling him Chris Coons.
Dragging over to the Situation Room and muscling.
I thought that was his actual name.
A Republican House member who was one of the keys to actually finally getting the vote moving in the House. So even though President Trump has now finally, at long last, said he supports releasing the Epstein files, I don't believe it. And I'm concerned that the Attorney General will say that this new investigation that she just announced after being prompted to by the president on Truth Social will prevent the release of these files. It is long past time for the victims of the sexual assault by Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and others to have their concerns put at the front and to have transparency about how the rich and powerful abused young girls for years and were able to get away with it. Almost every member of Congress has voted in favor of releasing these files. The administration should follow that law.
Is there any recourse to demand more if they start to stonewall and claim investigations?
Well, look, bluntly, the fact that every member of the Senate has voted for this, and
his voice is a little bit funny.
Member of the House.
Oh my God, he sounds like that one character actor. Who, I only really remember him from Jurassic Park 3 and Hook.
Except one means that we all recognize that this is a shameful chapter in American history, and there should be real.
But the guy literally sounded like a real life piglet.
Pushback from Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate to push for the full release of these files. Files that are held by the Epstein estate, by the Department of Justice, and the Department of Treasury. We need to.
Ooh, it looks like they're about to release the Epstein files.
Insist that they all be released and promptly, and that's going to require
I have to get
follow-up, oversight, and engagement by the relevant committees here in Congress.
There have been lots of names.
They're getting too close.
Names that we've so far
He
learned
just
about in
starts
the
doing
Epstein
this.
files.
Like
Some of them are Democrats. What's your response?
Look, there ought to be transparency and accountability for what Epstein was able to get away with for years. I don't care about the party affiliation of those who will be named or exposed or embarrassed in these files.
Let me ask you about whistleblowers. There is some reporting that there is a whistleblower, NBC News is reporting, who provided the House with documents related to Ghislaine Maxwell and the move that she made. And the whistleblower says that she was fired after this on November 10th, after Jamie Raskin wrote a letter to Trump about a whistleblower. What exactly can you ascertain is going on here?
So that's not something I knew about before this moment. One thing that Senator
Grassley, she's like, got him.
Who's the
Did
Republican
you see that little head tilt? Just
chairman of the Judiciary Committee here in the Senate has long prided himself on, regardless which party's in power, is protecting and defending whistleblowers. I'll take this to Senator Grassley today and see what he's willing to do to stand up to the president. He's withstood President Trump's pressure on him to end the filibuster, to end the blue slip, and I hope he won't abandon his long tradition of standing up for whistleblowers as well.
Let me ask you about work you do on foreign relations. Donald Trump might have a plan to end the war in Ukraine. This is according to reporting from Axios. It is a 20-point plan, and they fall into 4 general buckets: peace in Ukraine, security guarantees, security in Europe, future U.S. relations with Russia and Ukraine. Have you heard anything about this? Have you been looped in?
I have not heard anything about these plans from the administration. In talking to both Democrat and Republican colleagues on the Hill today, neither have they. But the early press accounts about what may be in this secret peace deal that was negotiated between the Trump administration and Putin's government in Russia, with no involvement by Ukraine or the Europeans, who are now bearing most of the brunt of providing weapons to Ukraine, suggests this isn't peace through strength. This is surrender. This deal, from its initial outlines, would be a complete capitulation by giving Putin all he wants: ending U.S. active support, military and intelligence support for Ukraine's defense, demanding that Ukraine cut its military in half, giving Russia control, even possibly sovereignty, over the Donbass. That means handing Putin everything he wanted from this war. This would be seen as a complete surrender by the United States to the brutal, aggressive demands of an authoritarian, Vladimir Putin, rather than standing for freedom and fighting for a country, Ukraine, which has fought so bravely for years. My hope is that if that is in fact what this deal proves to be, that we will see strong pushback from Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate, who have long said that we stand with Ukraine in their fight against Russia.
I'm confused about the Russian aspect of this, because Donald Trump has really gone back and forth on Russia, on Vladimir Putin, threatening and then not threatening, saying that they're close to a peace deal and then admitting that they're not at all, that Vladimir Putin doesn't want this. Does Vladimir Putin want any sort of deal that does not include all of Ukraine?
Vladimir Putin wants a deal that will allow him to absorb and hang on to all the territory that he and his troops have conquered in their brutal war of conquest, and that leaves Ukraine weak enough and without security guarantees strong enough that he can renew his war of aggression in a few short years and take all of Ukraine. So the short answer to your question, Katie, is yes. Vladimir Putin is only going to sign a peace deal if he ends up getting what he wants, which is not an independent, democratic, sovereign Ukraine. He wants to control all of Ukraine. And for the entire time that Trump has been president, I've said publicly and privately over and over, peace through strength.
Putin has the Bubba Trumpo Bubbles
Here
pictures.
means showing real strength, standing up to Putin's aggression, supporting and arming Ukraine so that they can continue their brave fight for freedom. That's got broad support among our European allies and partners, among members of Congress, and frankly, among the American people, who don't want to see us hand over this country that has lost thousands and thousands of its frontline troops, that has had millions displaced, and that has seen the worst of what Russian brutality can mean. Russian troops have kidnapped children, have assaulted and brutalized civilians, have devastated the parts of Ukraine that they've occupied. They should not be rewarded for this aggression. And if this actually is what the Trump administration signs off on, shame on them. It will profoundly weaken our nation.
Senator, I want to bring you back to the first administration. We all know what happened regarding the call that the president made with Vladimir Zelensky back during the first administration. It led to his first impeachment. But Eugene Vindman stood on the floor of the House and said that there is a lot more to investigate with Donald Trump's calls. It's not just the call to Ukraine, he says. It was a call to Saudi Arabia and MBS. He didn't say what was bad about this call, but he did say that it would be shocking. And he's looping in the dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi. Is there a way to get a transcript of that call?
No, Pendulous, I did not. What up, 5 Alarm? How you doing?
Did I get a transcript?
Good to see you.
Why would Eugene Vindman not be able to detail the call, which, by the way, he heard because he was deputy legal advisor for the NSC during that time? Why would he not be able to relay the details?
Katie, that's a great question. This is the first I'm hearing of that as well.
Man, this guy really does not hear a lot of stuff.
Hunch is that it was classified, or that there's been some assertion of sort of executive privilege by the Trump administration. But I don't know, and I'll look into that. I'll talk to Congressman Vindman, and I'm happy to come on and speak to it.
That was me yesterday.
The larger point is that the relationship between President
Trump
that you were
probably a little sicker than me, though.
Mohammed bin Salman is disturbingly rooted in financial interests for President Trump and his immediate family. President Trump rolled out the red carpet, had everything but a state dinner last night, a black tie soiree, celebrating a deep partnership with the Saudi kingdom. And there's press accounts and reporting today about how he and his immediate family stand to benefit massively from economic deals, from business deals, from resorts and development, and from partnerships and everything from crypto to AI. The amount of public corruption that we are seeing from this administration is unprecedented in our history. They're doing it right out in the open. The first time he ran for president, Donald Trump promised to drain the swamp. Now he's swimming in it.
Senator Chris Coons, thank you very much.
Swimming in it. All right, we'll get to the Maduro thing because it looks like he is doubling down on that one. By the way,
Hello.
Wait. When did this go live? Oh, geez. Okay, hold on. Let me do this. We'll check with our buddy. Guys.
Can I pet that?
Damn it, talk too soon.
A heads
It's
up.
Steve! Oh my gosh, it's Steve at Agenda Free!
Loosey Goosey thinks he's going to go ham on True Social at like 2 a.m.
The factories Toyota builds in 5 factories Toyota builds in 5 states will add only 252 jobs in total, and robots will do most of the work. Also,
He
the
could
state,
veto it, Rhinoplast, but then
where
a
they
two-thirds
locate
vote
will
from
be
both
non-union
houses
low-wage
overrides the
states.
veto.
Yep.
And it seems like at this point they would
Yeah.
have
That was always kind of the expectation here. So is he going to do it? But timing is unclear. Man, he's been sitting here for a few hours then, because I checked in at like 4, like right before I went live. So it was around 3:30 and he was live with this.
I don't know when his schedule will come out. It comes out at different times.
Rise of the Clankers is coming.
So yesterday his schedule came.
The worst part is it's not going to be anywhere near as cool as the Terminator timeline. It's going to be so stupid. Ugh. Don't see my chat and scroll. You know what? I just noticed that happened to a few other people here. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I don't know why my chat's on a delay right now. Give me a second. I think that when I was effing with some other settings, I might have accidentally fucked with the chat. Why does Steve look so mad right now? Well, I've got a few things to go through right now.
The Epstein files.
Oh, hey, I already covered that one. Nope.
It's almost
not a new video. Perfect. Yeah, look at that. I was able to actually do something. Oh, all right. Courtroom was silent after DOJ's admission.
Breaking news into CNN regarding former FBI Director James Comey and his
Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, this is so much worse than I thought. The clankers and the bankers.
fight to get his federal charges dismissed. Crime and Justice correspondent Caitlin Polans is right outside the federal courthouse. Caitlin, what happened in court?
Well, a startling discussion. Less than 1 minute of time passed with no silence in this courtroom as the judge.
Pour one out for Cookie Monster. Is he missing? Because I think that we might know where he... Oh, no.
Was able
Someone look into her immediately.
to ask the question and got the Justice Department to admit the final indictment that James Comey now faces, the former FBI director. It was never shown to the full grand jury in this courthouse, and they
C is for coat. That's what I want to be.
did not approve it in full. They had voted down indicting Comey because they had been asked to approve 3 different charges against him. That indictment
Poor Sully.
was a no from the grand
Oh my God, Boo grew up and she wasn't fucking around.
jury. And then and there was no further discussion with the prosecutors to bring about the indictment Comey now faces. I want to lay this out a little bit more
Boo's
because
grown
I'm sure
up.
there will be many
And she's not scared of monsters anymore. As a matter of fact, she hunts them.
legal analysts to talk about this. The judge
Little did we know it was Monsters Inc. wasn't a cute movie. It was literally creating child PTSD.
didn't make any final determinations about the case, and there will be more arguments about this. But what happened in court was that Judge Nachmanoff, after there were many arguments about Donald Trump directing the Justice Department, whether Lindsay Halligan, the prosecutor here, had acted on her own accord to decide to bring this indictment.
I didn't even know how to explain to my dad why I just screamed laugh.
Judge Nachmanoff, he began asking the prosecutor to explain why the documents in this case looked the way this is, why there was missing time in the grand jury transcript, and things got very intense very quickly. They put on the husher, both defense team and the prosecution team started whispering to each other very vigorously, and then the judge asked the question. The operative indictment in this case, that document was never shown to the entire grand jury. That is when Tyler Lemons, the prosecutor, standing next to Lindsay Halligan, the U.S. attorney who was also seated at counsel table, says, standing in front of you right now, no. There was silence in the courtroom. Judge Nachmanoff sat back in his chair. He looked down. He flipped pages that were in front of them, and then he asked again and stopped Tyler.
Oh my God, he did like a little dramatic, like,
Lemons from answering, called Lindsay Halligan up to the podium.
oh my God, I want to be a fly on the wall for that one. Watching her stupid ex-model fucking face just.
And she also confirmed.
That's the only reason that she's in that position, by the way, is because Trump literally saw her and was just like, central casting, you know how I do things.
No, Your Honor, that the foreperson in open court was the person who had signed the final indictment against Comey. This was the very end of the arguments, the full set of arguments. This was like an additional thing the judge wanted to talk about. And so right after this, the defense counsel for James Comey, Michael Dreeben, he stood up and he said, it appears the operative indictment in this case was never shown to the grand jury and was never returned. That is the conclusion that they should draw, at least on the defense. He's trying to argue to the judge that this is an invalid case and should be outright dismissed.
I can't remember if there was legitimately a fucked up Monster Kids movie that ruined sleep for me as a 10 or 11-year-old. Not 10 or 11, but I was about 6 or 7 when I saw E.T., and that fucked with me.
Going to be more
every time I went outside, like in the dark, and my dad, like, he would make me take the trash out. I'd be like, but E.T.'s going to be out there.
In writing over this by today at 5. That was what the judge began to set up.
Can I get links in chat? Yeah, for the most part.
We're going to see how this plays out because this is a bit of new information that was very unexpected today and really changes the entire tenor of our understanding of this case and the fight that James Comey's team can bring to it as they try to get it tossed out of this federal courthouse.
I mean, this is a big revelation, Caitlin. Have you ever heard of this happening before? I know we've covered DOJ grand juries for many, many years. I have never heard of a full grand jury not seeing a full indictment.
No, but I will say, Pam, the judge did tell both parties they needed to look up a particular case in a different district because something in that case law may shed light on how they should interpret this new information. But this was a moment in court. I've been in a lot of these hearings in politically charged cases over the years. This was gobsmacking. It was absolute silence. I've said before in this case that there have been moments where people gasped. But this was, you could see the entire room shift. And from then on, this was the only thing that was...
Everybody got very uncomfortable, like, ooh.
That was mattering in that case. This is the only thing that the judge and that others were talking about as they wrapped it up towards the end. I mean, one of the things, too, that was very surprising about this is how much...
That's historic levels of legal fuckery. Yep.
Argument went back to Lindsay Halligan. We've never seen her speak at the podium before, and there was...
Dude, this is my favorite part about the Trump administration, is they are very bad at this.
Discussion. At one point, the judge even asked, is she a puppet?
Could you imagine if they were actually competent, like, and put competent people into these positions that they were trying to do this with?
Is she a stalking horse of Donald Trump just sent in to bring this case? And the prosecutors kept saying, no, she was making decisions on her own. She was even nodding very vigorously about that, sitting at the prosecution.
Actually, recently, weapons. The scene where the dad, like, has a nightmare about his kid, and then it turns and it's the whatever. I don't want to ruin the movie because
then when she stood up to address,
but yeah, there's a fucked up vision, and he's like, he reacts the exact way I did, where I was like, what the
judge,
fuck,
and confirmed what he then had on the record, that the full grand jury did not return this indictment. She seemed to be in quite an unhappy mood. She was very short with him.
I also think our viewers need to understand the background here for those that aren't following every step, right?
Wait, she was short with who?
Understand the background here for
Like,
those that
wait,
aren't.
was it Halligan?
She seemed to be in quite an unhappy mood. She was very short with him.
I also.
Wait.
But he then had decisions on her own. She was even nodding very vigorously about that, sitting at the prosecution table. But then when she stood up to address the judge and confirmed what he then had on the record, that the full grand jury did not return this indictment, she seemed to be in quite an unhappy mood. She was
because she realized that.
very short with him.
I also think our viewers need to understand.
Will Donald Trump sign it? We don't. He said that he's going to sign it tonight, but everybody's waiting on pins and needles.
And the background here for those.
Meaning everybody. Steve from Agenda Free TV seems to be the only one.
Those that aren't following every step, right? Because President Trump put out that now infamous True Social post calling on the AG Pam Bondi to investigate Comey and Letitia James and Adam Schiff. And
he's just getting the guarantees that the right people have already redacted what he needs redacted.
Lindsay.
The thing is, realistic. I've been saying that a lot. But for real, we are at this point where he has exhausted all avenues. Like, he really lost this one. And when people take even half a second to start thinking about this shit, they're going to go, yeah, you know what? None of this makes sense.
Halligan as a potential replacement as the U.S. attorney in the Eastern District, because the other one had left, didn't think that there was enough evidence to prosecute Comey. Lindsay Halligan steps in, right? And now this.
That's right. And Pam, what the bulk of the arguments was, the full 70 minutes before we got to this point about the discussion of the grand jury return, it was about Donald Trump's behavior toward Comey over many, many years. And not only did the defense bring up that tweet where Donald Trump tweeted to the Attorney General Pam Bondi saying you should charge James Comey, Letitia James, and Adam Schiff with crimes, it also went the whole way back, and the defense painted this picture of Donald Trump responding every time James Comey was publicly criticizing Trump as president, as the person who fired him.
Damn, dude. His defense team was actually doing a pretty banger job.
When Comey was writing his book, each of those moments where Comey was speaking on the public stage critically of Trump, Trump was hitting back with some sort of public statement of his own, a tweet, a Truth Social post saying Comey should be facing some sort of consequences. So they're arguing that this prosecution, when it ultimately did come about, it was a choice made to deprive Comey of his First Amendment protections to criticize the president. Pam?
All right, Caitlin Polance, thank you so much. A lot happening today out there.
Joining us now is the former federal prosecutor, Ankush Kaduri. He's also a senior writer for Politico magazine. Ankush, thanks so much for joining us. Always good to have you here in the Situation Room. Walk us through what we're expecting from today's hearing.
Damn, that's kitchen setup.
Well, look, the judge has a host of motions that he has set for a hearing this morning.
I need an interior decorator.
And you could expect, I think, the focus of the questioning and the judge's interest today to be on the motion that Comey's lawyers have filed alleging that he is the victim of selective.
Is it bad that when I go to other people's houses or I see like other people's houses like that and I see like the little tchotchkes and shit that they have, it's just like, oh, that's right. Like I kind of brought this up yesterday where I'm just like, oh yeah, collectibles aren't really supposed to be display piece.
And
it's like
vindictive prosecution at the hands
for
of
the
the Trump
house,
administration.
right? You're supposed to have
Two slightly
space for
different arguments, but
right.
effectively that Comey.
It's funny when I said that, my wife was. She was kind of laughing at that. She was like, it took you this long to figure that
out. Singled out as a result of animus on the part of the
just like being an adult stupid
administration, and also that he's being treated differently from other.
I want to buy a jar with a bunch of reeds in them.
Similarly situated people, and he's being charged for something that other people wouldn't necessarily be charged with.
If the judge dismisses this case, Ankush, can the Trump administration pursue any other legal avenues against Comey?
So this is something of an open question, at least by the administration's reckoning. You would expect intuitively this case gets dismissed. The statute of limitations of our.
It really does seem like this. I mean, that's my biggest question. Why didn't the judge just dismiss it right there? You would think that this is egg on his face for even entertaining this shit now.
Run. So you would think, okay, well, they may not have another avenue here. And I think that's probably right. However,
Luck Dragon
there
is a
is a
friend.
provision of law that the administration has cited that gives the Justice Department effectively another 6 months if an
I haven't seen Luck Dragon in a while.
indictment has been dismissed for certain reasons. It is very, very unclear to me that that provision is
Red
meant
Dragon.
to apply or should apply in a situation like this one, particularly if the other judge who has a hand in this case, who's handling the question of whether Lindsay Halligan was validly appointed, decides to dismiss the case on those grounds. So yes, there are some options available, but they will also be litigated if we get there.
During today's hearing, one of the prosecutors said Comey was indicted simply because he lied to Congress. Is that enough to fight Comey's push to dismiss this case?
It is not. I mean, look, the Comey's lawyers have produced reams of communications, public social media posts from Trump, all about how he dislikes Comey and how Comey ought to be charged. The government cannot just wave away all of that evidence. Now, I will say the standards for prevailing on a vindictive prosecution or selective prosecution defense are quite high. However, Comey has unusually strong facts. I mean, it is just not.
I was about to say, man, the fact that Trump couldn't control, as I said earlier, they're not good at this. And the fact is that Trump cannot contain himself, so he keeps fucking them up.
Every day, or really any day, that you see a defendant walk into court with reams of sheets of paper being able to say the president has been targeting me for years. And by the way, this
is that guy's camera in a fishbowl or what?
Case
was
sort of
I feel like it is.
Jerry-rigged.
There's this weird glare, but I also feel like he's using either a filter or he did his own makeup and it's kind of confusing the
They had
camera.
to go get another fire the actual prosecutor, install a different prosecutor in order to get this over the finish line. I mean, these are unusually compelling facts.
How is this case, Ankush, similar to some of the other challenges we've been hearing from, for example, the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, in your view?
Well, so for James, you know,
his eyes are gorgeous.
Somewhat similar, the arguments that she has made. Her lawyers have also made this argument about Halligan not being validly appointed. They have selective.
He just got back from mime school. Oh my God, he does. He look
argument.
All right, and I leave you with this, Piers.
She has less of, I think, a public record available to her in order to sort of bootstrap those arguments, but they're definitely not frivolous given the public record that does exist. She also doesn't really have the sort of the option that Comey may have to challenge a follow-on indictment on the theory that it's barred by the statute of limitations. You know, she has in some ways a better argument than Comey, not to jump around here, on the question of selective prosecution, because while Comey is being charged with lying to Congress, plenty of people have been charged with lying to Congress. The type of prosecution that has been brought against James is extremely rare. And there are plenty of cases, including cases involving the president's political allies, that might have attracted similar prosecutorial attention, but have not. So you can see in these cases, they differ and are similar in certain respects.
Ankush Kaduri, the former federal prosecutor, thanks as usual for joining us.
Thank you.
Wait, there he goes. Oh, he didn't do the thing. Yeah, his eyebrows were like definitely little had their own personality. Alrighty. That was hilarious, though. I can't believe that she did that.
All right,
What a
folks. This is
dummy.
both funny and fascinating.
Trump betrays MAGA. Voters are shocked.
So my poll numbers just went down, but with smart people, they've gone way up. They've gone way up.
Well, whether we like it or not, the sitting president of the United States, Donald Trump, bombed on stage yet again in a disastrous speech in which he lied his ass off and seemed at times visibly confused. And again, whether we like it or not, we have to talk about it because sadly, this is the most powerful man on earth and our leader for the next 3 years. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel,
Well, that's
please be
another
sure to
thing.
hit the
That is
like,
dangerous.
subscribe,
That
and
people
alert
are just
bells before
normalizing
you
the fact that he's weaponizing the Department of Justice the way that he is. Which, again, never want to hear about how the Biden hoax, Biden was targeting me. It's like, so he was doing everything that you're doing now. Cool. You know what? Fine. Since you guys are so stupid that you need to just go with the little kid logic of he did it first. He did it first. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't make you better that you're stooping to those tactics. Now you've lost all the moral high ground. Do you not know how that works? Oh, that's right. That's right.
All right, friends, we have several clips to talk about. Let's jump right on in with Donald Trump talking about how modest he is.
Who invest right here in the hottest country anywhere in the world. Every leader is saying the United States we're the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way too. But this has been, according to those that seem to say it, and I will say it, I would never say a thing like that because I want to be very modest. I always want to be modest as I can. They say this has been the best 9 months that any president has ever had.
You see, even other people are laughing at him like, oh, my God, really? I try to be modest, but it's the best 9 months. By what possible metric could you say that? How could you possibly credibly say that when Donald Trump is the most unpopular president in the history of American presidential polling, single-handedly tanking the economy with his disastrous tariff policy, with an affordability crisis that is skyrocketing from the Biden administration, or compared to the Biden administration, I should say, which was bad enough. And yet, these are the superlatives that Donald Trump voiced upon himself. He comes back to this later, by the way, to compare himself to the two greatest U.S. presidents in our history.
That is in addition to the $600 billion investment in the United States that Saudi Arabia announced during my unforgettable visit there last spring. Well, I said, could you try and get that up to $1 trillion? And yesterday, the Crown Prince announced that the number that is...
I'm sure it's a catch up to me.
So I'm going to hold my thought on this because in the next clip, he continues to mention the
He's been doing things streamer mode lately. I've noticed this.
My assessment.
Some of the great business leaders and some of the great people, friends of...
How come you still get views the way you do, bro? You don't get yelled at the way, like, every time that I post a video like this where they're like, you pause too much, you pause too much.
Of mine from your country, and beautiful picture. And while we were taking the picture, I said, could you make it 1.5 trillion? So he's got something to think about. I don't know.
The GDP of Saudi Arabia is $1 trillion. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, tells Trump what Trump wants to hear and has absolutely no intention of following through because he literally can't. It is impossible. He doesn't have the money. It's not like he has the money and would just simply stiff Trump, which is also really likely. In this case, they don't have the money to do that. Their GDP is $1 trillion. They don't have $1.5 trillion to invest. They probably didn't have the $600 billion because that would be half their annual GDP. But MBS tells Trump what he wants to hear, and Trump is too stupid to understand he's getting played. But reporters confronted MBS about this. Economists are saying this is not possible. But Trump doesn't care because somebody said it on camera, and he's going to try to use it to bolster his popularity and approval ratings. I don't think it's going to work.
Become a very wealthy country. We have a couple of little things. We're waiting for a decision. We hope that's going to be good, but if it's not, we'll do. We always find ways, we find ways, but we've done things that nobody thought were possible, and we're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars. Tariffs have been, frankly, the best thing that's ever happened to our country. They've always been used against us, and we never had people that were smart enough to use them.
Tariffs are causing or triggering and exacerbating an affordability crisis. It's triggering the reversal of the downward inflation, inflation.
Honestly, had he not fucked with the tariffs, he probably would have had a decent economic situation right now.
Was trending downward under the Biden administration, and Trump has single-handedly reversed that with his tariffs. It's contributing to people paying more at the grocery store and at other places. And it's probably the single biggest reason that Trump's economic polling is in the toilet. And here he is delusionally saying it's the best thing ever happened to this country. What the hell are you talking about?
Now their neighbor took his Trump flag down.
But if you have good instincts,
he's had that thing up literally like I think 10 years.
3,000
since the dude walked off the escalator.
3,000 to report to the Fed chairman. What are they going to do?
It was the one that he looked that made him look like Rambo. Finally took it off.
All this information. 3,000 economists. That's why they're spending $4 billion on renovating a building.
So this is a beautiful insight into Donald Trump's thinking, where he doesn't look at the economic literature. He doesn't look at what the consensus is. He doesn't consult actual experts. instincts. Donald Trump has gone through how many bankruptcies? How many high-profile bankruptcies and businesses has he destroyed? Trump
All
has
just because
enriched
of his
himself
instincts.
primarily through, his inheritance from his father. Although most economists said if he just put it in, just like a stable investment fund and left it alone and never touched it, he would have been richer as a consequence of it. And then besides that, it's marketing himself as this, genius billionaire on NBC for The Apprentice. But then most importantly, he's grifting off the presidency. This idea that Donald Trump is this genius businessman is simply not
He did the same
true.
thing the first term, though.
But he's just giving it right there. He's like, the
A little
country's
more
fiscal
egregious about
policy
it this time.
will be shaped by how I feel about things. Instinct.
Honestly, I
Not
think
good.
that's also
Not-
buried because Ivanka's not there to be the centerpiece of that. Where, like, the fact that she was part of the administration to this day didn't get the attention that it deserved.
Good. We need actual experts.
I used to view it as it's great, great, great. The stock
6
goes
bankruptcies.
up. I view it everything
3 of them being casinos.
is jobs now because I don't care. I care about
Thousands of unpaid workers.
jobs. And
Again,
we have more jobs. It was just announced. We have more
I'm waiting,
jobs
I'm waiting for the day that I can talk about my old industry.
right now than we've ever had in the history of our country. Those are big numbers. It's like
What the hell does that mean? More jobs available? More jobs occupied? We don't even have BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics reports data, in large part because Donald Trump fired the BLS commissioner. There's also, he apparently the Trump administration says that they're not even going to release data for October, saying it's the government shutdown's fault. But from outside firms like ADP and others, the reports indicate, Goldman Sachs did an analysis that we lost 50,000 jobs, 50,000. We lost 50,000 jobs on Trump's watch in October. Not gained jobs, lost jobs, a net deficit. By the way, not the first time.
That means unemployment go
because
up.
we have been
What a perfect freeze frame.
hemorrhaging jobs on Donald
Trumpo the Hut.
Trump's watch, unlike the Biden administration. So when Trump talks about all I care about is jobs, you have a
tariffs.
Funny way of showing it.
the first term, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we're do it again. But this is really bigger and better and stronger. The first term, we had what was considered the best economy that any president has ever had. That's nice. And we got hit with COVID, remember? And we did a great job with COVID, but that was
You did a great job with COVID? You mismanaged COVID like you wouldn't believe.
How do you bankrupt a casino? You take too much out.
We did worse. We experienced.
This guy he did it with the GDP thing. He sees GDP, trillions of dollars. He thinks that Mohammed bin Salman himself has trillions of dollars.
More COVID infection.
He's an R word.
And fatalities
He's
than
an R
most
word.
other advanced countries because of this
Absolute R
man's
word.
moronic leadership. First, he downplayed COVID. Like he was briefed about it at the end of 2019.
See?
Like, hey, this is going on in China. It's probably going to hit the United States. Trump downplayed it. Said it wasn't a big deal. It would go away. Everybody just relax. It would go away. It'll be gone by Easter. Then like Arbor Day. Like he just kept moving the date. Nah, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. He would undermine his own scientists. He would constantly go behind Dr. Fauci and publicly question Fauci's leadership, even though
that's what lost him the election. Objectively, that was what did it. Maybe you can do the bleach.
Appointed Fauci to help head
Come
this
on,
task
guys,
force.
Come on.
He
our pep is growing
refused to
fast.
use the bully pulpit as the Republican leader to galvanize Republican politicians and governors.
It's a respect thing, guys.
To take the virus seriously. Trump refused to do that.
It bothers enough of y'all, which it seems to.
One of his own chief medical
I
advisors,
don't need
Dr.
to chastise you guys for being stupid. I'm not Vosh. And I will also just respect the fact that if it bothers you, it bothers you.
Deborah Birx would later go on to
if I let one slip every now and then, just bear with me.
Say that in her estimation,
because I've said it before, I've pretty much gotten rid of it. But if something is truly that bad, then it's just like, no, this one warrants it.
Professional estimation, 100,000 fatalities may have inevitably occurred as a consequence of COVID, but all the shit that followed may have been avoided if not for Donald Trump's horrific leadership.
Let's be honest.
You did not handle COVID great. You
No,
did not
he handled it when he this motherfucker. Josiah, just say it. The dude went out on national television during the peak of COVID and went, I heard that maybe we can do something with the bleach. Like, no. And injecting the bleach. Come on, guys. Like,
and thank God President Biden was able to take the vaccine that, yes, was developed on your watch, but despite you, I would argue, not because of you, and especially with you not taking COVID seriously, thank God Biden.
Well, yeah, again, he did the thing where he's like, I did this thing, Operation Warp Speed. Then he saw that his base hated it. He's like, guys, don't blame me. I was just told what to do by the nerds.
Was able to get the vaccine into people's arms at an extraordinary rate, much higher, much faster than the rate that Trump was getting it done. As a matter of fact, it was Trump supporters who disproportionately refused to take the vaccine. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump can't even claim the COVID vaccine as a feather in his cap because it pisses off his MAGA base.
That
Trump did not handle COVID well.
Never forget, I met with
video just released. There's no way I could have seen it.
The day before I got the news about COVID, but I met with 2 pollsters because
to that one guy that decided to challenge me that one time.
Think about the next election. They said, sir,
I have a
if
very
George
specific memory of
Washington
that.
and
Or it's just like,
Abraham
wait,
Lincoln
what?
came back
Like, you totally pre-watched that. I'm like, oh,
from the
God.
dead and they aligned.
So this is why creators have even done that thing where it's just like,
and they went for the
who lies about that stupid shit? Like, for real.
president, vice president as a
If I
combination.
pre-watch something, I tell you.
You'd be beating him by 25 points.
I don't going through a lot of like the old things that used to bother people. This goes back to like old broadcasting days because the dead air thing used to be a big one where now it's just like everybody has dead air.
And then the next day I was told.
Whoever that pollster is should have been fired. If that anecdote is actually true and a pollster told him that, then that's actually a litmus test. I'd be like, oh, so you think I'm an idiot. You're trying to manipulate. Either you're an idiot, pollster, or you think I, the president, am an idiot, because that's obviously not true. Trump's popularity pre-COVID was terrible. It was not great. Trump was an historically unpopular president, never cracked 50% approval rating ever during his first term. He was always unpopular. President Washington and President Lincoln, the 2 greatest presidents in American history, you think you could beat a double ticket with you and who? Mike Pence? Because presumably he would have been your running mate if not for the fact that he recognized that you got your ass kicked in the 2020 election and refused to help you steal it. Or you and Vance? Really?
Because it was Obama's work. It was.
Again, this
was his economy.
It's just how Trump's brain works.
You inherited his economy and then you just didn't fuck it up the way you did this one.
See, I'm the best at it.
Which, again, you did that because you were just like, it's so horrible, it's so bad. But objectively, people were like, it's on the upswing, though. We have the lowest inflation in the world right now, and it went down. And it kept going down. By the time Biden was leaving office, it was at 2.3%. It went down a little bit more when Trump won. It went down to 2.1%. And then it started ticking up just a little bit. Then he made his big tariff announcement, and it fucking skyrocketed. Now we're sitting at over 3%. It's not going down.
I'm perfect. Everyone else sucks. Pathetic. He should be mocked. Relentless.
You think I want to be paying that much attention to tariffs?
To get those plants open.
Gotta have friends that work in the industry.
We want you to do that, and we want those people to teach our people how to make computer chips and how to make other things. You can't come in, and I'm explaining, you can't come in, open up a massive computer chip factory for billions and billions of dollars like is being done in Arizona, and think you're going to hire people off an unemployment line to run it. They're going to have to bring thousands of people with them, and I'm going to welcome those people. Now,
man, he is really going to piss off everybody with this shit. Good job, Trump. I'm so glad that he abandoned MAGA. Because all we need is for MAGA to just not care, and it seems like that's happening. More and more people are getting rid of the signs. More and more people are not wearing the hats. More and more people are finding less and less that they can stand up for with Donald Trump.
Conservative friends.
All the news cycles in the last 2 weeks have been pretty much about how just and much of a failure he is and how panicked he is. Everything is mostly just showing how weak he is.
I love MAGA, but this is MAGA.
No, it's not. And you got to own that one, you old fuck. Man, he looks horrible.
And those people are going to teach our people how to make computer chips. And in a short period of time, our people are going to be doing great. And those people can go home.
This is the Donald Trump. Accordion, accordion, chest out, accordion, 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 chest out, accordion, accordion.
Where they probably always want to be, you know?
So this is Trump once again defying MAGA. Now listen.
Oh, America Firsters, dude. You know that one soldier guy that we were watching give the explanations for the Charlie Kirkin. Well, turns out that he's an America Firster, and he came out with his politics, and I guess he lost a whole bunch of subs. I never subbed to his channel, so he didn't need to lose mine. Because I did when he's like, I'm going to make an announcement. I know this is going to piss off a lot of people, but technically, I'm America first. When I say America first, I mean America first. It's like, weren't you a fucking soldier? Didn't you literally work in these countries where you could see the merit in being there for people? I thought the whole thing was like you taking orders to go and say, hey, bad regime. We need good regime.
And the push comes to shove.
They can't even be consistent in the way that they want the world to work. And then it's like, hey, do you want America to be influenced? Like, do you want the world to be influenced by America or China? Because if you're America first, then that means that we're going to lose influence with the rest of the world.
I'm more agreeing with Trump here than
Isn't it in America first to have the rest of the world kind of go like, yeah, America's kind of cool. We like them. We really like America. We also rely on them. You know, that whole idea of like you get them to rely on you, then you can hold some of the cards. But they have manipulated the dumbest motherfucker in the world to make America go like, yeah, we need to lock down. We just need to be about us, the Americans. Which the ones that say that shit, they mean a very specific type.
Ethno-nationalist MAGA base. They don't want any immigrants coming in, right?
I just saw that. The soldier guy lost my respect. I forgot his name. UN TV. Do you know his channel?
On Trump's side.
He was the guy that was breaking down how a 30-06 would
in this and that I welcome immigrants here and
just
immigrants
completely obliterate a person's head if it was shot in the same position as Charlie Kirk.
Need to be employed, right? So they are entitled to jobs just as much as Americans, as far as I'm concerned. MAGA doesn't believe that. MAGA believes you should shut down, basically end immigration. You should kill the H-1B
Viking
visa
guy, yeah,
program.
Viking guy.
And he's saying, no, I love you guys, but no, we're not going to do that. And he's flip-flopped on this, all right? And in one clip, I don't know if it's this one or the next one, Trump even admits, my polling's probably about to go down because he's openly defying his base, as if he hasn't done that enough on the Epstein shit. He's playing with fire here.
We had one case in Georgia where a battery factory, batteries are very dangerous to make. They're complex, much more complex than people understand. And they spent $1 billion.
This guy's literally he's calling America the R word. Okay, guys? Just so you know, like he's saying it without saying
to build a factory. And they were told to get out. And I said, stop it. Don't be stupid. And we worked it out.
Technically, I think that mine's a little bit more on point. But
And now they're teaching
I
our
see how it
people how
is.
to do it. But
We got to give props where props are due.
they're going to have to spend. Jensen, I don't.
So what Trump is talking about is apparently there was an immigration raid.
Gotta give props
that
where props are due.
deported, rounded up a bunch of immigrants.
It's like
and
he's
Trump's
constantly
mentioned this
doing
like
this.
off and on. A couple of times he says he was pissed that this was done, told them to stop. Then at other times he says, actually, no, that's good. They should do more of that. So of course he's wildly contradictory and internally inconsistent on this. But in this case, he's doubling down on the anti-MAGA
So many
side.
Trump voices. Oh,
Done.
yeah.
And
I know mine's not the best by any means.
We're not going to be successful if we don't allow people that invest billions of dollars in plant and equipment to bring
The
a lot of
huskiness of
their
his tone.
people from
Yeah.
their country to get that plant open, operating, and working. I'm sorry. So my poll numbers just went down, but with smart people, they've gone way up. They've gone way up.
But you don't like smart people. You've said it so many different times in public, on record. Anybody got to pull that shit up? No.
So that is Trump, again, insulting his
an
MAGA
information
base,
age with the
turning
lowest
on
amount
them,
of
saying, yeah, I know you guys are pissed, but I don't care because you're stupid. Now, in this case, I'm more inclined to agree with Trump than not. But it's just, they're not my base. They're not my supporters. He has such an abusive relationship with his own base. He has more contempt for them than anybody. We'll wrap up with a couple of clips of Trump just being incredibly dishonest, like, for example, the 2020 election.
All of this, the numbers. So When I left, which was a rigged election, by the way, but that's okay. You know, they used to go crazy. I'd say rigged election. Nobody complains anymore because now they realize it was, and it's been proven, and it continues to be proven.
It was not proven. It does not continue to be proven. It was never proven in the first place, and it is an indictment of the media that they don't relentlessly fact-check Trump on his election lies because they are incredibly dangerous. It is true that the American people or the American media just effectively gave up, and that is a shame. It's disgusting.
Holy crap, he's still on about the election. Even his own people have told him to shut the fuck up about it.
Here's Donald Trump
That's
suggesting...
my favorite one, is like Pam Bondi was just like, you want us to focus on the 2020 election? Really? Like, there was... God, I gotta find this video. There was a thing that apparently he had to get told internally by like Stephen Miller and the people really running the government right now that he needed to shut the fuck up about it because they were not going to keep giving resources to that.
That he would love to fire the federal...
And that's where he was trying to... During Doge, he was trying to do that. He's like, maybe these Doge kids can find out what happened with the 2020 election.
Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, and he's threatening to fire his own Treasury Secretary.
Rates are down despite the Fed.
Why does that logo make it look like a Tide Pod?
God, you got to work on this guy. He's got some real mental problems. No, he's something wrong with him. It's just sweet. I'd be honest. I'd love to fire his ass. He should be fired. Guy's grossly incompetent. And he should be sued for spending $4 billion to build a little building. I'm building a ballroom that's going to cost a tiny fraction of that, and it's bigger than the whole thing put together. You got to work on him, Scott.
Trump's not going to sign it. Pam Bondi announces that it's going to take 30 days to release.
The only thing Scott's blowing it on is the Fed. Because the Fed, the rates are too high, Scott. And if you don't get it fixed fast, I'm going to fire your ass, okay?
Is he joking? Is he not? I don't know. You never know with Trump, but he is still very pissed off at Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. We'll close on this particular clip. By the way, just him threatening and insisting that he wants to fire the Fed chair, again, not good. That tends to scare the markets because they don't want a politicized Federal Reserve, but there's a very real risk that they're going to get just that. One last clip.
Great job. We're also making incredible strides to make America affordable again. That's a new word that they're using. Affordability, they talk. They had the worst inflation in history. They had the highest prices in history. The country was going to hell.
The country is starting to slip through its dentures.
The only thing that we're going up in is our stock market, okay? The only price that we really have, I mean, we're bringing...
Yeah, and that's starting to tank, too, because you got a bunch of these speculative assholes pulling their money out of these AI companies because they see what the writing on the wall. Dude, I just saw an economist report saying that we're not going to make it to Christmas.
Prices down, but they came up with a new word, affordability. And
these were his people, by the way, the CNBC crowd.
They look at the... We were all about affordability, and everyone assumes that that meant that, no, their prices were high.
I'll just point out again, according to a recent Fox poll, Fox News, 70% of Americans say that prices are more expensive under Trump than they were last year under Biden.
And those other percentages are people that don't even look at their expenditures until the end of the year, when then they'll go, oh, you know what? We need to lower our taxes. That'll offset those costs. We'll be fine with that. What up, Bandit? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you stopping on by. Alrighty. That was fun. All right. That was a good lead-in video for this one. So this isn't about what you think it is. I'm going to just play it here.
So there's this lefty meme that floats around on social media from time to time called the Burger Reich. And, you know, the idea, it's kind of self-explanatory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the idea is, first of all, Trump and the Republicans, they're trying to create the Fourth Reich. And because they're openly fascist, I mean, that barely needs any explaining at this point when you look at what the ICE Gestapo thugs are doing. You look at Trump invading.
God, there was a guy that was on Coast to Coast years ago that wrote a book called The Rise of the Fourth Reich, and I bought it. It called this out.
Cities in the United States with the United States military, just totally mental. You look at all the warmongering and the
Zach?
bombing of all
How you
these
doing?
different countries. It's the Fourth Reich. It's fascism. It's
Still can't find that military
fascism
guy's
with
name.
American
Yeah.
characteristics. And how would you
forgot.
describe fascism with American characteristics? The Burger Reich. It's fascism with I want burger. Because there's nothing that describes Americans better than I want burger. Right? Like, where's the nearest McDonald's? So, and Trump,
They look at Homer and they're just like, "Yep, that's us."
he's been well known to love McDonald's. You know, remember that time they all humiliated RFK Jr.? They went to the UFC event and they forced him to fucking eat a fish fillet or whatever the fuck it was. And they're sitting on the plane. He's got this look on his face like, oh. And all of them are laughing and fucking enjoying their food. Well, anyway, this was something out of a fever dream what I'm about to show you. So buckle up for this one. So the White House posted, in case you missed it, President Trump talks economy in McDonald's speech. Huh? McDonald's speech? What does that even mean? Yesterday, President Donald J. Trump delivered remarks at the McDonald's Impact Summit where he laid out the progress that has been made in undoing the economic devastation of the Biden era and charted a path forward to make sure all Americans realize prosperity and opportunity. What the fuck is this? So it says in the background here, behind Trump, the golden age, locally owned, nationally loved, McDonald's Impact Summit 2025.
What the fuck?
I'm
Oh my God.
I'm fucking 37 years old. I've never heard of this. Have you heard of this? A McDonald's Summit?
You're a year younger than me. Ugh.
Like, what are you going to invite the fucking president of Burundi to come give a speech at the McDonald's Summit? What is this? Like, what is this? It's real. Like, I don't understand. By the way, it's weird that they're also not showing the room, right? Like, you see Trump. Is he giving a speech to like a room full of people dressed in Ronald McDonald outfits, or is it
No, it's a bunch of McDonald's fucking CEOs.
a bunch of
and shit.
executive assholes?
No, that's what it is. It's anybody that like owns a franchise, and trust me, they're not the small fucking. They're not the family locally owned. Like, trust me, we have a fucking family that owns a bunch of the McDonald's around us.
Do they like not allow in the CEO of Burger King? Like, what is going on here? Also, I love the idea he's talking about had the devastation of the Biden era. Meanwhile, right now, inflation is out of control. Right now, unemployment is going up. You're literally
McDonald's keeps coming out and saying nobody's buying our stuff. It's like, yeah, because you charge just as much for an actual good meal.
hiding the numbers. You fired the
I did the math not too long ago for something like this where I was debating because I got the crave, you know, it's the American way where it's just like, ooh, some McDonald's fries sound pretty good. But then I was like, oh, wait a minute, they don't have any deals or anything. And then I did just looking at the math. I was like, or I could just go get a meal from this really good chicken place and it's $2 less. Oh, look at that.
head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because you didn't like the facts that he was telling you, and you
You turn 37 next month. Nice.
your own hack,
Jeez.
and they came out and said,
Ancient here.
what if we just didn't release numbers
Just kidding.
as
folks.
much as we were doing before? What if we just, kind of stuck our head in the sand a little bit so when bad things happen, we can pretend like they're not? Like, this is your country. This is your economy. This is what you've done. Your trade war was fucking stupid. Manufacturing jobs are fleeing at 1,000 miles an hour because of Trump. He killed 800,000 manufacturing jobs that Biden had brought back. But he's going to give a speech talking about the devastation of the Biden economy. I'm saving the day as I make everything worse. Here's what you missed. Quote, I'm honored to stand before you as the very first former McDonald's fry cook ever to become president of the United States. So he made a joke about when he was on the campaign trail. My pledge to every family and every small business is that I will not rest until you
We can make fun, but that fucking shit worked.
are richer, stronger, more successful,
I knew it too when he did it.
happier, until you've gotten a piece of the American dream. That begins with making America
Meanwhile, Kamala literally worked at a fucking McDonald's and she couldn't put two and two together.
affordable.
Like to do something like I'm genuinely like, yeah, guys, yeah, laugh all you want. The motherfucker's president. Don't take that attitude.
Well, again, as he literally does the opposite. There's still a lot of work to do, and we're making a tremendous progress. 1.9 million.
You have to sometimes acknowledge how stupid America is, and you got to kind of play to it in politics if you want to win. And that was a big one.
More American-born workers are employed today than when I took office. Wages for hourly workers are rising the fastest pace.
And we did the guffaw, ha ha. He's never even been into a McDonald's. Oh, guffaw. Look at him, yeah. Nah, for real. And I was part of it too. I'm sure that there's clips of me making fun of it, and I'm walking this one back where it's like, nah, I recognize that was good for the campaign. It was good optics, and it worked.
In 60 years, it's all bullshit. All
Because
total
after that,
bullshit.
he gave double blowjobs to fucking microphones, and people were still like, "Yep, fuck the Democrats."
But even more through the looking glass was this particular moment where, again,
Because we have to constantly remind ourselves where that election was not as much of people going, yeah, Trump, as much as it was just like, no, fuck the Democrats.
At a McDonald's event and
telling us how great everything is. That's why he's failing right now, is because he's using the same, like, funny enough, he's using the tactics that the Democrats used, and he's failing because of it.
Listen to
Don't tell us how great everything is while we are all fucking suffering.
what he's talking about.
Saw that with the way we took out the nuclear capability of Iran with those gorgeous B-2 bombers. They flew in there and they wiped it. And the word was obliterated. Remember when CNN said, well, it might not have been obliteration. Think of the pilots.
It wasn't. In Iran, you missed your targets, you dumb fuck. Like, when you can see the superstructure, it's what it's called. I'm not sure if you know that, Mr. Trump. When you can see the superstructure still standing after the attack, that means that you failed.
They go in there, they're under...
Wow, he sounds like shit. He does. He really does. His the last 2 weeks, he's sounded just absolutely horrible. And people are starting to bring it up where they're like, how come you're so, like, raspy and shit?
Fire. I was watching...
The pilots were not under fire. What are you talking about?
This from the Situation Room. And you get to see things in situations that you wouldn't believe. They said, sir, they have entered Iran airspace. All of a sudden, you see much faster. Then you see him going down at the whole thing was crazy.
He hasn't
I
coughed
actually
once.
said, do people really want
And we've watched a few of his speeches today. I can tell you right now, there's something going on with him.
to do that for a living?
This
They're
is
waiting
like, that's
for it.
strained vocal cords, but that might play into like his, I've been talking a lot. It's like, yeah.
But the equipment is so good. The B-2 bomber. Stealth.
This obsession with
They
the
never
fucking B-2.
saw them. They never saw them.
Dude, we live in the age of drone warfare, and you're just like, put the pilots out. I love Top Gun.
I mean, it's the most amazing thing. And I
Just wasting
honored
money.
the pilots at the White House. I had them brought
You guys
in.
understood how much money we wasted on R&D for fucking stuff that we never used, but we mass-produced anyway?
Along with mechanics and a lot of other people. We brought them to the White House.
He's giving a speech at the McDonald's summit and bragging about illegally bombing Iran.
A cock drop.
In a mission, by the way, that they didn't even...
Well, apparently Jeffrey Epstein's, I just read, was, about 2 to 3 inches and shaped like a lemon. So there you go. Take your lemon head there, Donnie.
complete the goal that they set out to complete. Like, oh, we want to make it so they can't build nukes
Brings a whole new meaning to Lemonhead. Zing.
anymore. Well, literally within the week, stories came out that they still have their full nuclear capabilities, that you didn't destroy their nuclear capabilities.
No, literally. You're missing, like, superstructure. That's a word that you should be using here, Kyle, because that big white building that they show, again, because they showed us the fucking intelligence the day of, by the way.
So now, if anything...
Because you know how it goes, where it's just like, oh, yeah, this sophisticated operation that was done by U.S. intelligence, let's go put it on Twitter.
They're probably going to secretly work on building that nuke faster to disincentivize you guys from ever illegally bombing them again. You and Israel.
Like, literally, he would be so stupid that he'd be like, I'm going to you know what? Don't tell me that we don't have a whole bunch of nukes. I'll show you where they all are. Look, here's the map. That's Donald Trump. That's our fucking president right there. That's the way this dude thinks.
This is insane.
I would argue any MAGA head on that shit, where it's like, no, dude, he really is not only stupid, but he thinks like a fucking petulant child.
We have the fucking Fatty McFaddington president who loves to shovel McDonald's into his gullet.
All of America does. So do you. Kyle, don't be a cocksucker. I hate when you do this shit where you did it with the fucking grown men who play with dolls energy. Like, you kept repeating that shit. All right, you're giving off major, like, I peaked in high school bully energy. We get it, fucking Hollister boy.
You have him out there.
Go fucking get another dye job, you know?
Giving a speech about
buy some fucking new Ray-Bans.
illegally attacking other countries at the
Fucking
McDonald's
Christ.
summit. Everybody's trying to
We get it, bro.
figure out what this part means, but this is another classic Trump moment at his McDonald's speech.
You know what? They went to sugar. Isn't that nice? I said, you got to go to sugar. Just like I said, why is the Gulf of Mexico called the Gulf of Mexico? I said, we're changing the name. and now it's the Gulf of America. It has nothing to do with.
Trust me, Pat, most of the world doesn't think Americans are geniuses. I know that. I've actually traveled and been outside my country. I'm one of the lucky ones. I do recognize that.
But maybe it does, because it's very nice cycling. We have 92% of the shoreline. They have 8%. I wouldn't say I made a lot of friends in Mexico, but they still like me.
I wouldn't say it has anything to do with McDonald's, but maybe it does. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Our country's
Trump sounds like he's dying. Yep.
A joke now, bro. I mean, our country's a sick, sick joke.
Is his puppy laying upside down?
I mean, it's pathetic. And at the same time, he's torturing innocent people,
pretty
literally
sure his
torturing
dog is
people
just like,
and sending them
"Yeah,
to
baby."
Citat, to a concentration camp where they got raped.
That's a
I'm not even
good
kidding about
boy.
that. Horrible report on that in the New York Times the other day. They're rounding up innocent people, sending them to concentration camps, fucking invading blue cities with red state National Guard, just destroying due process and the Constitution on a daily basis. But at least the fat president gets to give a speech to McDonald's and babble about illegally attacking Iran and babble about renaming the Gulf of Mexico. I get to my final one here. The White House tweeted this out. It is a picture, an AI generated.
Jesus Christ. Can't make this shit up. You just can't. What the fuck? What the fuck? They're ruining comedy by just doing the thing where it's just like, no, this is what we would have done.
A picture of the White House with the McDonald's golden arches.
How are you the ones doing this? And you're thinking like, yeah, we really got him.
Unfortunately, is too on the nose. That is too spot on.
What the
Corin
fuck?
joked about something similar on a podcast a while ago. He said something like, I wouldn't put it beyond Trump to try to put like a Trump sign up at the White House. Like golden Trump sign.
Yeah.
I could totally see that.
Yep.
I could also kind of see this. Then the official White House account is tweeting out the White House with the McDonald's golden arches. And at this point, everybody's like, yeah, that sounds about right. So, man, it is true. Fascism with American characteristics ultimately does boil down to
It's the dumbest thing ever. This is where we need to recognize that, this is fundamentally the embarrassment of being American and letting the whites push their fucking culture, because this is white culture. This is it.
Reich.
And this is what they're trying to protect. Good job.
So yet again, you have like lefty memeing and shitposting becomes reality because unfortunately we're fucking right about everything. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out.
We'll just go into this.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day.
2.5 minutes.
I'm talking about like a record-breaking collapse among Latinos in particular. It is wild stuff. Wait until you see the numbers for the generic ballot for 2026. That's also Patreon. Remember, this is real. That and the default ads on YouTube, and that's it. Like half, as you all know, the Epstein files are just a huge, huge topic right now. And what happened was the bill that was brought up by Thomas Massey and Representative Ro Khanna, so it actually is bipartisan. It's very rare that something bipartisan is good, but this is something that's actually both bipartisan and good. So Thomas Massey, the Libertarian Republican, and Ro Khanna, the Progressive Democrat, they got together and tried to force the release of the Epstein files. They had hit a brick wall in the past, but now it appears like that brick wall had crumbled. They were able to get a lot of popular pressure and a lot of grassroots pressure on lawmakers over this. And so it was looking inevitable that it was going to pass. There were going to be 50 to 100 Republican defectors. So Trump, out of desperation, tried to get ahead of it, and he changed his mind, and he goes, actually, I've always wanted the Epstein files released. Everybody should vote for that bill. They should totally vote for that bill. And so the final...
No, I just watched Frankenstein. He literally went with the aesthetic of the castle that they used in Frankenstein.
Result in the House was 427 to 1. Now, the one is Representative Clay Higgins, a Republican of Louisiana. And as everybody has pointed out, you need to check his hard drive ASAP. Because that is creepy as hell, dog. That is creepy as hell. He's also, like, somebody in his office was tied to human trafficking or something like that. So, I mean, I don't know how deep that wormhole goes, bro, but it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for Clay Higgins. Let's just say that. So then it gets to the Senate. Ready for this? The Senate passes it unanimously. They pass it unanimously. So then it's going to Trump's desk. Trump is like, oh, absolutely, totally. He just signed the bill. Like, I'm not kidding, about 5 or 10 minutes before I hit record, he just signed the bill. Okay, so now what's going to happen? Well, as I told you guys, don't get too excited. They got 1,000 fucking tricks up their sleeve. One of the things they're clearly working on is to purge the files of every reference to Donald Trump and every reference to Republicans in general. In fact, we
Frankenstein any good? A couple people said it was. It's really good.
have a Department of Justice
No, definitely give it a watch.
whistleblower
It's probably the best adaptation of Frankenstein put together yet.
who's on camera, secret camera, saying that that's exactly what they're doing. Okay, so that's one thing that could happen. The other thing that could happen is they just don't release it because Trump opened a
Bandit, you just told on yourself? For what?
new investigation the other day, ordered a new investigation the other day. And by law, if there's an investigation going on, you can't release the stuff that's going to be used in the investigation. So he'll go, oh yeah, I signed the thing. We're going to release it. We're working on it, but you got to give us time because there's a new investigation. So there are tricks. They got tricks, okay? And don't get it twisted. They will absolutely exploit those massive loopholes that they left themselves. Now, having said
No, you really
that, this is just crushing the Trump regime. I mean, you want to
Not once did it get boring either.
Talk about
like it's fantastic, man. I'm actually genuinely pissed off that they didn't give it more of a shot in theaters.
grassroots revolt. You want
But I kind of get it. Like theaters are like they're dying out, man.
to talk about people seeing through your beat.
Come on, man, Young Frankenstein.
Yes.
Different movie. Come on.
It doesn't get any more clear than this. So let me show you this Harry Enton segment over on CNN, and he's going to talk about where Trump's at vis-a-vis these Epstein files.
You know, usually Donald Trump
the
has
congressman that told on
his
himself.
pulse
Yeah.
on the Republican base, but he did not on this issue. Because what are we talking about, Kate Baldwin? Well, GOP on the
Yeah, we
Epstein
watched
files.
this yesterday.
Approve of Trump. We're used to seeing approval of Trump among Republicans being 85, 90%. But when it came to the Epstein files, look at this. Just 44%, south of 50% of Republicans actually approved on Donald Trump when it came to the Epstein files.
I've never seen that before, by the way. When Donald Trump woke up randomly and decided, how about we bomb Iran? How about we bomb Iran
just said
illegally?
nobody's
Let's
been
do
there,
that.
man.
That
Come
sounds
on.
like fun. The Republican base went from against bombing Iran to in favor of it like that. It was like, we're against these foreign wars too. Oh, Trump wants to do one? We love these foreign wars. Like that. It was like, I forget the numbers, but it was like 70, 80, 90% of the MAGA base said, yeah, bomb Iran, sure, fuck it, why not? We know they're not a threat to us. We know they're not a problem. Bomb them anyway. But on Epstein...
No, the thing is, they are all about that until they start losing their kids. This is what happened pre 9/11. I remember when 9/11 happened, how many people were just like, why not go into Iraq? And then after we sent our troops in and it started hitting their homes, all of a sudden, these same parents that were like army moms and army dads that were so proud and just, we love the fact that they're going to go institute Americanism over there. Then they got really pissed off when their son died by an IED attack. I literally lived through this. I lost a friend. 2 friends to that fucking stupid war.
They're refusing to go. They're only 40.
It definitely hits different when on the ground troops start dying.
4% of Republicans approve of Trump on Epstein. That is crazy, dog.
But we can also leave it to the Republicans and Donald Trump to not give a shit.
South of 50% of Republicans actually approved on Donald Trump when it came to the Epstein files. Compare that to...
It didn't happen to them, then it didn't happen to them. Plain and simple. They don't give a shit about you, and that's just, they always show
this.
that.
What was the percentage of Republicans that...
But you still got these motherfuckers out there that are just like, yeah, he's America first. You know what? I trust Donald Trump with my best interests.
wanted all of the Epstein files released? 67%. So what we were dealing with is simple mathematics. The Republican base was against...
Advice to Americans, don't pretend to be Canadians when abroad. I did it in Paris.
Epstein files. They were with the idea of releasing them. The Republican...
And I did it convincingly, too.
Representatives saw that and therefore were not afraid to go against Donald Trump because this was the rare instance in which the Republican base was not with Donald Trump. They were actually with the idea of being against Donald Trump and releasing the Epstein files.
And one way that you have long been able to kind of gauge, at least if people are really interested in something, is how you're gauging on Google searches. What is that showing?
Yeah, what is that showing? You know, back in July, there was this idea, there was this push, right, to release the Epstein files, and Mike Johnson said, you know what, I'm sending the House home, adios amigos, goodbye. There was interest in it, but not to the degree
like hockey, you don't know you're
that we're
Canadian
seeing
yet?
right now. Okay, Google searches for Jeffrey Epstein versus a week ago.
My family's literally from
Up nearly 1,200%.
like the same province
We have
as the
seen
Stanley
more searches
Cup.
over the last 5-day period for Jeffrey Epstein than any...
We came. You can track where my grandmother's family came through. They came through. Oh my God. Why am I blanking on the fucking name of it?
Any 5-day period.
Nova Scotia.
This entire year.
They
much
came
more...
through Nova Scotia. We set up shop there for a little bit, and then she decided to come down with her parents, who then they
so than we saw even in July. And
She was born in America, though.
more than that, the top associated search.
You don't even like hockey.
with
I know a
Jeffrey
lot of
Epstein
Canadians that
was
don't.
Donald Trump.
But no, you know it though. The thing is, it's almost like it is almost genetic, where it's like you pick it. You're definitely around it enough where you guys all get the references. You know.
This problem, simply put, was not going away.
Oh,
so what you were
geez.
dealing with was
Oh,
many
yeah.
Republicans unhappy with how Trump was dealing with the Epstein files. Many Republicans wanting those Epstein files released. And more than that, it was climbing the interest levels, so it wasn't going away. So all of a sudden, the Republican representatives are saying, jailbreak time, adios amigos, we're going to leave Donald Trump. We are going to vote to release those files.
The thing is, he's sped up, but he really does talk close to that fast.
Long before Donald Trump even said, you know what, you should release them all.
By the way, there's a good lesson in this for all of us.
If my accent wouldn't immediately out me. See, that's the thing. I have a Midwest accent that I can easily just put on a little bit more of the Midwest and hey there, oh there, how you doing there? You know, I almost have to do like a Ned Flanders.
You genuinely never know when something
Hi diddly ho, neighbor, how you doing?
is actually going to break through.
You know what? I brought some Timmy Hortons. Maybe you want to try some of our culture. Timmy Hortons and some maple syrup.
Because, you know, I mean, I've been talking about the Epstein files forever. You guys have probably been following the Epstein
I almost got hit by a moose on my way here.
files forever, or at least for a very long time. So when you're
I thought we speak indistinguishable from Americans. Well, again, Chicago, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and then Canada, we all sound very much alike. Like when I was in Toronto, it was almost indistinguishable.
Remind, it was like
there are a few times where I guess it comes out where like, hey, if I start talking about some hot dogs, all of a sudden, yeah, it comes out.
like peak relevance. Years ago, you could say it was like, oh God,
That's how they get me.
Epstein files.
Like, hey, oh, so you are from Canada, huh? How do you feel about the glizzies? They're called fucking hot dogs, and you know what? You don't put if you put ketchup on that fucking thing, you're done. Oh.
Of course, huge. But basically what he's saying is, just now, all of a sudden, the interest in Epstein has peaked. And so,
from
look,
Chicago,
I mean, people
huh?
are genuinely and sincerely like 3 to 5 years behind the times. But hey, we're here now, and better late than never.
Canadian
so
Ned
now
Flanders
if people
that
care
smokes.
about it, now if people understand what's going on, now if they're connecting the dots.
I diddly ho there, neighbor. Oh, you want to go back and rip a nice binger?
If the Epstein emails help people do that, then all the power to them. But man, this is not good for Trump.
What are you saying in terms of
Got some of that good cracking kush there, eh?
what people think really are the chances that the files will be released now?
Okay, so we're going to hold this House vote, right? And we expect that a lot of House
The test for
Republicans are
secret
gonna say
Americans. They just mentioned the word glizzy.
But there is still a problem insofar as getting them released. That is, one of the biggest problems is the United States Senate. They may not even vote
Actually,
on it.
no, the test would be.
So here we go.
You
This
put
is, I think,
ketchup
a
on
good
hot dogs?
Sort of baseline understanding of will Donald Trump actually release any more Epstein files?
The answer is, if you're Canadian, I put ketchup on my macaroni and cheese.
Before the end of his second term. On Saturday, it was 50%. Now Trump says, you know, we should release them all. If a bill gets to my
See,
desk,
I
would
could
sign it.
pass.
But even so, it's still 72%. So majority chance that we will see more Epstein files. I think it's a good use of the prediction markets because it's conventional wisdom baseline where people are putting their money. But it's still far less than 100% because, hey, look, we got to still...
Oh, bandit coming in.
Wait and see if the United States...
Oh, so you traveled a lot of miles, eh? Oh, yeah, hundreds of miles? Got you. Busted, buddy. We use kilometers here.
Senate actually gets a vote on this.
Yeah, there's a lot. That's...
So this video came out before that happened. Since then, the Senate unanimously
Oh,
voted.
yeah. I was going about 35 kilometers, you know.
Voted for it. Trump just signed the bill, but like I said, they have tricks up their sleeve,
Got
and
me
they're
a
going to use
speeding
them.
ticket.
By the way, here is the epic crash out. A reporter on Air Force One asked Trump a question about Epstein's recently revealed emails, of which he's all over them.
Ketchup chips? Ketchup chips are bomb.
There's about 20,000 emails. He's referenced about 1,600 times. He's the number one reference for a person.
It's one of the best things to come from Canada.
Number one reference.
I may make fun of ketchup a lot because, yeah, you don't put it on a hot dog, but ketchup chips are fire.
So ready? Listen
Also,
to what
the
happens
ketchup's a little
when
spicier.
he gets uncomfortable.
Is there something incriminating in the files?
All dressed, yeah, all dressed.
Quiet,
Quiet, Biggie. Quiet, Biggie. The way he, even did the quiet, Biggie.
Quiet Piggy.
Quiet, Biggie.
Like I said, I mean, this is some old-timey ass misogyny, bro. Like, where's your fucking top hat and your monocle
What does
while
Tim
you're at
Pool
it?
wear? A beanie?
Quiet
Found
Piggy?
one. President Piggy.
What?
All dressed chips are
I'm
awesome.
Like
yes, they
floored
are.
by that. And I love the
Nice,
right-wing
Starman. Hell yeah.
goofballs who are convinced like this was an epic own, bro. Or it's
I
like a
went and
fucking
did a grass
geriatric
fed.
freak of a president who is using like 1920s ass misogynistic.
That sounded like I fucked a hippie.
Smears. Like, what is
That's code for fucking hippies. I went and did me a grass head.
Quiet Piggy? Jesus Christ. Could you imagine? Imagine President Obama saying something like that to a female reporter. All right, let's watch the further exchange.
Quiet Piggy.
Quiet Piggy.
What did Jeffrey Epstein mean in his emails when he said you knew about the girls?
I know nothing about that. They would have announced that a long time ago. It's really, what did he mean when he spent all the time with Bill Clinton, with the president of Harvard, you know, that is Summers.
Why does he like doing this in such loud spaces? Why does he do this? It's so fucking weird. I thought this when he would do this in front of the helicopter. It's like, he doesn't have to do this in front of the helicopter. They have staging areas like right at the entrance there where he could totally get perfect audio. No, he does this on purpose.
So this is one of his dodges. It's all Democrats. All Democrats were friendly with Jeffrey Epstein. He says that half the time, and the other half the time he says, this is a hoax. It's a Democrat hoax.
Just Democrat hoax. It's a hoax.
Understand how that's
Just always
contradictory.
a
You
hoax.
can't have
Anything I don't like is a hoax.
both ways.
Come on, guys.
Are the Epstein files fake and a hoax, or are they real and the Democrats are guilty? Which one is it? Like, this is what I'm saying. He doesn't even bother to try to make sense because he's not smart.
You know
He's a
which one it
dumbass.
is.
He has a low IQ,
Come on,
so he doesn't realize
I can't do
that
my
those two
accordion
lines of
arms
argument
while also
completely
holding up my
contradict each
hair
other.
for the Donald
Like,
Trump impression. You
how
know
do you
what?
not
This
see
doesn't
that?
work.
The Epstein files are fake. They're a hoax. Okay, they're real, but the Democrats are the guilty ones.
Whenever say this, and all of the other people that he spent time with, Jeffrey Epstein and I had a very bad relationship.
Oh my God.
Many years.
He's doing that because he's seen too many mob movies. Are you wearing a wire? Who are you with? Wait a minute. Is this recorded? Are you telling me this has been recorded the entire fucking time?
But he also saw
I thought I was just here shooting the shit with you people.
strike because I was president. So he dictated a couple of memos.
That would be funny.
You got to find out what
That's just
you know with respect to Bill Clinton.
Trump just learned what a camera is.
He mentions Bill Clinton. What Trump doesn't tell you is that in these emails that were just released, Jeffrey Epstein said Clinton was never at the island. Now, look, to be fair, I don't know if I...
Thanks, bro, for putting up Dark Brand Skid.
I believe
Hey,
that.
cool. I appreciate
But having said that, he
yeah, that
said
was a good one yesterday.
it, and Trump,
His Temple one was really
of course,
good.
would never bring that up because it might exonerate Bill Clinton to one extent or another. Now, wouldn't it?
With respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that he knew, including J.P. Morgan Chase.
Sir,
Yeah,
if
Jennifer,
there's
go
nothing
ahead. Go ahead.
He thinks J.P. Morgan Chase is a fucking person. Okay. J.P. Morgan, number one, was a real person. There was a merger with Chase Bank that was its own entity. Now he thinks that J.P. Morgan Chase is a person. Which the head of J.P. Morgan Chase does have a name that's very memorable. Jamie Dimon. How do you forget it?
Quiet.
Quiet.
So she's saying if there's nothing incriminating the files, and she wants to go on saying,
yeah, JD's been very quiet lately.
Well, why not just release them? You don't even need like Congress to act, right? And that's his reaction. One more time.
Sir,
Yeah,
if
Jennifer,
there's
go
nothing
ahead. Go ahead.
incriminating in the files, sir, why not
Quiet.
Quiet Piggy.
I did again, dude. Don't do this indignant bullshit. Don't do it.
By the way, this is a point that
it's disgusting, and it is. But don't do this quiet Piggy.
People made on social media, and I genuinely think it's a fair point to make.
No, it's the fairest point to make is just how it's like, this is our president, dude. This is how you want your president conducting themselves, like a petulant kid. Okay.
You see how he was like totally unhinged there, and he like snapped into this very aggressive.
Yeah, it's because he's worried,
and angry mode.
And I brought that up yesterday.
People forget there were allegations from, I think it was Ivana, but one of his previous wives. There were allegations that he raped her, and they also like the reason for their divorce, for them splitting up, was some like very dark, cryptic thing about how, like, you know, he was aggressive and he treated her like property almost or something like that. I forget the technical legal term that she was, because this was back in the day when you got a divorce back in the day, you actually had to file a specific reason as to why you're getting a divorce. They didn't have like, irreconcilable differences. It was like, no, there has to be an actual like real reason. And it was something about basically like abuse, like he was abusive. And you could see like that's the inner
Embarrassing. Oh my fucking God, I hate it here.
abuser coming out. Quiet piggy. You're saying to a grown woman reporter for asking a legitimate question?
Yeah.
Like, again, he should just tattoo guilty right on his forehead because...
Yeah. But this is where it's good for us, though. Let him do this shit.
It's never been more clear. How about this one? Ready? The Department of Justice was actively working with survivors for years in an investigation into...
Be nice if we could see anybody on the right come out and be like, yeah, it's a little fucked up. Like even Megyn Kelly, who, you know, she bleeds from everywhere.
Epstein's co-conspirator.
That's the thing. Start using his words against the people that, like, he has said this to. Like Ted Cruz. It's like, hey, Ted, your wife is as ugly as a dog. Trump said so.
In the Southern District of New York office. After...
Comment?
Trump took office, they were ordered to send all of their case files to Washington. The case was then closed. And then Raskin wrote a letter to Pam Bondi about this. Isn't that insane? That is absolutely insane. So in other words, there were good investigations going on at the state level.
You're from Ontario?
And the local level, particularly in the...
No, you have a little bit of this
Southern District of New York.
Trust me, you do.
The feds came in and just ended all of that. Again, not something you do if you...
See? I could get you by saying, yeah, you know what? I just gave you all the details, A to Z, and you'd be, see?
You're not
like, yes, A to Z.
All over those Epstein files. All right, more. So now Mark Epstein, of course, is Jeffrey Epstein's brother. He's in a bunch of the emails, by the way, and there's some amazing back and forths. In fact, it was Mark...
My 15-year-old son would catch a hand if he walked around using such disrespect without a damn good reason
Epstein,
to. Yep.
Who was...
But these are, like... The thing is, that's the online, like, troll mentality. And I gotta say, 15-year-old, like, men, oh, boy. Oh, I would hate to be a fucking parent right now of any teenage male that isn't already just, like, you know, you've taught them such good morals and, like, standards that you don't even have to worry about it, which I've seen some of that. But I've also seen the other side where it's just like, oh boy.
Was going back and forth with Jeffrey.
Like, you're in that Andrew Tate fucking field now. Uh-oh.
And one of them said, does Putin have the pictures of Trump blowing Bubba? And, you know, Bubba was Bill Clinton's nickname. Bubba was also the name of Ghislaine Maxwell's horse. And I think he was also asked, like, hey, was that Bill Clinton? And he said, no. He said, it's not. So then everybody's going to go, okay, are there pictures of Trump sucking off a horse that now Vladimir Putin has as blackmail? And that's the other thing, right? There's a tremendous amount of evidence that...
You're not helping the discourse here. I'm going to be honest. He doesn't... This is the thing about my show here, and I'm being real about this. I'm tongue-in-cheek enough to where, like, you can tell the difference between when I'm kind of just like, hey, you know, this is funny. It's funny for funny's sake. But this shit, he really does hammer it where he's just like, so does Putin have those pictures? It's like, Kyle, shut the fuck up. There's so much more that you can focus on, and you've already done a good number here, but it's like you keep adding more and keep adding more and keep adding more to the point where it is like I'm overflooded. Like I'm flooded with too much information here for me to even be like, oh, which one should I be outraged about? Oh, right, Bubba. That's the one that I'm going to take from this. Like, I'm glad that we're going to really take the one that's more than likely it was a fucking joke, but everybody's just like, did he blow Bill Clinton? I don't know.
Epstein is Mossad, but the fact that there may be connections to the Russian government as well leads me to believe he may have been like a freelancer, and he would get all this blackmail.
Well, it's a tap dance because he's also an angry ginger.
Basically sell it to...
Hey, leave the angry gingers alone.
Foreign governments that wanted blackmail on powerful American
figures.
Speaking
of AG, I think he's live,
just insane stuff. But, putting aside the blowing Bubba scandal, which of course we've all been having a lot of fun with over the past however many days it's been, here is
Usually
Mark Epstein talking to Fredo Corleone here with his freak mustache. And listen to what he says.
Jeffrey, in 2016...
Seriously, can't imagine having kids with this crap going on.
I said,
yeah, Kaz, we talked about that.
This publicly before. Jeffrey told me.
We've talked about that privately, where it's just like, could you imagine? Like, that's one of my favorite parts about us not, like, being about the same age and not having kids. Just like, dude!
If he said what he knew about the candidates, they'd have to cancel the election. He didn't tell me what he knew.
Also, what up, Kaz? Everybody loved having you on.
He definitely had dirt on Trump.
if he said what he knew about the candidates, they'd have to cancel the election. That means he also has dirt on Hillary. By the way, in the emails, I should point out as well, in the emails, he sort of implied that Hillary had an affair with Vince Foster. By the way, Vince Foster wound up dead. Okay, I'm just saying.
And you could see in the emails, Trump could deny it all he wants, but it's pretty clear. I mean, everything Trump says is a lie.
But that's not what you were talking about.
It's provable that he was in Jeffrey's office. He said he wasn't in the house. It's provable he was there. He said everything he says is a lie.
So devastating. Here's Epstein's brother. Yeah, everything Trump says is a lie. Everything he says is a lie. There's an email from 2011 where they say, oh, Trump is at the house with one of the victims for hours. Okay, the rooms in Epstein's house were bugged. There were hidden video cameras everywhere. So if Trump is there with the victim for hours...
He keeps doing this one too. That doesn't mean anything. You purpose, and this is why your fucking reporting has been annoying to me lately, Kyle. And I'll speak to you plain and simple here as another content creator. If you ever see this, seriously, it's annoying because you don't need to do that. We already get the implications, right? But this idea where it's like you need to like create a new narrative, like you want to be credited for this new one where it's just like, oh, I saw the angle that nobody else saw.
Hours, as I've been saying, they weren't playing Parcheesi.
But you're ignoring the fact that Virginia Giuffre's lawyers, family, and her own book have come out and said that, no, he didn't do anything. Can't just ignore that, man. So you can't use it as evidence to be like, oh, what was he doing in there? Playing Scrabble? Might have been. How fucked up is that? Might have been.
They weren't discussing gardening tips.
That's conjecture. That's what we call conjecture, Kyle. When I was just saying, you don't need to do this.
That wasn't happening.
Fuck.
So what do you think was going on? You know what's going on because you're not a child. You're not a baby. You don't be naive.
It's getting harder and harder to watch his stuff and like not get kind of angry about this shit where it's like, bro, you're muddying the water every single time.
Of the president doing you know what, potentially with
like I'm finding myself on my days off when I don't watch Kyle Kulinski just being like, oh, wow, what a relief.
Age.
He is contributing to my long-term kind of stressors where it's just, and it's his coverage. It's like, it's a little bit more stressful for me, too, because it's like, I want to make the yucks. I want to fucking I'm perfectly fine seeing just how funny and fucked up this all is and laughing at it, because that's all we can really do. But like I said, this does not help.
Children, right? In which case, wow, you would do whatever those governments want you to do, the ones that have the blackmail, wouldn't you? Oh, would you take a look at how he's given Israel literally everything they've ever wanted and more? All right, more. Ready for this? Mark Epstein drops another.
But what he did right there. Okay, so you add that in too. What the fuck is this video even about now?
Another bombshell here.
Are we still mad about the quiet piggy part, or are we mad about the fucking Epstein's brother part?
Listen to this.
What I do want to talk about is I've been recently told the reason they're going to be...
Starman, trust me, there's not enough on the planet for me to not have this tirade. Even if I smoked more, I would just be saying this stuff a little bit more jumbled.
These things, and the reason for the flip is that they're sanitizing these files. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia, where they're scrubbing the files to take Republican names out of it. That's what I was told by a pretty good source.
And by the way, we played the video for you. It was James O'Keefe, who's like this right-wing, gonzo journalist type person.
Too much.
And he got...
No, it's like he's slowly becoming the reasons that BTC got annoying to me, personally.
On the record, or on video, I should say, secret video, a Department of Justice whistleblower, basically.
And there is that small part where, like, at least, like, Hassan does this sometimes, too. I gotta call it like I see it. These guys coming out and talking like they're fucking working class is laughable.
Who said, oh yeah, they're taking out all the Republican names, they're taking out Trump's name throughout the files. Of course, that's what they're doing. And so now Epstein's brother is saying the same thing, and he's saying exactly where it's happening.
If I had to guess, he literally has his schedule built around his golfing stuff, and like he cracks out all these videos. Him and Crystal are home by a certain time. Spend a little bit of time with the kids, but yeah, they definitely got their tennis club and their golf club, and they're definitely part of a few clubs.
He said in Winchester, Virginia. Like, that's very oddly specific if it's not true, right? So just wild stuff here.
Well, that's Bandit. That's actually you kind of just called out the structure of the show here. I do the same thing. Like I Uh-oh, am I influencing your media consumption? Because it could be. That's why I do this. I try to watch a little bit of Kyle here. We'll get those takes. I try to go to even like some of the right-wing people. That's honestly why I like Breaking Points, is because he's annoying enough to where I'm like, all right, I can tolerate this one without going into like the full rabbit hole that is like Fox News clips and all that bullshit. But yeah, I try to mix it up with like the mainstream media and just kind of get all these different points of view. But like I also said, I'm gonna call it like I see it. If like there's some bullshit going on, and right now I can't ignore this one. This one's like, bro.
All right, and then finally, let's talk a little bit about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think Trump was under the impression he still had the juice.
Up.
I think he was under the impression that, hey, I'm the big boss man. Whatever I say goes. You know,
I need to be cool, Linsky.
I'm still riding high. Well, come to find
chill.
out, I don't know, dog.
What are my thoughts on Philip DeFranco? I actually, it was hard for me to watch him daily anymore. I haven't watched him daily in years. But anytime I come across his coverage, especially about like big news days like this, actually, we're gonna watch Philip DeFranco's coverage on this one after this. But he's also so shameless about the way he's one of the oldest YouTubers that has been doing this. So, or longest YouTubers, I should say. And it's where I'm just like, okay, man, like I get it, but I just do not like tell me what you think in the comments. Like he actually cares.
You lost a step. You're looking a little bit like Celtic Shaq out there now. So here is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Do your thing, Pep. Don't fret on BS. Yeah.
With the Epstein victims around. And
I hope you guys understand that sometimes when I'm fretting on this BS, it is almost like an escape from other things in my life.
This is the Epstein Files Transparency Act press conference, and she sort of leans into it. She's not backing down. Trump was attacking her relentlessly. She was getting death threats and stuff like that, but she goes out there and she says this.
I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years for. And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary. And I've
What'd she vote for in 2016 then?
never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor.
My sense is if I had to pick a right-wing news source, I'd pick Philip DeFranco. He's not right-wing though.
For standing with these women.
He's as centrist as you get, but he's center-left.
And refusing to take my name
and
off
that's
the
not even me trying to
petition.
be like, no, he's one of us. It's like, no, he is in his coverage too. Like he takes some.
Let me tell you what a
he
traitor
takes shit
is.
in the comments. I've read.
A traitor is an American that
Stanley.
serves foreign
Here.
countries.
Hold on. Let's see if we can hear him. He's dreaming.
And themselves.
Ooh. Oh, goddamn. Do you see what she's...
Why would I say that? I'm just saying, honest question, because he's not. Like, he may have been at some points, but he's not. He doesn't have the right-wing tinge, trust me. I know how to spot that shit.
saying there? She's being sloppy.
I know how to spot apolitical where they actually have a red hat in the closet.
She's being slick. But what she's saying there is, you're serving Israel, Trump. And remember, Marjorie came out and acknowledged...
No, she wouldn't. She-Hulk was actually attractive.
It looks like Epstein is probably Mossad, Israeli intelligence. This is her saying, you're serving Israel, not the United States of America.
Rhea Ripley would play a good She-Hulk.
Okay. You're MEGA, not MAGA. That's what she's saying. Wow. Why? Okay, by the way, let me just point out, Democrats.
The talking foot, indeed.
Come on, man. Do not let her outflank you on this issue. Do not. And the other thing she indicated there is that he's incredibly corrupt because he's only serving himself. He's serving Israel and he's serving himself, which
that's right wing to you. Well, then you need to maybe readjust how you see the right wing, because now you're actively looking for enemies within people that agree with you, which is some of the fucking most destructive shit in leftist politics. That's something you need to start reforming on.
How many corruption scandals does there have to be for people to wake up to see the plain-faced reality that this is the most corrupt regime in United States history? Just alone with his scam crypto shitcoin. That alone was like, oh, you're the most corrupt president ever by far. But it goes...
No, but what I'm saying is if you're already conflating that in your head to be like, that's right wing, it's like, but it's not. It's not right wing media. Just objectively, it's not.
Way beyond that. Fucking Jared
Just because he's a fucking classic centrist. Like, what the fuck? Man?
Kushner taking $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. Trump himself taking tens or hundreds of millions from Saudi Arabia. We don't even know how much for the Live golf events. This is insane what we're witnessing here. And what Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling it out. Ooh, he fucked up this time, bro. He never should have went so hard in the paint against her. He never should have done it. Especially because she was a true believer. And she still is. She keeps acting like, I don't get it. You're not in the Epstein files. Just release them, Trump. Well, Marjorie, my sweet summer child, I got some bad news for you. Again, he's all over those files. That's why he was so desperate to not have them released.
That serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the
I mean, my question was answered by a different way than was intended.
United States of America. And
have you heard of Bastiat? No.
Americans, like the women standing behind me.
If it's a streamer, then maybe. Like, I don't know them. Like, I may have heard the name.
And I want to tell you
like I've heard that
this only became possible today because the American people, whom we serve as representatives here in Congress, demanded that this vote happen. And they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them. And today you are going to see probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein files.
Almost.
But the real
One
fight
guy.
after that.
Goddamn. So, you know you done fucked up, Trump. You know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up. Man. All right. There you have it. Like I said.
All right. There we have it. All right. Les Kyle Kulinski. I know that I'm actively, like, again, this is sad for me because I do like his content. I like when I see his stuff pop up and then I go into it, and most of the time it's not so insufferable. Well, wasn't so insufferable. Lately it has been, though, because I don't know what he's doing with that. Like, that was a perfect example of everything I have a problem with as far as Kyle Kulinski's coverage. Okay. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. Speaking of the Philly D thing, here we go. The right-wing coverage.
The bill to release the Epstein files arrived on Trump's desk today, and by the time that you're watching this, he may have already signed it. But what we end up getting...
I'll be fair. He's center. Like, he's literally as center as you get without showing your political affiliation.
Might not satisfy people who want to get to the bottom of this. And that's unfortunately not going to be that surprising for a lot of people because we've already gone through 5 months of feet dragging, deflection, diversion, distraction, and denial from Trump and the Republicans. But then after realizing he was going to lose the vote and that was going to...
Is that the Sharpie noise? Well, be careful. Illuminati might come sue you because apparently she created the Sharpie squeaky.
It's so embarrassing. He told Republicans,
Didn't you know
vote
that?
for it. And
she only burned her entire career for it.
Every single lawmaker in the House except one, Louisiana Republican Clay Higgins, voted in favor. And then, and I was shocked by this, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer fast-tracked passage of the bill by a procedure known as unanimous consent. And basically, that meant as soon as the House bill reached the Senate, it automatically passed.
You're falling out. Good night, folks. Catch you next time. Mitchell, I appreciate you hanging out as long as you did today. Yeah, I will catch you on the next stream.
Without any debate, delay, or revisions. For that to happen, it's not that everyone needs to vote. Yes, it just requires...
Taking the day off tomorrow, so Friday.
Nobody to object. Though it also meant that senators didn't have to go on the record with a yes or a no vote.
The only reason I'm leaving the Thursday on the schedule, by the way, is because I know that I'm going to have some Thursdays coming up here where I'm going to have to stream.
The House did. And actually, when Schumer was asked why he opted for that trade-off, he explained.
Because we want to get this done. And if they would have been allowed amendments, they could have delayed it. And if you have amendments, guess where it goes? Not to the president's desk, to the House. And the House, who knows what they do with it.
And actually,
thank you for explaining everything like we are in first grade civics.
According to reports, ever since the discharge petition setting all this in motion passed, White House aides had been trying to get the Senate to amend the bill when it arrived, with them reportedly encouraging senators to frame any slowdown as responsible oversight and circulating talking points to vulnerable Republicans. And then, despite House Speaker Mike Johnson urging the Senate to amend it, yesterday Majority Leader John Thune just didn't put up a fight. And as far as why, you had Republican Thomas Massie giving his opinion on why his own party had such a change of heart.
They realized this could jeopardize the majority if they took the side, literally the side of pedophiles
and rapists.
And with this, you had a Trump official saying that once Trump got it, he'd sign it. And a big thing is that from the moment Trump signs it, the clock starts ticking and the Department of Justice will have 30 days to release the full files. So that then gets us into muddy waters. But it's unclear whether they intend to use up all that time or just rip it off like a Band-Aid sooner. So with that, if you ask critics, the DOJ really shouldn't need any more time to redact sensitive victims' information because they've had close to 10 months now to do that. You know, you're even seeing Republicans publicly just wanting to get this over with, such as Tom Tillis.
Release the damn files, period. I don't care about how the sausage is made. I just want it out in the open for everybody to consume.
But still, you've got just so many people bracing to see what else Trump and the people around him are going to do to possibly protect him. Right? Because by my count, there are at least 5 potential moves that Trump could make in the coming weeks that people are anticipating. First, he can and will go back on the offensive with, for example, a White House official saying, the Democrats are going to come to regret this. Let's start with Stacey Plaskett. You think we're not going to make a scene of this? Or with that, referring to Stacey Plaskett, who's a Democrat and non-voting delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands, whose name popped up in the most recent Epstein email stone. And that showed that during a 2019 Oversight Committee hearing with Trump's former lawyer Michael Cohen, she was having a text exchange with Jeffrey Epstein. And so you had critics latching onto that and accusing her of secretly being fed questions in real time by a pedophile sex trafficker. But then yesterday she defended herself on the House floor, claiming that at the time she didn't know that he was being investigated and that he texted her, not the other way around. Explaining that after a live clip of her went viral, she got flooded with texts from friends and foes alike, and one of those people was Jeffrey Epstein, her then constituent.
I don't need to get advice on how to question anybody from any individual. I have sought information from confidential informants, from murderers, from other individuals, because I want the truth, not because I need them to tell me what to say.
But still, you had House Republicans trying to censure her over it, which actually would have removed her from the Intelligence Committee. But that motion got shot down last night in a vote of 209 to 214. Or with it mostly being along party lines, though 3 Republicans joined Democrats and 3 more voted present. Though that's not to say that there wasn't some heated debate on the House floor.
Standing against a convicted predator's influence in our proceedings is not partisan. It's basic decency. We cannot pretend this didn't happen.
This seems to me to be one more pathetic effort to distract and divert attention from the fact that the president's name appeared more than 1,000 times already in the small fraction of material released on Epstein.
But moving on from that, for now, you have Trump's second option being to just not release the files in open defiance of the law that he himself signed, which I would say would be an extreme action, though not totally unprecedented. I mean, we've seen this administration ignore judges, at least temporarily, and refuse to spend funds that were appropriated by Congress for a specific use. Plus, Trump has broad criminal immunity, and he can pardon anyone he wants, so there's arguably not a whole lot preventing him from just breaking the law. Though given the number of options here, I don't think he goes this route, at least not immediately, and at least Thomas Massie, he doesn't seem too worried about that possibility right now.
They are criminally liable at the DOJ and FBI if they don't release these files. This is a law.
And that brings us to option number 3, which is for Trump's DOJ to block certain documents from getting released, citing ongoing investigations. Because when you know it, this bill, it has a little caveat, which is that it allows the DOJ to withhold or redact any records that would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution. And again, oh my gosh, the shocking timing. Last Friday, Trump had Pam Bondi open investigations into Epstein's relationship with 3 Democrats, Bill Clinton, Larry Summers.
See, now guys like Philip DeFranco here, they actually help with this, like getting this message to the normies.
And Reid Hoffman.
I can't tell you how many of my just apolitical friends or just normie friends, this is how they get their news.
Any withholding of material related to
I was probably a little pushy with that one, where it's just like, guys,
it must be narrowly tailored and temporary. And so with that, it's unclear how much time that would actually buy them. And again, you have Massie not seeming overly concerned about that either.
Even if they start 10 investigations, there's no way they're going to cover up the crimes that have been perpetrated on 1,000 victims.
But then next up, the 4th option is to release the files, but redact the parts that are embarrassing to Trump and his allies. And while the bill explicitly prohibits the DOJ from doing that, it's unclear what tools lawmakers actually have to ensure that rules follow. And while I personally think it's going to be a mixture of options 1, 3, and 4, there's also option 5, which is to just dump the files unredacted all at once. Right, in the hopes that the media and just people in general will be flooded with so many revelations about people whose name are not Donald J. Trump that minor mentions of Trump just kind of get overshadowed. But of course, with that, he is the sitting president of the United States, so he'd likely be at the center of any conversation, especially because in this power-hungry and billionaire world, so many people are connected. And again, like I've talked about, with the way that Donald Trump has handled this, no matter what gets released, people are going to believe that there's more, right? Whether there is or there isn't, because he has acted this entire time like the most guilty, sketchy person ever. I mean, he fought this thing tooth and nail, put his hand up Mike Johnson's asshole to puppeteer him, to roadblock everything. More and more time passes. You've got more and more people saying, okay, it feels like they're buying time to remove things, to have some sort of conspiracy. You got Mark Epstein talking about he heard that there's a facility where they're removing information. And so in the meantime, you got a lot of people like Massey saying, you know, they're not going to be satisfied until some real shit comes out, because he knows that it exists.
I'll do
We
one and
will
one.
know when the Epstein files are released because men will go to prison. I know through the victims' lawyers there are
That's a
at
good way
least
to make
20
$2.
credible accusations of rape and sex trafficking that have been relayed to the FBI, and they've done nothing about it.
You know, whether the Epstein issue hangs over Trump's head or not, you have many feeling like this past week alone, it's already shattered his myth of political invincibility. Or before this, it appeared like he had an iron grip on his party. They followed him, he didn't follow them. Now you're hearing more and more talk, and this includes in MAGA circles of, is he a lame duck? Right, and as we've seen with these situations with Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, some on the right, they're maneuvering themselves to come out on top in a post-Trump future. Because, you know, I know it's easy to forget because he's just on every screen,
Those smell straight up like gingerbread cookies.
single day, but he's not going to be there forever. He's almost 80 years old, and he's not exactly the healthiest human specimen. Though personally, I think it's more likely we enter a post-Trump future because of his McDonald's order rather than, you know, Republican politicians getting a spine. I truly think many just want to be able to fall back in line. But I mean, we even saw that with Elon Musk. One of the reasons the Epstein situation got to this point is Elon Musk blasted Trump about the Epstein files publicly. And after jabs left and right, he was at that Saudi dinner last night. You know, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene would love to be in his good graces despite, you know, Trump attacking her, even though she's been like one of his biggest warriors over these years. But whatever the case may be, I think we'll get a lot more insight very soon. Because sooner than later, there's going to be that vote around the Affordable Care Act subsidies. And while a big thing was that Marjorie Taylor Greene broke with him on that, it's also been reported that some other Republican lawmakers want to compromise with Democrats on the issue. Though as far as Trump, he doesn't seem like he's budging. And a big thing is if those subsidies expire, premiums are going to skyrocket for over 20 million people. And of course, that's on top of the inflation situation and the dire state of the economy in general. But in the meantime, as we wait to see what happens, one, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here, but also two, what do you think is going to happen with the Epstein files? Or whether it be
actually, in 19 minutes, we're going to be doing
talked about, or even something else. And then there's more we're going to dive into in a minute. But first, let me say I am convinced that most protein bars,
we're done here. Trump defends NBS. All right, don't need to really go through that. That was a good segment, though. If you guys want to see the rest of this specific show, though, oh, that is not that. That was for wife's cancer. Nope, damn it. Oh, fuck that up. There we go. There, you can go to Philly D's channel and check it out. Man, watching DeFranco is always a trip. Used to watch him when I was 15. Oh my God. Whoa. But he has been doing this for like, yeah, because I used to see his videos pop up along with TYT's. I would always kind of ignore them. Like, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure he'd rather follow the left than the right. That's the vibe I get. Yeah. I mean, I think he follows the left. The problem is, guys, like, everybody expects everybody to go super into their political opinions as people like his channel because he covers the news. And I've seen that be the main criticism, where it's like, how are you going to cover the news but not be honest with your slant? He's like, I am. He's like, I just don't bombard people with it. You know, because he is trying to be more accessible to people from the left, the right, and the center. Like, that's just how that works. And that's why he has the numbers he does. 6.62 million subscribers. You know, like, I thought he had more. But either way, guys. Man, vocal fry today. Gotta say, the Verps do that for sure. Oh my God. Communist mayor of New York, Zoram Kawami Mandani, has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place in the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Further details to follow. Okay. Way to be a dick. Think about it. What is going on here? Oh shit. Here we go. I got the Tim Pool thing loaded up. All right. You know how that goes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hold on. Be still in my heart. Be still in my heart. I always get so excited. Not in the weird way, but like I get excited to see my hero. Oh, I'm gonna go do a few kickflips to calm down. Kickflip. Kickflip. He's kickflipping. Dude, Melbourne, Australia has gone wild. There seems to be a protest at least once every week. Really? Shimmickchi. How you doing? Welcome to stream. I don't think I've seen you in a bit. Kickflip. Climate change and free Palestine protests. Well, the climate change stuff really is, like, Australia's getting fucked by that. It's almost like that when you're in the southern hemisphere like that, it might affect you a little bit more. Phil knows his audience. He has been doing this for a while. Also, people just want to chill and watch. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we tend to go to channels, even like mine, where you do, like, I'm here to offer my political nuance, like, or my political opinions to stuff. Like, I'm open with it. You know, this is the reason that I do also understand it, is because I've said that I want to make this show welcoming to other people's ideas and not in debate lordy ways. Like, I'm just genuinely curious about how other people came to their positions, and if I can move them a little bit left, that's great, which I have done. I have had multiple people tell me that I have helped pivot their position in politics, which that was my mission all along. When I started this, I even said if I could change one person's mind on all this stuff, I've already done my job. And like, legit, it's just like, holy crap, including me. Aw, thank you. See? It's almost like when you engage with people on like on a level where you don't constantly treat them like they're idiots for thinking the way that they do, they're more willing to engage with you. But like I said, I've seen so much hostility, and this is something that a lot of lefty channels have been guilty of for the last few years. You know, didn't help with Destiny doing the same shit. Fuck, Hassan sometimes, like, he's been better about it lately, but he used to do the same shit. Man, you really you love those glow-in-the-dark covers. I actually, dude, I just got the shiny cover for Deadpool, Batman vs. Deadpool today. I haven't bought, like, a gimmick cover in a while, but it just looked too good. Actually, you know what? I'll go get that, because I gotta pee anyway. All right, let's start this. I hate doing this, but can I make it through the intro? No, I can't. His intro is literally only a few seconds long. All right, let me find something else. Oh, yeah, I have a really funny video for the fun half, by the way. Oh, that's coming up too. Here, I really have to pee, so if you guys can just give me 1 second, I won't even have a video. Big ol' screen of the dog up. We got 10 or 11 minutes to do that. Let me get my screen back. There we go. All right, yeah, here, check it out. Ooh, shiny. It's really cool art, though. Ooh. I don't know where I'm gonna put this. Next to the previews edition of it. Yeah. As I said, I haven't bought a gimmick cover like that in a long time. Ugh. But like I was saying, guys, my main mission is to be a show where I can kind of be a little bright star in this universe, this dark universe of shit, that people can gravitate to. You know? It's not like I'm sacrificing my morals or any of that shit. If people are completely out of, pocket, then I get rid of them. I tend to have a little more patience than, some streamers. And there's been a few cases where, I let it go a little too long. Be real day. Like I said, I'm not sure if it's because I have brain damage or what the hell it is, but I really have a very low capacity to not be just my most authentic self. I'm not sure if it's autism. I have not been diagnosed with autism, so that's why I say a touch of it. I was formerly diagnosed with ADHD though, which again, no kidding. Bad things about Canada. I always do that. Canada are cost of living, paper straws. Yeah, see, but the thing is, you guys made that's a culture war that it's always a culture war. Cost of living sucks in America too, bro. It does. I bet statistically to how much you guys get paid to where it the cost of living in America, it's probably neck and neck. But you're focused on your area, which is fine. I'm not saying anything about that because you tend to focus on the area you live in or the country you live in. How dare you do that? How dare you? Autism do bees that way? Ask me how I know. The onion. What would be the one thing you would like to change in America? There can only be one. Oh. Ooh. Literally the tax rate. The corporate and the wealth tax. Yeah. We can go back to the tax rates of the 70s, 60s, 70s, 90%. These motherfuckers after, and like I said, I'll be fair for this one because it used to be over $400,000. Give them their first billion, honestly, because we're talking so much money with the rest of it. It would pay for the healthcare. It would pay for all the other things. So yeah, that's what I would change. A French person initially named Canada. It do be like that. I could never forget how much dude, chill. It's literally 6 minutes away here, man. I appreciate you, but damn. definitely of the smoke weed every day. Let the transcriber get that one. Good luck. All right, let's do this Tim Pool thing. Some of you guys might have already seen this because it was the Surfs who tackled this one, and that's how it even came to my radar. I need to find a Tim Pool clip channel that is as efficient as the one that like produced the Megyn Kelly clips and some of those, because yeah, I've been looking. Most of it is just his stuff, and it's always, of course, the clips are always the best moments from his show, from his perspective, so it's never the idiotic takes that you have to actually go watch this shit for, which I swear to God, I hope that Lance has somebody in his audience that was just curious, like, they're like, they're masochists, so they go and watch shit that they hate, obviously, to just kind of get that, where they're like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, I like being angry all the time. So they're just like, oh my God, you gotta see what Tim Pool said. So you could change anything but tax the rich was your go-to, not bring universal health care. Like I said, I actually did put some thought behind that. Taxing the rich could lead to universal health care. Like, that much money coming in leads to that. Yeah, actually, the corporate tax, like the tax rate is probably, yeah, that's step one. But okay, I guess I'm not virtuous enough because I didn't just say, okay, universal health care. Because even universal health care, most people don't understand how to do that. You're going to have to raise taxes all across the board, which is why people tend to react very poorly to that, because they hear that and they're like, that's going to be my taxes. And they're not necessarily wrong, because if we don't improve the corporate tax rate and the fucking just general wealth tax rate, then we're the ones on the hook for that. We constantly do this thing where we fight for the interests of the upper class that doesn't give a fuck about us. They give us pennies on the dollar. They give us, but we're all here just like, don't take that little bit extra. Fuck. So sick of it. Especially because it's always like these, it's everybody that already has access. Everybody that has enough, more than enough, are the first ones to be like, you can't have that. How dare you? How dare you even want that? Fuck you for wanting that. The super rich owns so much of the wealth. Yep. Exactly. And that's where I'm saying we live in a different era where just that alone, over $1 billion, you could let these billionaires still exist and get to their billion. Also, that gives them a cap where it stops there. Like, this obscene amount of wealth should be capped. I'm sorry. We have seen this experiment fail the way that it has. Elon Musk has almost $1 trillion. What the fuck? How does that make sense? But we're all out here just like, yeah, you know what really makes sense? We need to go and take away some of these food programs. We need to get rid of, and we can't even discuss adding anything to this. What are you doing? Meanwhile, we just cut their taxes again. And they're literally doing the thing where it's like, okay, so you cut their taxes again and then raised our premiums and then raised the prices on everything, and we're all out here arguing with each other. This is where I get sick of the conspiracy crowd. This is where I started yelling at that dude the other day, where it was just like, no, dude, you're not helping. Doing this shit, or the Bill Hicks guy yesterday, where it's just like, oh my God. So you move on to that instead of actually focusing on the fact that these billionaire assholes constantly create class wars just to keep us going at each other and not going after them. Literally, it is them staving off a fucking, I can't even use the word. I think we have a brewery, Revolution. It's a great band, by the way. Dead serious. You do not listen to Revolution. You should definitely check them out. But, hey, Starman, we are 30 seconds away. So you ready? Lighters up, everybody. put the lighters up. Fly with me, fly with me. Getting bright enough. East side, west side, north side. Do it right. All right. Let's do this. Okay. I don't get it. It's 9:21 for me. I've been on for 4:20. That means that the stream has just hit that. If I did not clarify myself. Okay. Trump barfed another huge paragraph again. This is also another key that we need to start doing as a collective society is ignoring him. Let the paragraphs get longer. Let him use all caps. The fact is, we let the media control the fact, like that everybody has the TDS because everybody's got it. What they're ignoring is that Republicans have it too. Everybody's got it because he is captivating. This is the whole point. But he's also he panics when he's not getting enough attention. He is a child. He's a fucking child. The problem is we're shit parents. I mean, he does work for us. People forget that too. Like, that motherfucker works for us. That's our house. He literally is just a figurehead that is the executive for us. Not in a job title sort of way. And this is where he mixes that up. And this is also where we talk about like the branches of government. It's like, no, you know what? We need to talk about the 4 branches of government because it's the people, then executive. Like, we always miss out on that shit where it's like, no, we're technically part of the government. We control all of this. It's for the people, by the people. But you know what? Let their fucking narratives spin your mind into just constantly forgetting that. Let their narratives push you away from being closer together with any centrists or anybody that is even on the right wing. Let them win constantly. Just let them do it. Play into the culture war, guys, because that's gonna win us anything at all. Like oh god. Sorry. I want to have fun with this Tim Pool thing anyway. Ice raid's coming to my neck of the woods. No shit. And my asshole MAGA governor is a big ICE supporter of ICE. Oof. Fuck. I didn't know you were in NOLA. No shit. Went to a jazz festival in NOLA. Dude, actually, my father-in-law, he ended up being on this HBO show that was filmed down there. If you've ever heard of Treme, good show. But yeah, he's in the show because they were filming. I'm like, wait a minute, we were there for that. Is that him? Holy shit! He just happened to wander over to the right show. Let him win or fight. And that's the thing. Like, we have to still fight, but fighting requires us to not fight each other. And they are very good at that. You realize that every time that we fight with another American, I don't care how far their politics are, that's them winning. If we're not arguing the entire idea of billionaires and the elite class fucking us over consistently
and maintaining a system that consistently does so. We know, and this is where they're dumb as fuck. If they would just give a little bit more, make our lives just that little bit more comfortable, they wouldn't get dissension. But this is also where they want that right now. Like, but this is also where they are dumb as fuck. I think that they overplay their hands constantly, especially the Trump administration. He has way too much confidence in his ability to execute the things that he wants to execute. Like I said, if he was a Putin, if he was actually smart, this is where it's going to sound bad, but Putin's smart. He was an ex-KGB agent. Like, this motherfucker is cold, calculating, and just knows what he's doing. Trump is a petulant, emotional child who he has no confidence. He is legitimately one of the least confident people I've ever seen. He reacts to everything. But he's done something to the American lexicon where we're doing the same shit. We react the same way. And that's why I come back to this. Okay, he has another paragraph out there. I'm ignoring it. I don't give a fuck what he had to say. So how's that? How you like them apples? It's like people want to give up their power for the strongman leader type. That's what it always is. You know what that is? I had a hockey coach. I've talked about this before, but I'm sure that a lot of you guys are newer here. When I first started my channel, I talked about this. So I had a kick-ass hockey coach. It was the team that I was the captain of, and he was a fucking badass because he spoke like philosophy in hockey. And he was talking about how when it came time for the captain's position, we actually had a hard time getting anybody to even step up. And then when we did, it became like a weird thing where they were kind of like, they didn't necessarily want to be captain, but they wanted assistant captain. Like, it was so weird. Like, it was just and then you had the few that were just like, I want the letter on the jersey. It's like, okay. So my coach, he was talking about leaders and followers, and he was just like, there's natural leaders. There's like people who want to lead who should never lead. And there's the ones that they lead by example just by being them. And half the time, like he was saying, they don't even want to do it. He's like, but those are the people you want to lead your team. That's why I got the captain's position. And yeah, he was just like, and sometimes, there's the back end of this where he's like, and sometimes, people just want to follow. He's like, you have to understand that, like, some people just want to show up, lace up the skates, play the game, go home. They don't want to think about any of the other shit. They don't want to talk about, like, having coaches meetings, going to it, like, having any administrative shit, which I learned how to do. Like, there was a lot of that kind of stuff where it was like, oh, wow. And I apply it to my, like, the way I view everyday life, and he was a fucking amazing coach. He really was. He was the shit. I only had him for 2 years. That sucked. I remember he's like the only one that I was ever like, oh, man, I don't want to go play for another team. It's just like, that's how it works. He's like, you move on up. But he was very much like, don't forget the lessons that you learned here, though. He's just like, respect your other coach. But which he was big on that. He's like, always show respect to your coaches. But he also said, like, he was very open. He's like, some coaches don't know what they're doing. He's like, unfortunately, he's like, we have a system where the coach's kid tends to get more ice time. And he's like, they don't always deserve it either. You never saw that on him. And he had a kid that played on the team. Never did it. Like, again, he wasn't the fucking captain. He wasn't even in a leadership position. Good. I mean, he was a solid player, though. Nice guy, too. Again, when his dad is fucking piece of shit. Oh, what up, Joe? Just saw you there. Sorry. Kind of spaced off chat for a second. Why I insist to my DSA just have shit people can do, like, pick up trash, hand out flyers. Well, again, picking up trash is great, but, like, flyers, I don't know, man. We had a big flyer drive with our DSA, and it was the biggest bust because it was such a waste of money. Nobody kept the fucking flyers. Like, we didn't get any new members. So that sucked. Yeah, we had a kid like that. Didn't even want to play. Okay. I played on multiple teams. There was a team that the coach's kids were on it because they were twins. They did not want to fucking play. They hated They always hated practice, and then they hated playing games. And like they were honestly shit for it. Like, man, yeah, that sucks. It sucks. Weird question. Any Gundam behind you? Those are all Gundams behind me. Although this is my baby. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna be able to build it because I got the 40th edition Grandpa, and it's the manga edition. Yeah, got tons of Gundams. A Marvel zombie. Oh, yeah, I remember you. Actually, I just showed this. You missed it. Oh. I was talking about how I haven't gotten a gimmick cover in a little bit. Boom. I had to spend some money on this one because it was too fucking cool. Plus, I love a good virgin variant, is what they call it. No words. So good. Trump has done one thing that has reignited the left and sort their shit out. Well, that's usually what happens in times of adversity. Like, Star Wars of all things, as much as I'm not a big fan of, the newer stuff, I do like the way The Mandalorian showed how the Rebel Alliance winning wasn't, like, it was great, but it also had its major drawbacks as far as the execution of being able to police the galaxy the way that the Empire did. Like, and this is where, trust me, I'm not pro Empire here. I'm not pro fascism, obviously, but it was showing just like logistically they were at least a little bit, better at keeping order. That was a thing, but it wasn't the answer. But if I wanted to live in either version of that galaxy, I would definitely say, yeah, I would want to live in the one where the rebels were in charge, even though it does seem like it's a clusterfuck. What is going on with this shit? Okay. Fucking Windows, man. Okay, you can get the fuck off my screen now. Has anybody else been having this problem where your widget thing will not fucking just go away? All right, that's it. I'm done with this. Get the fuck off my screen. I am done with this. I hate MS. Like, dude, Microsoft is such a pain in the ass. They always have been. Use Explorer. Nobody uses Explorer. Use MSN. Nobody uses MSN. Nobody. If I click that shit and see it, I'm like, ew. Like, get the fuck off my screen. Fuck. Sorry. Didn't mean to have my crash out there, but god damn it, that was pissing me off. It's like, hey, look, we made it more. Look, we made it so it's not even streamlined. It takes up half your fucking screen. Use Explorer, what a joke. It's just like, ew. Ew. I don't hate my... I do... It's like, I hate myself, but not that much. Remember the MSN Messenger days? What the fuck? Again, yes, MSN Messenger. What are you doing? We're not going to use your crap, okay? Okay? I can't stand the fact that they even made me. There was one thing recently where they're like, oh, we need you to have a professional account through MSN. I was like, why? Why do you need me to do what? God, that pissed me off. That's why I still have this shit even popping up. They're setting you, there's a setting you need to change. YouTube it. No, I know. I will. I actually think I already did it. Because I got it to go away, but I also was just like, you know what? Clippy. Hey, I actually liked Clippy. Clippy was all right. He just popped up at very inconvenient times and was a little bit of a passive-aggressive asshole if you were, using some colorful language, if you will. You remember that shit? Like, he would type out enough swears, Clippy would just be like, is this what you mean? It's like, mind your fucking business, Clippy. Yeah, dude, you want to talk about something from the 90s? Here, check this out. Fuck it. I don't think I'll get in trouble for this. If I do, I'll be fucking completely home. Wait. I will be floored. Guys.
Oh, Homestar Runner's old as crap?
I remember Lycos. There was a dog.
That's great, but not what I mean.
That's great. Oh.
This year celebrates 25 years of the website. Next year will celebrate 30 years of existence.
I'm entering my Florty 30s.
Read the worst children's book ever? Don't get creeped out. Celebrate with...
Don't get creeped out. Celebrate.
These 3 classic shirts, all deluxed up. And...
Oh, man. Is it bad that this is the one time I'm like, you know what? I have no affiliation with
oh, look, there's my
Homestar Runner.
Stamp on the back, commemorating 25 years.
Let's not call it that.
And look who's back to pollinate Bizcash Fly. It's the Trogdor Polo. And I said, look, man, I remember Lycos. There was a dog. Only from Styles Upon Styles.
Only from Styles Upon Styles.
Hey, there's freaking more.
It's Homestar Runner playing cards with original artwork on all 54 cards, including me as whimsical Harlequin. You can
deuce, double deuce.
Hey, don't forget me.
Deuce, double
Diamond
deuce.
Runner.
I will do it 9 times.
What's that?
I will do it 9 times. Dude. All right. Please tell me that they're kind of bringing the entire channel back, because I could use some Homestar Runner clips popping up every now and then. Don't flood the market, you know? Oh my god, I want to
Trogdor, the Burninator Plush. Plush does not move raw Burninator to devour human flesh. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Oh, fuck. All right, anyway. Sorry, somebody had brought up something, Oh, yeah, Clippy. I don't know why Clippy took me to Homestar, but... Oh, God. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Anyway, control panel is still running on every Windows PC. They've just covered it with a new... Ah, that's what it is. Rest well. Anyways. I look like you're writing a YouTube comment? Wait, why? Wait, does anybody here not know what Homestar Runner is? I just thought about that. I'm like, oh, wait. People might not know. Trump posted on Truth that he signed the bill and is taking credit for it.
Okay. Oh, I was doing a Clippy impression. Oh. What? Somebody is wearing that polo to work? Yes. Hey, you know what? I'm proud of them. If you do have a corporate gig and you are able to at least like have Trogdor and it's just like nobody really noticed and just be like, what the fuck is that? It's like, it's Trogdor. Started watching Homestar Runner in middle school. That's about right. That's about right. Oh, Homestar. I'm not even kidding, though. I kind of want that Strong Bad shirt, and I want that Trogdor. Those are badass. The Burninator. Also not made of real flesh. Oh, man! That's the fucking Strong Bad. Oh, fuck. Let's do the Tim Pool. All right.
We should retract. We should collapse. The economy should fall into a recession or depression if it means.
So we kind of saw a little bit of this yesterday, but still.
So we refocus on the American dream.
Really? Okay, that's your answer?
An American.
I like how I like Lance's
no
answer here.
H-1Bs, no visas, seal the borders, will retract, the economy will collapse, the liberal economic order will fail, but America will have a resurgence in 40 years. Because it's going to take a couple generations to get back to that point where you have the large growing.
Only rich people would suggest things like this, by the way. Rich racists, essentially.
Because she was asking him questions, not letting him finish, and
I was like, I knew all the fucking, grown men who act like 12-year-olds were going to be so excited about this.
it's a slow news day, but it's a fun news day, I gotta say. So I hope you're thoroughly entertained as I will now play for you this clip of Donald Trump calling a journalist a piggy. And everybody's tweeting like, did he just call her a piggy? Yeah, apparently it was over the Epstein files.
I already knew this was how it was going to go, that they were going to laugh at this, and this is like the reaction it was going to be.
This whole cycle on Epstein has been weird. I can't put a pattern together. And I pride myself on being able to find patterns in things. But
oh, shit. Didn't mean to cover Lance here.
Definitely what I've known Tim Pool after years of covering him for is
working on that.
Really skilled at. Yeah, no one does it like the Beanie Man. Boy, oh boy, do I know how to recognize patterns in the world. And it's like, okay, you don't know how to cover this. Trump is the guiltiest motherfucking person that ever lived.
Look at his shirt.
Jesus Christ.
His shirt is
unless
patterned.
You're trying to protect him.
He's trying to tell you something,
Unless you care about defending MAGA, unless you want to avoid actually talking about the fact that Trump is all over this shit, it's the most obvious thing in the world. Even before we had all this information about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, or Epstein himself saying they were best friends, or these emails that leaked where survivors of Jeffrey Epstein were like, yeah, that guy is so attracted to teenagers that he runs into like glass doors. And like there are other survivors who are like, I didn't want to show up the house when Trump was there because that guy's insatiable. Or Trump's own lawyer, his daughter giving testimony that Trump was like attracted to her when he was 15 and saying all this creepy shit about how he was going to date her friends. This was while he was married. Trump saying in radio shows out loud before we knew about the Epstein stuff that he's attracted to teenagers. He walks into the dressing rooms of Miss Teen USA pageants to watch them undress, and I can just do that shit like that. The guy has a long history of being a pedo, and now that there's all this information that came out, it's like, yeah, he's fucking one of the guiltiest pedophiles that ever lived. And yeah, there's no way to recognize the patterns. There's not enough information there.
it is what it is. Let me play the clip for you in question, and I hope it brings a smile to your face.
You're going to find out what did he know with respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that he knew, including J.P. Morgan Chase.
Sir,
Yeah,
if
Jennifer,
there's
go
nothing
ahead.
incriminating in the file, sir, why not acting as a...
Are you 12? Because to me, like, if a serial rapist pedophile who happens to be in charge of the world's most powerful army is being asked a pretty flat out question after, clearly being upset by this line of questioning multiple times, like he's flipped out about it, where people are like, so what about Epstein? Epstein. Why are all these questions about that creep? I mean, come on, this is a Democrat hoax, all that kind of shit. Yeah, I would like to see him in a prison cell. And it's not just a Trump thing. I'd like to see all the rich and powerful billionaires, multimillionaires, politicians, members of the royal family actually see their time in prison. I know they won't. That's not how the world works. Terrible and awful men usually get away with their crimes because
Well, I mean, we're at the closest point of actually having this happen, though. See, this is where I say don't do the defeatist bullshit there.
rich and powerful have all the power and the riches. It's a shocker, I know. But
God, we always cower. We're just like, yep, that's just the way it works.
Yeah, no. For someone who's a journalist whose life is going to be
such a
difficult,
child, he really
especially
is.
if you are a woman in that field, to suddenly just have a dude who is again accused of being a serial rapist, pedophile, turn to them and call them piggy. Oh, epic! Yeah, he called her a pig. Amazing. Trump bodied.
This is our news day today. I know that there's more news, but this is the big one in the trending section
of my algorithm. Things Elon Musk's algorithm knows I like. Bam. Wow.
Of X and on Google, and everyone's asking, did Donald Trump call a journalist a piggy? Now, the question I have for you guys is appropriate? Is this appropriate for a president? I say yes. I say yes. It's not that big a deal. It's funny and we laugh about it. I think it's particularly funny that many people are acting like it's the apocalypse that he called this journalist a piggy.
No, this doesn't shock me in the slightest. He's got a long history. I mean, the guy's a rapist. He doesn't respect women.
Well, the more important takeaway here is the fact that he's panicking again. But all right,
he rapes them.
Oh, I get it.
It's all on brand. It's very on brand. And in fact, I'm surprised he was this nice, to be completely clear. Okay?
Really?
I think by Trump standards, this is actually like a courtesy.
A piggy? Apparently it was over the Epstein files, and the actual bigger picture story here has to do with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, I got a thing.
And it's from Mediaite. MTG slams Trump for calling her a traitor at presser with Epstein victims. I gave him my loyalty for free. The big picture on the Epstein stuff is how it is.
No one's freaking out about this. It's the same thing with like Sydney Sweeney. There are times when Sydney Sweeney does make it in the news, you know, the whole superior genes stuff, or the being unwilling
and you
to,
know what?
Condemn white supremacy stuff. That she'll make headlines.
Fucking,
but you'll see so many right wingers post stories about Sydney Sweeney.
Her career's definitely
the left are
that.
losing their mind because Sydney Sweeney looks gorgeous in this dress. Look how fabulous she looks, but they can't handle it. And I was like, I did not see a single liberal or left wing account complain about how this very tight green dress makes Sydney Sweeney's boobs look enormous in this one shot. Not one. I didn't see a single one of them post about this. Well, the left are losing their minds over Sydney Sweeney's new ice cream ad because she eats ice cream in a bathtub and they can't stand it because it's destroying wokeness.
That's a little disingenuous. I mean, it was about like the whole jeans thing.
No, I didn't see a single piece.
Again, she... Apparently they saw a boost for that, but then all of a sudden, you know, it was almost like it wasn't the Sydney Sweeney boost because they also saw a boost from, I guess, Travis Kelce, and just overall, people are going and shopping at American Eagle again.
Not even a Vogue article.
Okay.
Nothing in Jezebel. No one said anything because, again, people don't care about people finding Sydney Sweeney hot. No one on the left or the liberal side is complaining about that. They talked about the jeans ad because it's a white person making a joke about having superior genes. That's why it was newsworthy. They talked about the interview she had because in that interview she was given a very easy off-ramp to simply be like, that's not what I meant by the ad. And instead she decided to be like, I'm going to keep those far-right Nazis at bay by simply saying, hey, when there's something I want to talk about, I'll talk about it. That's why people talked about it. Otherwise, no one cares. Oh, also, we did talk about the fact that her movie flopped because not a single right-winger actually cares about art or stories about powerful women or stories about LGBTQ plus people. So as long as she's making movies involving those kind of topics, she's really playing a wild
Or again, nobody's really interested in seeing biopics, to be fair.
Game, I gotta say, you know, a dangerous one at that, where it's just like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna flirt with the whole Nazism stuff. You know, just
why
not,
is
not
everything always hyper political? It does kind of fucking get old.
Hardly gonna say anything.
It's just like, oh my god, Sydney Sweeney did her thing, and then they made it political. She never really did. Like, honestly, that's my favorite part about it, is she never really did chime in and just go like, yeah, you know what, I'm with Trump.
like I'm into that.
They all did like this speculative thing where it's like her parents like Trump, she must like Trump.
But I am certainly not going to also condemn it, which
I'm not even trying to stand up for Sydney Sweeney. It's just like, God, it's still fucking weird.
I'm sure
like,
it would be really easy to do, and you don't even have to do it while alienating those kind of people, right? There are safer ways to have done it, but I'm instead just going to be like, hey, yeah, I don't want to talk about that. So yeah, good luck. Good luck having 3 bombs in 1 year and then seeing where your career is going to go from here on out.
Fractured and strange. Donald Trump has come out and he has said, let's release these files. He's telling people we're going to go after these weird connections. We're going to figure out what's going on here.
No, he was trying to prevent it, and then when they were going to vote on it, he actually tried to get other people to...
Materialists bombed. You guys know about that movie, The Materialist? No? Okay. Chris Evans, Pedro Pascal, what's her fuck from the 50 Shades movies?
Flip. He brought in Lauren Boebert, trying to say, hey, Lauren.
Nobody saw that.
She of the Beetlejuice hand job. Any chance you might not be able to vote on this? And she was like, nah. And so he was like, okay. So then after that, he decided, okay, you know what? I will do a whole 180 because now we should release the Epstein files because he's still going to be able to protect himself. Even if the Epstein files, again.
Yeah, find me one person on the nay side of big honkers, yay or nay.
Not voted on in the House. They're going to be released. Now the Senate will vote on them. And if the Senate votes.
As somebody who does not, discriminate against a set of boobies.
Yes, then they'll go back to the House. The House.
I am for all boobies.
We'll vote on them.
except for that protesters' boobies from Portland. Not those boobies.
Yes. Then it goes to Donald Trump's desk. The word unclassified is in the language of that, so he can actually, in the interest of national security, aka his own ass, he can still redact anything he wants. So what they're going to do...
Thus proven there are indeed bad boobies.
...is the Epstein files will eventually get released, and he's going to give out information will make Bill Clinton and Larry Summers and aides to Obama look really bad. And on that end, that part's good. I would like to see all the people who have committed vile acts of human trafficking, abusing or raping children. I would like to see them all get destroyed. So that part of it will be good.
Okay, when does he actually watch the Tim Pool bit here? And man, and I thought I went on tirades. I mean, I do.
Is not going to survive much longer. I know it's a little
What'd I do?
black-pilled, but this is just one component of it. Behind the scenes.
Awesome. Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute, dude.
That's good. It's good news, you know?
I've been having conversations with many prominent individuals, and I despise the secrecy and the politicking that is going on. I despise it. And I think it's about to go tits up, which maybe
It's about to go tits up. I see.
Hey, and we're all happy for
something like this, I guess.
And you keep saying, but my kids need food. And now inflation is here, and there's food shortages, and your kids aren't eating, and the schools are indoctrinating.
Hold on, I can do the clip game too. You know, I've been playing this one.
There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding dong.
Your kids.
I will discuss in greater detail a little bit later. But let me just say, behind the scenes, there are a lot of conversations about the rift. There's conversations about
hey, speaking of tits.
Carlson, Candace Owens. Of course, I've brought up these issues, and I've mentioned that it's demoralizing that this is what people are focused on, this drama.
Oh, because it's funny.
But there's more to the picture, and it's a big picture, and let's just say the islands are breaking apart. They were held together by great bridges, but the bridges have been collapsing, and it's about to collapse.
So, I mean, the only thing he's right about is, yes, there is a complete and utter blood feud going on between a lot of different factions of the right now, and I love it, and it's been glorious to watch, and it's, you know, obviously very beneficial to the left, because if they all splinter apart, you know, if we have Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens versus Ted Cruz versus Lindsey Graham versus Ben Shapiro, and they're all fighting each other, those are a couple minutes that they're not fighting after vulnerable minorities. You'll notice there's less content coming out by a lot of those content producers right now that is just every single day, trans people, trans ideology, trans and gender ideology, they are coming to destroy us all, they are groomers and pedophiles. They've actually started doing videos about each other. And the Circular Firing Squad, it's a beautiful thing to see. So
It is.
I think on all levels,
I'm just not going to sit here pretending like this doesn't happen with our circles.
we should be doing everything that we can to encourage it and to make sure that the splinters continue. I don't even know if it really needs anyone's push at this point. It seems like, a lot of them, that they can't help themselves. Every other day, Matt Walsh does this whole kind of like, can't we all just get along? We need to stop fighting. We are so close to victory. And if we continue to fracture, we'll be, oh my God, I can't believe this person said this about me, fucking quote tweet. Like, I am America first, buddy. You don't know what you're talking about. I am not.
I mean, the fact that it's devolved to that, but they were lockstep for a long time. Can't deny that.
Controlled by the Israeli agenda.
The
blah,
media
blah, blah, blah.
ecosystem was pretty strong during that
Can
fucking
we please
election.
get along? We need to stop fighting. And holy fuck, this person just said this about me.
It is kind of funny though how like organically theirs is. I'm not, because do you guys see that? Like I've had this opinion that a lot of the leftist infighting was actually like pushed by psyops. That's my conspiracy. But I'm not sure if that's the same for the right. I think this is actually organic, where it's just like, yeah, they eat their own because, for real, they're just shitty people.
Do not take orders from Ben Shapiro. You are completely wrong. I am America first. I love the Christian cross. I will do anything for Jesus. He's inside me every day, 4 times a day. It's great. Keep going. All of you. Fight. Fight, fight, fight.
A little bit more.
Fight. Yes.
But in that vein,
Trump said.
this is where we land with Trump versus Marjorie Taylor Greene. Trump, of course, has always been critical of Thomas Massie, though Massie did endorse him. I don't understand why this has to be the focus, but sometimes, I suppose, you are given no choice. Trump has decided he's going to call up Marjorie Taylor Greene. He wants someone else to win these strong red seats who are going to be more supportive of his agenda. With the midterm coming up in about 1 year, I get it. And I certainly understand, as it pertains to Tucker, he's going to speak to his passions, and they're going to try and excise him and say, you can't come. And Candace will speak to her passions. And for that, they will oust her and say she's not welcome in certain spheres. And that means the islands are breaking apart. I think it's, let me put it like this. I know you guys comment, because I know many of you are going to say something similar. We can't risk fracturing at this moment. And I agree. But and so I'm interested in what you guys have to say. Principle or politics? It's an honest question. Right now, conversations behind the scenes are...
I like that he's giving up any pretense of being a far righter, by the way. He's like, all of my other far right friends, we are all in alliance. We must stop fighting each other. Oh, sorry. Milquetoast lib. Yes. No,
all right. I'm going to just say this, and I hate being fair to Tim. It's... Hold on. He better be. You be fair. To be fair, I think that he finally did away with that.
I'd vote for Obama a third time if I could.
We should be fighting privately and publicly.
I know that with Sam, he did try to be like, I'm not right wing, and Sam was like, what?
We should be showing unity and strength. But that
did the exact opposite, by the way. Like a lot of,
I mean, if he truly does believe that still, or like tries to sell that,
the right, especially the right-wing pundits privately, it really seems like they could give 2 fucks about any politics or stuff. This is all just like media and a game to them. They're fine like turning on a camera.
Yes, Matt, keep talking about Jesus being inside you 4 times a day.
Saying a bunch of shit. They have no idea if that's going to result in like, someone actually trying to beat up a trans kid or something. But afterwards, the lights are off. It's like, hey, do you want to hang out? Or do you think we could be friends? Or do you think we could actually, be friendly to each other? By the way, that's not Tim Pool towards me. That was Tim Pool towards Emma Vigeland, though, wanting to go grab sushi and have poker with the boys.
That would mean obfuscating the current goings-on in the political space.
Did I see Pool's appearance on Jesse Waters? I did not. What did they talk about?
Should we tell you, the audience, the absolute truth about what's happening if the truth is bad for the movement, as those are behind the scenes are trying to keep the glue together? It is coming unglued.
Which also...
Oh, wait. He has the logos out. Ooh, I might be able to do that again.
By the way,
if he's getting away with it, that means I could.
Candace Owens has revealed about the stuff that goes on behind the scenes.
They might have loosened the regulations on that.
Like,
I'll look into that.
I didn't think that Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk had any kind of a rift until I started seeing the leaked DMs from Candace Owens, where Ben Shapiro apparently was calling Candace Owens Charlie Kirk's slave, and was just like, Charlie Kirk was telling Candace that like he fears you and he fears how powerful you're becoming, and he knows Rose, and like, I mean, he wasn't wrong in terms of she was becoming powerful. She's completely overtaken the Daily Wire. She is now like, you know, a titan of that industry, and a lot of what Ben Shapiro has done. Ben Shapiro, it feels like with the Daily Wire, has kind of done the same thing that TYT did, where it just basically made all these monsters who eventually like rose and became more powerful than them. You know, like the Dave Rubins, the Jimmy.
Wait, he's saying that Tim did that?
Doors, etc.
Or
I mean, that's it. Yeah, Ben Shapiro did with the Daily Wire.
should we engage in the politics? Should we just say everything's fine, nothing to see here, we're great? Or should we be honest and say, guys, I think there's bad things happening? My attitude has always been transparency. My attitude has always been, I'm not here for political factions or ideologies. I'm not here for organizations.
This guy is brain drool.
Or politicians.
You can't say that after saying we need to work together and we need to stay united. By the way, I don't care about the factions and the politics of it all. You know?
I'm here for what is true because reality has a right-wing bias. But if elements of the right are breaking apart ideologically to such extreme degrees that Trump is going after Marjorie.
Wait. He just said right. Reality has a right-wing bias.
Taylor Greene and the Epstein files has created this rift and, you know, Israel and Charlie Kirk's assassination. I don't know that pretending it's not happening helps us. I think that putting it in the forefront can get us through it more quickly, and we need to, if that is going to be the best path towards uniting for a midterm victory. We'll see. Now, the story here about the Epstein files is that Donald Trump was questioned on Epstein and said, quiet, piggy. Trump snatch.
No, that's the story that you care about. That's the part that's interesting to you. You don't care about any of the actual information or leaks.
We had 300 million hits. You know that. Look, I can't.
I mean, yeah, does Tim actually care about the substance of the thing that she was asking? Or is he just like, yeah, you know what? Based. I like how he talks to the media. Yeah, you teach him. You teach him.
Tell him.
Fuck that reporter. How dare she even question? Like, that was, dumb question. Piggy.
Will you let me finish my statement? You are the worst.
Yeah, see, like, that's the only shit that he likes. And then Trump called her a reporter piggy. Isn't that amazing? Here's another clip of Trump calling another reporter a name. It's so funny.
He is doing
He's so based and epic.
But I think Trump's right on the tariffs.
He just even
I
had
think
the face,
he's done
too.
a decent job considering how bad things have been since COVID. So I'm overall pretty dang happy. Now, Trump is right when he says we need H-1Bs and Chinese visas, but he needs to make sure that the number one priority will always be Americans and Gen Z. America first.
That's not happening, you dumb motherfucker.
First doesn't mean
Dude, I couldn't debate him ever. I really couldn't, because it would just result in me just breaking down like
America only. There are certain.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Tim, this won't save you. They're coming after everybody eventually. The Nazis have been unleashed. All right, I'm sorry, you can't do the milquetoast fence sitting with Nazis. They're not going to be like, oh
no. I mean, that's a fair point. If Laura Loomer is coming out and finally saying some stuff about this, Tim, you're kind of the lonely guy in the corner that's still just like, there's not. What are you? You guys are being hyperbolic about that.
Okay, yeah, no. We would like some exceptions to be made, you know, in certain conditions and situations. I mean, if they're skilled coders, we can look past the fact that they don't have to be of the racially pure skin.
People who believe we should be America only. However, the point Trump is making on
By the way, that is exactly what they say, if you look at the American First Movement. And because Matt Walsh is so terrified of the Groypers in the American First Movement, who've been coming after him a lot right now because he works with Ben Shapiro and they're anti-Semitic, etc., Matt Walsh has started putting out videos where he says he only cares about Americans, and he's gone even higher than that and has started making videos where he says he only cares about his family. Like it's just like, I care about America first. That means I do not want anything beyond America. I don't want us to do partnerships with other countries. I don't want us to like give money to other countries. I only care about Americans. But I'll take that one step further.
Yeah, but then he'll be shit shocked again when everything's more expensive and then we have no influence in the world.
I care about my family first, above all things.
Selfish motherfuckers. It's he made a good point about this, about how it's just like rich people that have the benefit of thinking like that. But it's also those same rich people that could never conceptualize that they could lose it all.
You're asking me about whether I'll let 1,000 people die.
You do realize how much money you have to have that mentality, right? Right? I hope you're uncomfortable with that, because that one should sit with you.
Versus one of my family members, I'm going to
remember, they fight for every fucking dollar
to not give us, to make, or to not give, the system, so we don't have to fucking pay that.
Those people kind of thing. And I was like, this whole patch.
Meanwhile, they're sitting on these fucking just giant piles of cash all day, every day.
Entry
never have to worry about it.
Is not going to stop.
I don't even know how much money they actually have.
Gripers from coming after you. It's not. They are not the appeasement type. All right. You cannot fight neo-Nazis, incels, really, really angry, racial supremacists online by being like, I care about them.
Can we watch Sydney Sweeney's
America
instead?
An American. You can't be like a fucking...
That'd be a funny handle.
1980s Bud Light ad. I'm a real American. I like my beer cold. Like, that shit won't work. It won't work.
Bees is, right now you got the Ford CEO saying we can't find mechanics. We do need to bring in some
absolutely
talented labor. The H-1B thing, I think, is a scam. Trump needs to clarify this and make sure he's telling people we're not going to let exploitation happen. The only people we're going to bring in are going to be specialists because we want to maintain the current strength of the economy so that there will be homes. There will be
current strength of the economy.
Corporate equity.
Again, rich person take.
Securities and a chance for Gen Z to inherit something from America.
Oh, boy.
Some have made the argument we should retract, we should collapse. The economy should fall into a recession or depression if it means we refocus on the American dream and American strength. That is, no H-1Bs, no visas, seal the borders, we'll retract, the economy will collapse, the liberal economic order will fail, but America will have a resurgence in 40 years. Because it's going to take a couple generations to get back to that point where you have the large growing...
Only rich people would suggest things like this, by the way. Rich racists, essentially. That's the only... Because he'll be fine, by the way. If there's a complete global economic collapse, if everything in totality just crashes, he'll be completely fine. He's
Tim Pool's radioactive levels of cringe takes.
Already got an entire fucking, bunker.
I do genuinely wonder if he has any normies in his audience.
With weapons, worst comes to worst, he can try and shoot trespassers who try and steal his chickens and resources. He'll be fine. Totally fine. People like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, who also recommend these kind of directions where it's like, I think maybe we need to completely seal off the borders, have a complete financial collapse. And then it's through that we'll create strong men because people will suffer. They'll have to work really hard. And then through that working really hard, we can, build from the ashes. It's absolute insanity. Done by, again, billionaires, multimillionaires, people who can actually weather those storms comfortably. They themselves do not want to have to literally toil in the fields. They don't want to have to worry about where the next meal comes from. They won't have to worry about whether or not their neighbors are going to kick in their doors to try and steal resources. They don't care about any of that because, again, they're going to be fine. They have well enough resources. They could just move to an island for like 40 years and be like, oh, is America back? Cool, I'm getting back there now.
Population base. If that's your view, you're allowed to have it, I'm much...
Our genes are so mixed up now. We're literally all mods. That's the other thing, too, is that, that's why, as scary as a lot of the white supremacists and the Nazi movements have become...
they don't even understand that, even their genetics.
That's something everyone needs to keep in mind, is that, not only does the average person, even if you happen to be 100%, white, European, all that, the average person is not a disgusting ass, I care about the racial supremacy shit. They want to put food on the table. And now, a lot of these countries, Canada included, they become so
I don't like that everybody just wants to put food on the table, because we do want to do that, but it's the idea that gives, way to... and this is where that guy was asking me about materialism yesterday, where I'm just like, okay, hold on now, because... Shouldn't everybody have just that little bit more, or is this where we do start arguing where it's like everybody should live equal 100%? You don't get anything past a certain level. You do understand this is how right-wingers think. For real. I've had so many of these fucking conversations where that's what, their idea of communism.
Cultural. There is...
Which, trust me, I understand that's not the way it is.
In a situation anymore in which you can actually definitively have a strong enough movement of people who we want racial purity. It's like, well, your kids don't. Your kids are friends with people of lots of different ethnicities, of lots of different skin colors, whose families speak a lot of different languages. They're growing up in that. It's also the same thing with the whole anti-LGBTQ plus.
All right. I've kind of had it. I'm bored. I'm sorry. I got bored with it. Not enough of the Tim Pool ripping. Still like Lance. Still like his content. That was just a bit like on the. This is the fun half. I should have covered this one in the first half. See, this is the kind of stuff that I want to play. Fun half. This was hilarious. This happened at Legion of Skanks, or at Skankfest.
Put your hands together for Nick Rochefort.
Yes!
This is really funny.
Yo, thank you guys. Another $750 down the drain, Lewis.
Nick, we can barely hear you through the mask.
Another $750 down the drain. I dressed up like this at 8 a.m. this morning for you. You were like, yo, let's do a furry thing. Jay, I texted you. You said, text me. He was like, yeah, furry thing is funny. I have correspondence on this.
I have correspondence
Dave was
on
like,
this.
yeah, let's do it. I'll be a raccoon.
And he's got his raccoon costume.
I saw it back there, you freak. Someone in the crowd is going to come in their pants over this.
No doubt.
Kuruku.
There is no doubt.
Nick is a hot anime girl is turning me on.
All right. See, that brought it back up. Puerto Rican rattlesnake, Luis J. Gomez. Oh my god. I haven't seen Legion of Skanks in quite some time. Kind of realized that. But yeah, did you see Dave Smith? That's how I knew him, where it's like, yeah, one of the three dudes that's their whole shtick. Hilarious though, where they did actually they got him to do the furry thing. Oh my god, I'm the only one. Oh, you motherfuckers. Oh, that is always funny when you can convince somebody to show up to a costume, like an event in a costume where it's like, yeah, it's totally a costume party. It's 100% a costume party, man. Come on. Yeah, we're doing a onesie party. Just show up in a Pikachu onesie. Just, oh, you assholes. All right. Well, I got the Josh Johnson thing. And this looks, I mean, Epstein files fuel Trump versus MAGA feud. Let's see. Do I have time to play the whole thing? I don't think so. Damn it. No, I think I'm going to just hang out for the rest of the stream here. We can check in on a few other things real quick, though, because I do want to see, like, as much as I was bashing on the idea of Trump doing his thing. Let's see. Rogan mocks Trump over Epstein defeat.
During the most recent episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, Rogan brutally mocked Donald Trump over Trump's biggest political defeat
let's
of
see,
his second presidency.
The last time we watched this, where it's like Joe Rogan goes nuclear
so
on
hard,
Trump.
publicly and
like,
privately,
he really
to
didn't
thwart and undermine. And Rogan, who has been advocating for the release of the Epstein files from the very beginning, took a well-earned victory lap about that. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like,
join the Discord.
subscribe, and
Hell
alert
yeah,
bells
join the
before
Discord.
you go. All right, friends, this came during the most recent episode of the Joe Rogan
made a
Experience
hundo on
during a
there.
conversation with Rogan's
Hell
fellow
yeah.
comedian, Brian Simpson. Take a look.
It's layers upon layers. It's those Russian nesting dolls, and you open it, and there's another one in there, and you open, there's another one in there.
Corruptions at all time, bro. The Epstein files.
I heard there's no files. I heard it's a hoax. And then all of a sudden, he's going to release the files. Well, I thought there was no files.
Man.
He wants an investigation now.
Listen.
Like, what?
So let's stop right there. I love this. Okay, remember, Joe Rogan is one of, if not the biggest podcasters
what he's
in the
doing?
world. He interviewed Donald Trump. He helped
Although,
launder-
again, remember, I did criticize that we do see a lot of Joe Rogan clips in the context of, like, left-wing commentators shitting on him, where I've seen like the full clips when I got curious enough, like the Theo Vaughn one. Yeah,
And sanitize Donald Trump to millions of Americans. Usually,
it does kind of seem like they're tilting away from Trump and just going back towards we're just guys.
Independents and center left, center right leaning independents. I believe that Joe Rogan, along with
Not
Andrew
saying that he
Schultz of
didn't
the
contribute to this, and he
Flagrant
doesn't
Podcast,
still
the
suck.
Flagrant Podcast, Tim
Plus, his comedy's
Dillon,
objectively just
Theo
horrible
Vaughn, they
now,
were
but-
instrumental in getting Donald Trump reelected.
This is where I was saying with the Andrew Schultz thing, though. Like, we should have done the thing where it's like, dude, good job with Mom Donnie. Good job. We're glad that you're finally seeing the light. We're glad that you're finally, like, seeing that Trump is kind of a numbnut and really he played you for a fool. Because that's where you need to really kind of hammer that with these guys. And I hope that more comedians throughout the next year here start going on these shows and calling that out, because you can make that funny. You can just be like, oh yeah, dude, I mean, with all due respect, the way that you got played by Donald Trump was kind of funny. It shows how much of a masterful businessman he is. But at the same time, we're also glad that you saw through it after a little bit. It's like you saw the shiny new car. He did a good job selling you on it, but the second you got in, you took it for one little test drive, and you were just like, "Oh, it wasn't that bad." And he was just like, "You want the clear coat? We know you want the clear coat."
I'm not saying Rogan himself individually was,
We'll
but
check the
collectively,
protest,
I think
after this.
these manosphere, right-wing coded, MAGA adjacent podcasters helped deliver Trump back to the White
Jesus
House.
Christ,
And
get the
so
fucking
I'm not going to release the Epstein files. There are no files to release because it's all a hoax. Rogan is absolutely.
I didn't see why he said, but he did.
National
say what.
security.
Let me pull it up.
No fucking way you gonna be the
National
one. No,
security.
if you found out, if you
Mike Johnson, who ultimately voted for the House version of the legislation to force the release of the Epstein files while simultaneously opposing it. Again, he tried to have his cake and eat it too. He did claim that it was a matter of national security. That was one of his concerns. I mean, that's something that
I don't mind platforming these videos, and I don't mind watching the full videos either. But god damn, dude,
Republicans have been trying to trot out.
For somebody like me who I have taken so much shit for especially in my earlier videos where I would pause to give my takes, the way that every video like this is structured, and everybody's shut the fuck up.
To prevent the release of the Epstein files, there could be national security implications.
You pause too much.
But that was not, I don't think, the reason. If I remember correctly, it's not the reason why the lone Republican congressman decided not to vote to support it. But they get into that.
found out all of Congress voted for something and you the only one that didn't, can you change your vote? You can't be the one, guy.
It should be that it has to be like no.
That was funny. That was just so funny, the way that it was like, yeah, there were two dissensions. No, technically there was one. It's like, okay, so there might not have even been one. It might have been a guy that hit the wrong button because that other guy hit the wrong button. It's like, yep, I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit the end button, and I hit the Y button, or I hit the no button. That was my bad. No
one can know what the vote.
You changed my vote, please. That's why they had to take another vote
before you do it.
Bro, I would love to hear his reason. How you the one?
Well, I was feeling like let's move past it and let's get on with our business. And
But you can't move past it.
These billionaires are good people. Okay.
Man, when he has somebody on that he smokes with, it is kind of you can sense the vibe, and this kind of feels like an older Rogan episode.
They're good,
Clay
solid people.
Higgins was the one.
Who?
Clay Higgins.
Where's he out of?
Arkansas.
Louisiana?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
there
knew
he
it was one
goes.
of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was Clay Higgins, who's one of the more deranged MAGA Republican congresspeople, and that's truly saying something. Even people like Troy Nehls, another unhinged MAGA Republican congressman who originally said, no, I'm not going to vote on this. And then Trump flipped, and then he said, yes, sir, I'll vote on this. I mean, as pathetic as that is, at least he voted in favor of releasing the Epstein files. He gets no credit for it, but he gets more credit than Clay Higgins, who is truly unhinged, okay? Foghorn Leghorn of the House of Representatives. So later on in the conversation, the topic goes back to Epstein, and Brian Simpson makes a really compelling point about what the contents of the file might include.
The amount of money that's been paid out to victims of Jeffrey Epstein is like $300 million so far.
From where?
I don't know. Is that true?
Yeah, but there's also a bunch of money that just moved after he died that no one really understands either.
This is also sketchy.
Bro, I'm telling you, a lot of
It's
people,
so
if they really
sketchy.
release this shit in earnest, It's gonna change everything. I hope it's that powerful.
Do you think it will be?
Well, all I know is the most powerful person on earth has been doing a lot to keep that shit from coming out. And I'm not like everybody else. I don't think Trump is in there in a criminal way. But I think he has a lot of powerful friends that have been putting pressure on.
I mean, that seems to be the general consensus now.
Him to keep.
If we're gonna believe Gouffre's assessment of it, which
that shit under wrap.
Convenient. As I said, I've said this before, where it's like, oh yes, I'm glad that we're all quoting the dead girl.
I think
woman. Sorry,
could be. Or he could be implicated. We just don't know. That's the problem. And Trump...
Which, not sus at all that she, kind of just thought it was too much right before they got to the point of really exposing this. I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't. Just
his behavior.
There's that other side of me that goes, yeah, that has some Jeffrey Epstein vibes to it.
Behaved in such a way
that
it's only fueling cause.
A little convenient for too many people, but okay.
For speculation. He has no one but himself to blame. And it's reflected in a pretty shocking poll that recently came out. But again, I really appreciate what Brian Simpson said there, that, hey, people say that there's nothing consequential here, and yet the most powerful man in the world is scared shitless of releasing these files. And that's
it's so obvious. Oh my God.
That's something, especially.
Why is everybody just like overthinking this shit? It's like, dude, it's because it exposes the billionaires who pay for these elections now.
When Trump knows that the consequences
plain and simple
is pissing off his base. So for Trump,
honestly, the most boss ass move would be for a Republican to come out and just be like, we need to repeal Citizens United
to do that,
because that would kneecap a lot of these motherfuckers where it's just like, what are you gonna do? Threaten me?
Because he must have some
it's like, we all gotta raise our money the same way now, bitches.
Truly powerful incentive to not release the Epstein files. There's something there implicating him in one way, shape, or form, or people that he cares about. And when you consider the fact that Trump is a malignant narcissist who really doesn't give a shit about anybody, we can only speculate that it's because he's worried about what it will say about him. So, NewJersey.com actually ran this article here about a poll. They didn't do the poll. They just did an article about the poll, which I found interesting. Shocking new poll. Here's what Americans think Trump knew of Epstein.
They did pull some shit with some ballots. I mean, it's just true.
Most voters are cast
the way that they had some very flimsy ways of being like, well, this ballot doesn't count.
Doubt on Donald Trump's claims that he...
But did it sway the election in the way that people, like the blue MAGA is what I guess they're called now, was trying to say, where it's just like, no, there's definitely a conspiracy. Shut up.
Wasn't aware of sexual abuse by the...
It's like, no, you have to, at some points, like, don't do the Donald Trump thing where you could never be wrong or you can't be unpopular. It's like, no, objectively, you're unpopular.
Late disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, according to a new poll. A Morning Consult poll released Tuesday found 60% of Americans believe Trump knew of Epstein's actions, while just 15% say he did not. Let's stop right there. Stop right there, okay, for just a second. A supermajority, not 51.
I don't care. Frank Embring News, rating with a party of 6. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, Frank. Appreciate that. Everybody check out Frank's channel. Runs an interesting little show over there. Try to catch it when I can. There we go. No one swayed the election. The left made an ass of themselves. They lost. I mean, yes. Yes. I already read that question, but... or comment, but yes. You're not wrong. All right. I don't know. At the risk of you guys thinking that I'm being a little too soft on the Rogan types, I'm just trying to remind everybody that it is just like... Hey, these guys are idiot comedians, which maybe I do have a little bit of a soft spot for, because I know so many of these dipshits. I've had these conversations. Nothing is funnier than seeing a comedian that doesn't follow politics have like really uninformed opinions, but be super confident about them in a green room, in front of people that are politically in tune. Really fucked up my hair. It's the one worst part about having long hair. It's always one little tangle that's like ruining my day where it's just like, come on! Yep, it's right there. Right at the bottom. Oh, please tell me. I'll do that rip thing. Ah, damn it. Got it out. Oh. I just don't, yeah. I think that we also, this is where the Rogan thing from certain people comes from, is they really do think that him platforming Trump and then Kamala not doing it is what is that where you're coming from? Because, yeah, there's people that really think that. And I don't. I just don't. Which, how delusional can we be? Because for real, like, at what point do we just recognize that it's like, nah, man, a lot of people stayed home. A lot of people stayed home and just said, you guys fucking figure this one out. Because most of the center that I've talked to said that they thought it was going to be shit either way, but they were like, yeah, we didn't think that Trump would like go full on. So now they're alarmed about it. And I do think that you're going to see a larger turnout in 26 and 28 because of it. We're in the first fucking year, guys. Like, I'm not going to pretend that like he couldn't turn the economy around and then all of a sudden we lose all of our leverage, you know? Then he's going to do the thing where if we do gain the House and gain the Senate, then he's just going to be like, you know what? Whatever. But then 28 comes, he can't run. It really does look like he's either accepting that he can't, or I think that it's literally he's not sure if he'll be alive. I tend towards that one. But yeah, and then 28, I think that we could definitely take back. And I think that if we play this right, we won't have to vote for Gavin Newsom. But if we continue to play the ways that we did, without being smart about this and beating them at their own game and beating them to the punch as far as like, no. They're going to try and sell you on Gavin Newsom. We have this person. My problem is I just got asked this question yesterday. Who on the left do I want to be president? I honestly don't know. I don't know. You got a lot of people out there that are already saying Mamdani. Mamdani's 34. He's just going to be at that point where he might be able to run. But I don't think so. I think he can't run for president until he is 36, which is that's a weird rule, I gotta say. Is it 36 or 35? I think it's 36. I always mix this up because... $35, actually. Okay. So... turns 35 next year. 2-year campaign. You don't win by playing their game, you win by being better. Exactly. But that's where so many people, like, they saw nothing different. You know, a lot of normies, they tend to have, like, a very common thread where they think no matter who's in charge, they're all in it together to fuck us. That's one of the most common thoughts in the non-politically activated contingent. That's why you can speak to that. That's true populism. That's why they were fearful of the Luigiing. They were afraid of that because they were like, oh God, class consciousness. We can't have that. We can't have that at all. Like, let's convince our most ardent supporters to turn around and say, yeah, you know what? That was bad. That was bad. Mamdani can. Oh, he wasn't born in America. Never mind. Dude, imagine a Muslim being a president before a woman. Yeah, that would be... Yeah. Yeah, but no. AOC is realistically the front runner. Like, we just have to own it. But it's whether or not she's going to try and run for Schumer's seat or run for president, which, based on the rallies and, like, what she was doing with the No King stuff and, like, her momentum, I do think that she's going to make a push for president. But But man, I'm just saying, like, you have to be able to speak to those people, and a lot of it is just forgetting, where it's like, oh yeah, not everybody, like, this is where Donald Trump won it. I'm saying, like, he won with people that were just like, yeah, this is, they say he speaks like us, he knew how to speak to them. You know, like, sometimes you got to dumb it down. Bernie would be better. Bernie is old as shit. I'm not voting for somebody that might be fucking dead. No, enough of this shit. I'm tired of every fucking choice being white, old, and fucking decrepit. I'm tired of that. I'm done with that shit. Had enough of Biden, had enough of Trump, not doing it. Sorry. We need someone better. We need we can't just do this other thing where, okay, we've been focused on Bernie for how long? How come we haven't had anybody else that we could fucking just push up there and just go, this is the fucking person? That's a problem. I'm not happy about it. I would push anybody that was. But we really realistically are stuck in this weird cycle where, number one, we do the thing where it's just like, well, we're not going to be able to win. Like, we're already self-defeating in the way that we're just like, well, you know what? No, the DNC's going to come in and they're just going to do the thing. So we might as well just let them do the thing. Like, fuck, man. We're going to be literally stuck with Gavin fucking Newsom if this is the way that we go about this. And we're going to complain that the DNC machine did it again. If anything that Mom Donnie did, he proved that we do not have to have that attitude. He did prove that our populist ideas can resonate. The main problem is too many people do not want to focus on just the few parts of this. They don't want to accept that it's going to take a while. There's so much of this, and I don't want to lecture. I do this a lot. This is why I joined DSA, not PSL. This is why I am very much in the vein of, I'm not trying to accomplish all this tomorrow. Like, literally just like in one day. And I do think too many people do think like that, and it kind of warps their perception of how we can get things done. Also, I do see a disturbing amount of people that want a lot of change, but they are not active in their local communities. That's something I will call out. Now, in my case, I'm a little afraid because I think I'm woefully unqualified. I'm very aware that I'm like, no. Like, again, if you have you got some wicked math skills, seriously, go be the fucking treasurer of your town. Like, they are looking for replacements all over the place because these people are aging out, dead. Some of them are fucking straight up dead, and they just haven't filled the position. Like, I bring up the treasurer because that's the one that they need right now in my town, and I'm just like, I don't know how to. I suck at math. You don't want me doing your fucking taxes. Trust me. But for real, like, this is something, and I don't want to be the guy to be like, get out there, but for real, get the fuck out there, man. Like, get out there. Phone bank for candidates that you truly want to stand behind. Make sure that you're very in tune with the 2026 election coming up and who is primarying. Make sure that you guys are well up to date on that stuff. Make sure that your family and friends are well up to date on that stuff, and they're ready to do this. Like, you can get people excited to vote. Like, the biggest thing that, the biggest drawback that we can have is making people feel like voting is a chore. We need to make it feel like it's something to participate in. That's why, like, these No Kings protests have been such a breath of fresh air to me personally, because it has been horrible to read this shit online all the time, and then I go out there and there's thousands of people that think just like me, who feel just like me, and that meant a lot and continues to mean a lot, and we cannot lose that fucking that's true idealism, but that's not fake, like, that's not false idealism. That's not gonna lead you to, like, that being fucking, oh my god, I'm having a brain fart. God, this is what happens when I try to be serious after the 420. That false idealism, you know what I'm talking about, though. Because idealism always, I feel like that comes across like, oh, you're being idealistic. Everybody condescends with it. makes it a bad thing. Even though it's not. Being an idealist is not a bad thing. You have to drag the center voter in. Yes, you have to. You have to be able to bring people in. That's what won 2020. That's why I keep saying it was the bleach thing and the fact that most people were looking at what he was doing and they were just like, dude, you are fucking this up. Like, everything he did was another... It was just like he kept falling down the stairs trying to get up, and then he tripped again. And then he was just like, why do I keep falling down the stairs? It's just like, dude, your shoes are tied together, and it looks like you did it to yourself. What do you mean? Ugh. But yeah, man. Like, I know a lot of people don't want to hear this shit because, like, it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable because they realize that it is hard work. And when you realize that it's very hard work and that you actually might have to participate, I do think that it makes you uncomfortable. I've been there. I've literally been there where I'm just, like, even getting involved with the DSA and then the Democratic Party where I'm just like, oh, okay. You know? But the center looked at the options and they decided Trump. No, they really didn't. No. The onion. I don't believe that. It's not that I believe it. It's the numbers don't show that. The numbers showed that everybody stayed home. That nobody was really enthusiastic to vote against Trump. Against Trump. This wasn't like a referendum on him. It was a referendum on Biden. That's how the incumbency works. It doesn't help that the Democrats really fucked up. They fucked up by because Biden himself at the very beginning said, I'm not going to run for another term. That would have been fine. It would have given us time to move on. I mean, fucking at that point, we could have had a Gavin Newsom and then worried about that. Because again, I'm all about the opposition being somebody that we can kind of work with, like within certain parameters, instead of having this just blatant fascist that will lock us up and try to get rid of us, like as a whole. But yes, people stayed home. They didn't choose Trump. This is where the polls are devastating to him, and it doesn't line up with his polling numbers from the election, is the fact that those people stayed home, and they are now pissed. And they are probably pissed that they stayed home. You know what? We can all, in these spaces, revel in that, where it's like, no, fuck them. Like, fuck them for that. They deserve to feel bad. But I'm not going to rub their nose in that shit. I will welcome them over here. I will say, you know what? You made a big mistake. Do you at least own that you kind of made a mistake by staying home? Do you at least admit that, you know, Kamala might have been easier to actually deal with as a president and, you know, theoretically could have steered the economy in the right direction? But I don't know. The only people that count are the ones who vote, and a lot voted and they chose. No. And that's a bad way of looking at it. You do understand that the non-voter is 2-1, right? That's just mathematically not okay. Like right now, what are we arguing here? Honestly, like this is... You're just arguing to argue, fine. All right. Sorry, my computer just did that freezy thing. Give me 1 second. It's always right around the 5-hour mark of my show. No, I don't have a data cap or anything like that. Okay, whatever. Oh, hey, LT, thank you for getting on that. I appreciate that. The left were so bad they could not even get their voter base to show up. It's not, and that wasn't the left. Again, that was the milquetoast Democrats that looked at the DNC and they ran with vibes. You do understand that half of that was vibes, right? The Mamala bullshit, you know, the Kamala in her pajamalas, you know, her SNL skit where at first I thought it was funny, but now I think back, I'm like, oh, cringe. This rant hour is brought to you by Fuck Trump. Yeah. No, it really has. Fuck fascists, fuck Trump. You know, And also, unfortunately, fuck us, because we tend to not get out of our own heads and just not, like, maybe this is where I'm different than some people. I go back to my coach. I look at my shortcomings and I immediately go, oh, you know what? There's somebody on my team that's a lot better than me. This is why I'm good with this space, is because I recognize the differences. So, like, if I want something more nuanced and more, like, dare I say, educated, then I'd go to someone like Jake, because he's very not only well-read in the way that he presents things, but he is legitimately, like, just a overall, well-educated person that knows how to do research, so I'll kind of go to him for that. Like, he has a very, what's the word? Journalistic. I was brain farting on it. See, this is why. Where I admit, yes, am I better for, like, I know my mission? Yeah, I'm better at speaking to your average person, your everydayer, because my friends are that. My, like, people I work with are that. Like, it's just in general the life I live, where and not everybody, like, God, it's still disturbing how many people have that thing where it's just like, I don't follow politics. It's just like, God damn it. How much of the left didn't vote because of the Dem stance on Gaza, you think? Not enough to sway the election the way that people think, because she still would have lost Pennsylvania. Michigan, I do think, if you were part of the Muslim community in Michigan and you voted for Trump thinking it was better, then you deserve the vote shame. I'm sorry. You do actually, you deserve to feel bad. Like I said, I'm not going to rub your nose in it, but it's just like, no, you left a dookie. Just know that you left that dookie, and that was bad. Sorry. Unfortunately, guys, I do think that we kind of bought, and this is where I brought up the PSYOP angle, because this is where it sounds like, this is where it could get a little hairy, because I don't want to make it sound like Gaza wasn't an issue at all. Like, Gaza was a major issue. I'm glad that, the Majority Report and everybody that was part of it, part of, like, bringing awareness to it, that was super fucking important. But the way that it got framed, where it was just like, and then almost used cynically, because when I noticed that right-wingers were starting to push on that, I was like, they're benefiting from the infighting on this one, because there were moments where it's just like, so you don't care about Gaza? It's like, yes, I do. It's like, but do you care about Gaza? It's like, I just said yes. It's like, yeah, show it. Like, you have to admit that was a thing. Okay, guys? Which I'm only using this example specifically to show where it's like, yeah, people get turned off by that shit, man. You shouldn't be surprised by that. There's a much better way to bring awareness. The way that I found that kind of won with that was because they weren't seeing the Twitter feeds, and I wouldn't just share it to them. Like, if I was having a private conversation, I would just show them. It's like, has this entered your ecosystem at all? Like, look, this is what's going on. And they're like, holy shit. Like, okay, well, now I kind of see it. It's like, yeah. And especially in some of, like, the, people that I knew where they had similar backgrounds as far as breaking from, like, the Zionist evangelical sect. It was like we were all recognizing it, where we were just like, holy shit, dude. Like, this is, like, the Christian right is just frothing at the mouth over this because they think their time has come. Yeah, Gaza was definitely one of the factors, but it mainly comes down to an incumbent president not being popular in times of economic hardship while their entire campaign is partying with Liz Cheney. Exactly. Because they did the hard pivot. Like, her campaign at the very beginning, when she was talking about universal health care, she had the left. She had everybody. I covered her very first rally, and she said Medicare for all, and everybody was like, oh, you fucking what? And then she had to walk that back. Like, They could have had it had they stayed left, but they decided to pivot to the center right, to go to the Adam Kinzingers and the Liz Cheneys. And look how that treated them. And they deserve every second of it. They do. They deserve that referendum. Where it's like, you guys partnered with the same people who voted with Trump. And then you were just like, we need to trust them. It's like, no. This is and this is what we have got to call this out. Anytime that they're on the fucking news saying they're playing politics with this, it's like, are you not a politician? Yeah, you're supposed to do that. Go to work. Stop complaining that they're making you do your fucking job. Do you know how many normies I've heard that from recently where they're just like, yeah, I don't like it when they play politics with this stuff. It's like, that's what it fucking is. I need to smoke. I need to chill. Needed that. Politics is a dirty word to normies. Yes, because as bringing it back to what I was saying, most normies hear politics and they're just like, they're all in it to fuck us. They're all in it to fuck us. Now, is that a dumb, elementary level fucking take? Yeah. Is there a way you can deal with that and kind of bring it back around to be like, yeah, but this is very important, and you do understand that your taxes and like the money that like you spend on a daily basis is implicated in all this? And then they get bogged down in well, it's really complicated, the state level thing. I always go to the ballot box. I get confused because I don't know any of the names. It's like, and this is where I do get a little condescending, because it's like, we live in an age of this shit. You can look at that name and type it, you lazy fuck. The Gaza-Palestinian thing, just stayed neutral. Every left person told me I was wrong and a bad person. I'm sorry. They're going to fight, and whatever I do will make no difference to them. Why do you keep, referring to it that way? How do you identify there, man? I don't, you might have told me your, political leanings before, but I really don't remember, so. Hey, it means I actually have enough interaction on this channel to kind of... But I do think that I'm going to just call it for what it is. The normies don't like virtue signaling. They don't like virtue signaling, and I'm not saying that's what the Gaza thing is. Please don't conflate that. I'm just saying, in general, that's the way that they perceive it, because they've been... I like the term woke scolded, and I understand that usually pertains to, a lefty going after a lefty, but hey, you were woke scolding fucking Philip DeFranco. If you're coming from a leftist perspective... you don't want to do that, man. There's, again, no worse way to get somebody to disengage from being politically active than just being a condescending cocksucker. Which most people, and this is true, by the way, who are politically active, and this goes for right-wingers and left-wingers, tend to do that with people that don't pay attention. I know that I have been guilty of looking at somebody for not looking at the news, for not keeping up with their just even basic daily fucking news, and me being like, yeah, you're fucking stupid. Point taken, hard to stay calm with a damn genocide being funded. I understand, but you do understand that I don't see the same protests against the same government, and I keep hearing excuses about how, well, it's like, yeah, it's almost like it would have been easier to go against Kamala Harris. No, guys. If we actually care about Palestinian lives, let's be real. It would have been easier to fucking challenge somebody like Kamala. And also, weirdly enough, This is where I hate it, though, because they're out there going like, yeah, we got a ceasefire. And we're all like, ceasefire, because we still read the fucking news. So we're just like, yeah, okay, weird ceasefire where Israel can still just unilaterally do whatever they want. Doesn't seem, it just seems like you just said something, but fence sitting a genocide is pretty shitty. Catch that shit, buddy. You do realize that it's not, okay, who's fence-sitting the genocide, but also, I will say this. Explain that to your average fucking voter. Once I can see people, explain it, or, like, do this in a way where it isn't, like, that. Right there, actually. The fence-sitting a genocide thing. Like, if you said that to my dad, he'd be like, what? Because you're already implying, because at that point, it gets you're putting them in a defensive position. Not me? Okay. Well, I'm just saying, in general. Like, I'm using that, I'm putting the mirror up. Like, just, okay, that language used against somebody that thinks they're a good person, who generally does not condone it. They're just like, okay, what do you want me to do about it? You explain it to them. Okay. We can vote for X person. We can do this. The thing is, guys, we do this where we give into the emotion of it because it is horrendous to think about. Every time you see the atrocities, it literally is a pit in your stomach, because this is what powerlessness is. But instead of using that feeling of powerlessness to really bring a like true attention and true change to it, we tend to give into it and just be like, oh, you're not doing enough. You're not doing enough. But who's listening? I constantly feel like I'm shouting into the ether with that one. You know, like, but then we get guys like Bandani out there where I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, breath of fresh air. Like, holy crap, he can totally just communicate this issue, and in a way where it doesn't come across fucking condescending to everybody that's, you know, doesn't know as much. But anyway, off topic, got a real good deal on, oh, cool. Good for you. Anyway. I don't know, like, I'm not even trying to die on this hill, guys, because I hope you do realize that, you know, as long as attention is being brought to the issue, if you're out there protesting it, cool. But we need to be protesting the right people, the people that vote on this stuff, and we need to be making the appropriate actions to be in power so we can stop this as soon as possible with an actual, like, with tentative change. You know? Like, if you know what's going on over there and you just say it's a neutral issue, nobody... This is the thing, Sylvie. I don't know many people that are. Most of the people that I know that know anything about this issue have said that they don't condone it, that they are aware of it, but they don't know what to do about it. I've also heard the other side of it, where they're blatant Zionists, where I'm just like, ooh. You know, cut a few people out of my life, where I was like, oh shit. I didn't know that. Lost a friend of many, many years over that. But I also shouldn't have been totally surprised, because she was still technically one of the religious people in my life. I just didn't realize that she was still, you know, hardcore. And that was a Christian. She was a Christian that wore a Star of David and a cross, but she had absolutely no Jewish heritage. So, she was an interesting person. Sucks. Yeah. Although, again, that's kind of like the trash taking itself out kind of moment, where it's just like, it wasn't a big loss. You know, she's kind of a piece of shit. It was just like, you know, sooner than later on that one. I need to get in to it with tonight. No. Although you'll probably have fun when I go on this debate panel thing. That'll be interesting because it's all a bunch of right-wingers over there. Wait, Bolton nut about is they think different things about the same God. I can't change their minds. You're not going to. Dude, this is, my God. Are we at this point where you guys are just figuring out that you can't, like, you're never going to be the one to obtain world peace? Like, sorry. Not trying to be a dick about it, but I don't know, man. I've recognized this type of powerlessness for a long time. Long time. And it sucks. You know, this is how I felt during the Iraq War. Like, especially at the very beginning of it, man. Holy fuck. That shit. The way that they blatantly manipulated young men into cannon fodder. Oh, damn, is this a troll? Is there a troll? No, we're just having a good discussion. No, this is a fine discussion. It's not a troll. This isn't a troll. And honestly, no, guys, we have to be able to talk about this stuff. And even if you disagree with me, it's fine. Like, this is my biggest problem is, like, why can't people just disagree on, like, certain issues and just be, because this isn't agreeing or disagreeing about genocide and recognizing genocide and trying to bring awareness to the genocide. I need to stop saying that word because I might have just gotten demonetized. Damn it. Fucking YouTube. Yeah, I could say that. Military brainwashed your family. Yeah, I recognized the brainwashing right away. When they were explaining what they like do in boot camp, I was just like, so they break you down. Okay. And then you can only be remade through the American military? And that's what makes you a soldier and a real patriot and a man? That sounds fucked up. That kind of sounds like you're telling me like how to be, what to do. And the dude, seriously, the people that I know that went into the military, even, you know, God bless, I don't know how to, God rest their souls. You know, my two friends that died, they were not exactly the ones to question authority. They were the ones that were legitimately, like, because two of them went in for college, and one of them, he's a lifer. He became an aircraft mechanic there, and he's like pretty high ranking now. Like he gets paid well, which again, aircraft mechanic. Now the other two, ironically, infantry, and you know, because they are no longer here, obviously didn't really move up. But yeah, my broader point was that they were all of a similar mind. My great uncle was in Vietnam. You can't touch him to wake him up. Oh yeah. Yeah, my mom had a boyfriend like that. He'd wake up screaming. It's crazy. Sylvie, I got what you're saying. Oh, Sylvie. Trump, it would have been easier. Wait. Trump from your autocorrect. True? Oh, true, it would have been easier. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was confusing. I get so pissed at the left. Jeez. Hey, what up? What up, Jeff? I get so pissed at the left because as a unionist, I have fought for equality and a fair chance in life, and all the left has done is divide people into groups. That's not necessarily true. That's not fair, and honestly, I think that that's a bit disingenuous. Number one, any leftist politician that you like, you can credit to building that union that you're part of. Like, liberal policies are what have made that possible. So you can't just sit there being like, and And also, no, what are you? That's blatantly ignoring the way that the right and just in general, the left-right dynamic that, again, all these motherfuckers, once they're not on camera, on the floor, they're all clinking glasses, fucking having, time of their lives saying, good to see ya. I'll be happy to vote against you tomorrow. Ha ha. Like, it do be like that. Okay? I hate to break it to you guys. It sucks. It's true, though. It do be like that. To quote Pinkerbell. You can tell me that, but that is what I've watched. I know that you've probably seen it. I'm not going to deny that there's problems. I have had conversations on this stream about this and it always ends pretty much the same way too, where it's like either agree to disagree or people just straight up aggressively do the I'm unfollowing you and I never want to see your content again. It's like, okay. We only had like 2 people do that. Aggressively announce their departure. It's just like, oh, whoa. But no, dude, I'm sure that you've experienced it. I'm sure that you've seen it. But that doesn't mean that that's like the overall way that things work. Oh, God damn it. My stream just twitched, didn't it? Yeah, I just saw it. Okay, crap. Ask yourself what the right has done for those unions. Exactly. I'll take people with good intentions, even if they're cringe about it. Now, and that's where we do have to get down to the crux of it, where it's like, okay, you do understand that the people on the left that they demonize so much realistically want better lives for their neighbors and the people are like everybody that they see, which is a lot of people. Republicans want to have a better life for the people they see, which is not a lot of people. It's people in boardrooms where they all have the same amount of money and they do not give a fuck about the people below them. They want to make sure that they never have to walk the same ground as us. So that's where it's kind of like, no, man, we should really all, in general, just be like, yo, man, I know, like, again, why are some of these social issues even brought into politics is what we need to be asking ourselves. Just going to say that as much too, where it's just like, they shouldn't know what the trans issue is. That should just, because honestly, statistically, they wouldn't know about it if it wasn't for fucking Fox News disingenuously doing their bullshit. But we also, on the left, and this is where I was saying the thing is about Donald Trump's tweets, where it's just like, no, you know what? They're just as guilty. Every fucking leftist network I know has fucking platformed that asshole the second that he says something, because that's what it is. That's why I hate myself sometimes for like even being in this. Like, I love streaming. I absolutely love it. But like every once in a while, it is kind of like I feel like I'm the FOMO, where it's just like, I should be covering this because it's happening now. And Donald Trump just said another thing that's going to make everybody outraged. Instead, we should just be ignoring the motherfucker. If he keeps shouting into the wind, like every single person that starts doing this, then he's just gonna keep shouting and no one's there to fucking listen. But instead, we're all doing the thing where he's just like, hey, up here, look at me, hey, I did another poopy, I threw it at the wall, are you gonna come punish me? Hold on, guys. Why don't you come punish me? Why don't you give me all the attention? Come on, guys, you know you want to. And we all do it, where it's just like, oh, look, Donald Trump made another poopy and threw it at the wall. Hands on point. Oh, thank you. That's what's, dude, it's so frustrating. Like, it really is. It's just like, just ignore him. I have a nephew that I love, right? Great kid. there's occasions where it's just like, you kind of got to ignore him. Because he goes on his little temper tantrums and you're just like, you know, I call every they're Trumper tantrums now. I'm changing that just in my general life where it's like, are you having a Trumper tantrum? And then it's just like, there's one time, it was funny. He didn't know what I was doing, but I was just like, oh yeah, you think you got something to cry about? Fucking mom looked at me like, did you just Trump my kid? It's like, I did. That was pretty fucking funny. Giving the child throwing tantrum candy every single time. Yes, we need to ignore him. But capitalism demands entertainment, so these fools. And again, you can turn the TV off. The quote, fucking Kendrick, just turn it off. Just fucking ignore it. You know, that's the one thing that these assholes that don't follow politics, they got down where it's like they can turn it off or they can just ignore it. Like I was just saying. But you know what sucks? That's all they do. They fill it with, you know, oh my God. What's the latest phone game what's that King's Rush game or whatever the fuck where it's like you gotta like save the king, or do I just see that on my solitaire so I think it's popular? Yeah, see, I play solitaire like a distinguished gentleman. Klondike, baby. Occasional spider. Anyway. Trump loves trolling. He's narcissistic. Yeah. His narcissistic ass loves seeing the left upset by just making shit up, and he says DOJ is something. Yeah, no, Zach, that's actually a good take. To be fair, like that, you got it. Like he thrives on that shit. Literally, they take the bait every single time. How many like we can't even count. The thing is, he flooded the zone too, because like now it's kind of like I was saying earlier about me getting overloaded, just, you know, stimulus wise, and just being like, oh my God, no, I'm doing my thing. America's kind of doing that. They've already proven it. They've shown that like our time on phones, and it doesn't matter your age, has actually rewired our brains to respond to stimulus in completely different ways than it was even 20 years ago. So, you know, and this isn't a generational thing, although because they started them off earlier, that's where the Gen Z thing does come in, where it's like, haha, bringing it back. That's what we call callback, people. I'm not watching, but everyone else is. That is the problem. Either watching for the lulz or not watching anything other than brain rot. Info at our hands, but that is exhausting for the most part. Well, or you can learn about history, I've gotten more curious about just how things work, just in general. It doesn't even, if I am like, oh, I wonder how this coffee mug was made, you know? You can generally find a movie. You can find one of the motion pictures on your television screen that you have in your hand. Christ. Did you know that I used to go to the talkies with the missus? I used to listen to Orson Welles. He has a wonderful voice. Christ. I like how I'm having a serious conversation. It always devolves into that. That's my problem. It's just like, I can't keep serious too long. We'll never grow up. I have a fucking problem, guys. But yeah, Bloodstone, you're nailing it though. Like giving him the candy every single time is we're rewarding him and the worst people in our society too. Because you understand that they see that and they take lessons from it. Like Roy Cohen's lessons have become popularized, which is not okay. That motherfucker was a demon. Like, seriously, he was a gay man who hated the gay community. He's a fucking demon. Pep gonna check out Citizen Kane. You said it's good. It's not good. It's boring as shit. It's boring as shit and it's fucking overrated. I've had so many like film nuts tell me, "Oh, it really is one of the best movies." It's like, no, it's not. It's really not. Especially when you know who it's about. Like, it's about the guy who all that propaganda was started by. Yeah, fuck Citizen Kane. Overrated piece of shit. Oh, man. I have a feeling Sam Cedar would hear that. He's just like, this guy's very uneducated. It's like, no, I am. I know how to watch movies. I thought you liked it. No. What? Oh, just because I said Orson Welles? Dude, Orson Welles was also Unicron in Transformers the movie. Look who you're like. Look at all this and think which one that I might just... Although, Orson Welles' commercials that I got flagged for last time I played him, but look up Orson Welles drunk commercials. They're gold. Gold. Some of the best internet videos. I wish I could show them here. They're so... French champagne. It hits with a little bit of the bubbles. He literally... take 5. This is amazing. This is the champagne of champions. No, they're amazing, guys. I'm telling you. They're better than the guy getting arrested for having his succulent Chinese meal, which I got hit on that, too. This is Democracy Manifest. Get your hands off my penis. Look at the technique. You're going to arrest me for having a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Alright, I don't know. Which one's better? Because that one is, it's dynamite. That's one of the fucking, top 10 at least. Well, no, top 10. Top 5. Because now I'm literally bouncing between the two. I'm like, I don't know. They're both wonderful. But then again, comedy being subjective and all. Oh, God. I know the meme. Gotta see it. Oh, you've never actually watched the video? Oh, the video is... I wish I could watch it with you guys. Why does YouTube do this where it's like... YouTube... It's a meme. It's a fucking meme. Oh, man. The fact that he's a real person that, like... it's just getting manhandled by the cops. But he's also just shouting when he shouts, "Get your hands off my penis!" Oh, God. Yeah, I feel bad for you, Natch, that you don't know that you actually haven't seen it, because it's legendary. It's fucking legendary. The way he starts it legitimately is, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest." He's like getting roughed up against the car. In the meantime, he's got the energy of ho 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 ho. It's fucking. Anyway, sorry. Don't mean to go all laughy on this one because it's just so fucking great. Anyway, I was talking about serious stuff before I got off on that little tangent. Like I said, this is why I have this fucking problem. And I know my place. I know my place on the internet. I am here to make you guys laugh and think a little bit and just kind of vibe out. My biggest thing is I hope you guys can take from my stream is, be better. Just, if you can be a better version of yourself, do it. Do it. It's not that hard. with everything going on in politics, with everything going on in your life, never give in to the shitty dark side of your head and just tell that one to shut the fuck up and just be like, no, I want to be the better version of myself. I want to be the nicer version. I want to be the more understanding person. I want to try. Like, I'm not saying get walked on, because that's what I don't like the fact that people associate that with weakness. Do you know how much strength it takes to maintain that? Like, fuck. Anybody that's like psychologically in tune knows just how strong you have to be mentally to do this and like to actually be a good person. You know how many times I've done that where I've broken down where I'm just like, why do they all win? They always win. The worst people always win. I will say that's why I stopped believing in karma. But that also hasn't stopped me from trying to be a better person, to try it. Like, I want to be, you know, even though I am still salty I'm still salty at the world. Trust me, I'm salty at the world. Like, I've had a bad year, man. But shit floats to the top. Yep, it does. But it also rolls downhill. So, yeah. You gotta go somewhere. There is that. There is that. There's these peaks and valleys. It's just the fact that, and this is, it's literally a psychological thing where associating weakness with kindness is it's the first psyop. It's literally the first psyop, and it's the first one that we are taught as kids, whether we teach it to ourselves or we're taught it by our parents. You know, like subconsciously, you always go that way because you do recognize where, like, if you ever have the bully, the person that's most brazen usually gets the attention. That's why, like, recognizing what Donald Trump's doing, I'm kind of shocked that we as a society haven't kind of just collectively gone like, shut the fuck up. Like, God. At least my dad's there. Like, my dad even says, just like, you know, economically, maybe I'd be with this dude's fucking policies. I don't even know anymore. Recently he even said he's just like, oh, fuck this guy. Like, collectively fuck this guy. Dunning-Kruger, yep. Yeah, this is basically what Trump is. No, that's what I'm saying. Thank you. That's literally what I'm saying. This is how I recognize he's not only, like, psychologically a petulant child who consistently gets rewarded, so it's like the reward center of his brain tells him that this works. Then he has Roy Moore, you know, Megyn Kelly and all. But, Roy Cohen, you know, like the fact that we all know the tricks. We all, like, if you've read his fucking book, which I didn't, I know people that did, and they have all said, yeah, this is what he would say. I can't believe Trump just signed the bill. I can. Pam Bondi just came out and said it's going to take 30 days to even release it. So that means they have 30 days to redact everything that they want to redact, and that's going to be another clusterfuck because they're going to have to unredact it. I see a lot of court challenges. But I'm going to try and be pessimistic. Optimistic. You know, the complete opposite. But I don't know, man. We tend to do this shit where I don't know. It's the misery loves company thing, and I don't want to do that. Pessimistic. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Be pessimistic. Ah. I just sent that to Rec. When she fucks up, he can't just pardon her too. He's going to. He's gonna pardon his entire administration. Everybody should just be, dude, no, just be prepared. There's gonna be no justice. Just don't do the thing where it's like I don't want to do the type of commentary like I was calling out with Kyle Kulinski, where We do this thing where we predict the future. We're very smug about it. And then say, yeah, you know what? This is what's going to happen. But then when it happens, we all collectively go like, can't believe this happened. Look, it's like I called it, but still, I'm gonna respond in the same way that everybody else is like, guys, look. It's just like, even worse now I'm thinking about it. It's like, oh my God, does it really get platformed just because we're smug assholes? And then we do nothing. And we do nothing. You know? That's why I try to have a little bit more fun with it. But like I said, guys, like we're really good at doing nothing. Yes, but that's where I wasn't kidding about getting actively involved in your communities. If there's a position that you can fill, that you have the ability and time to fill, do it. I've been looking into it myself. As I said, the one that I found is not one I'm qualified for. But if I see one that's like a city council position that's running uncontested in my town, I'll fucking run for it. My buddy did that. A guaranteed victory is kind of nice. Like, he hasn't even seen the fucking primary. He knows he's going to be on the ballot and win. How nice is that? Unless there's somebody doing like a secret campaign against him. Or God forbid somebody sees the stream and they're just like, you know what? I figured out who he is. Ooh, I'm going to run against him just to make it his life harder. But seriously, like, I'm not trying to be preachy about it, guys, because I understand that, yeah. I also understand anxieties, but at the same time, we can't let that win. We can't always let our anxiety brain win. My biggest gripe with running is then I'm kind of doxing myself. So I have to be careful with that. Because then that goes public, which I am well aware of, so. But if I can help you guys be inspired, or if I can help you guys, like, find what you guys can do, also great. You know, phone banking is the easiest one because you don't even have to leave your house for it. And once you get over the initial anxiety of calling the first few people, it's so easy. What's the worst they're gonna do? Hang up on you? Maybe troll you a little bit? That happens. That does happen. More merch. Woohoo. God, we are cooking on this. This is awesome. They troll you? What? Yeah, I get trolled. It's crazy, guys. They might say some slurs. So? Who cares? They're words. They're words. These people, they truly can't hurt you unless they let you. I guess I really did take that one to heart. When I must have like a little bit of it, because for real, I heard sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And I was just like, yeah. Yeah, what are you going to do? Actually throw some shit at me? That's assault. I have been called everything to my face. Online. Like, damn. I don't know, guys. Like, I can try, like, if I can help you with that, please. Like, you need to be able to take some stuff in stride. Or just, you know, find... If you need help, like, with a retort, like, that you can keep on hand, but that doesn't usually work because it never goes, like, conversations don't, like, usually go like that. But if you need to, fucking talk to somebody like me. Like, get somebody that knows how to kind of be a little wittier with their, responses to things. I mean, not me necessarily. But realistically, I'm dead serious. Do not give in to that whole, oh, they might be mean to me. Who cares? Who cares? At the expense that you might change somebody's mind or, bring somebody who's more apolitical and center leaning to the left because they don't understand the policies because they've only had one side constantly feeding it down their fucking throats. Like, no, this is realistically how it goes. This is the hard work. That's what people don't want to hear, and I get it. Like, again, listen, I'm not saying that we're lazy, because I'm including myself in this one. Every once in a while, you're just like, I don't want to do that. Fuck, man, I just went to work. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Fuck. I mean, you know how many times I've had that just with a meal? Where I'm just like, oh, fuck it, I gotta cook. Shit. And I find myself eating cereal at fucking, midnight. Which might be tonight. Oh, God. I don't know. I hope I'm not, like, Sylvie, especially with you. I'm not, like, trying to downplay the way that people can get hurtful and, like, that you don't need to psychologically torture yourself. That's also not healthy. But I honest to God, do not think that that's how it would go. Cereal for the late night is wins. If it's not your dinner. But in this case, it would be my dinner. Which, we'll see. Or actually, wait. Oh shit! Yeah, it's all right. Too late. Yep, gotta be. I was just saying that's about the worst they can do. Oh. Well, then yeah. Then this is what I mean, guys. Then phone banking is a big one. If you have a like you guys can phone bank for Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Here, there you go. If you guys like her platform, I'm gonna leave this up for just 1 second. You guys can rewind it if you need to. Scan that QR code. Go to her website. She is always looking for phone banking. As long as you eat it, it's a win. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, okay, so I have the this is how much of a child I am. They have the Demigorgon cereal, which is waffle cereal, which yes, they brought it's like it tastes like the waffle crisp, but with Demigorgon marshmallows, they're fucking bomb, dude. Anyway, my super hyper processed cereal mix that is very bad for you with lots of sugar, but also tasty, delicious. Mex, not nutritious, but so tasty. I'm told, yeah. Okay. Well, then fuck them. I don't know if they can be meaner than that. No. I mean, it's like that one dick bag from Twitch that was telling me this is why my mom died. This is the nice part about being a streamer is I do have the power. And this is the little bit of power that I get to exude is a ban hammer, which I have shared with you with you guys, where it's like, no, my fine mods. You guys can exert the ban hammer. We are the Legion of Thors. All hail Pep. Wait, what have we started here? Let's not. Let's definitely not. All hail Pep. Oh, God. It's weird. I kind of feel like I got a lot off my chest today. that was nice. I have to say, like, that was... I've been kind of feeling like I needed to talk about that for a little bit, but I didn't know how to articulate it, so I think that was a good way. I mean, I know that there's be some disagreements, but it's those locker aliens from the Men in Black. Hey, Tupagitaya! Hey! You want some coffee? You know? Just sitting there freaking smoking cigarettes. Okay, one of the funnier gags, I know that, like, nobody cares about this, but it's okay. It'll take a second. One of the funnier gags in the Deadpool Batman comic, they're showing Commissioner Gordon, and Deadpool's just like, he gets insulted by Commissioner Gordon, he's like, oh, look, another lunatic with a mask, and he's just like, oh, look, another grizzled cop that's smoking cigarettes off panel, and then... It goes back to the Commissioner Gordon where he's blowing smoke out and saying his words. I don't know. That made me howl. That's fucking hilarious. That actually might be, strangely enough, why I'm in a good mood today. It's because I got to sit down, read some comics, and laugh. Then I also watched my first comedy podcast in a while. I watched Soder. He interviewed Stavi, which was... It was so fucking funny. Sounds fun. It is. The small ones who were... Oh, the ones that worship the watch. Jay, he's come back. All hail Jay. All hail Jay. He was the one who gave us the... What was it? It was a watch. It's just like, the clock tower. The clock tower. And then they had the fucking... The video store. Yeah, it was pretty fucking funny. Men in Black, and Men in Black 2. Good movies. Oh, I got that little kick in my neck that's just like, it's not going to do anything. Yep, that's where you don't want to put any pressure on it. You're like, I don't want to end up paralyzed. Let's not do that. One of the most tired things to talk about, like, while streaming, is leftist infighting. Like, I really am just... I want to be over that kind of stuff. And I'm, unfortunately... Like, this is where the I'm not going to give into the pessimism, but I'm going to just bring it up. This is where I hope I'm wrong, but I could see us really getting fucked by something like that. That's where I think I responded to the chorus thing the way I did, before 2026. And I don't want that. I really don't want that. And I do think that we have the most traction that we could ever have. We can use the anti-Trump stuff like in our favor while also simultaneously selling the really good ideas that we have. Now, Medicare for all, we need to get on that. We need to figure out a way that we can make that work. And I know this is going to be bad, but I think that we need to find a way where it's like, all right, no, we do the one where we offer the rich folks their private insurance so the insurance companies don't completely go belly up, because there is a small economy within the insurance infrastructure, apparently, which I was thinking about this, though. If they do end up pivoting to AI, then at that point, just do it. Like, at what point do the people that especially worked in those industries, because that's what we were threatened with the Obamacare stuff, was like, even Obama said this, was like, we have over 6 million people in that industry. That alone could cause such a ripple to the economy. It's like, okay, you know, not necessarily wrong. That is a lot of people. But when America made good watches, you couldn't get through all Men in Black 4. Yeah, it was not good. It was not good. 3 wasn't. I mean, it was alright. I didn't like the twist at the end, but whatever. It was inconsequential because it was like Josh Brolin did such a good job as Tommy Lee Jones. I mean, that's who he was playing. He wasn't even playing K. But yeah, man. Like, I want to focus on right now the right-wing infighting, but I also want to focus specifically on trying to change, because like if it's as many Gen Zs out there that they're talking about that fell into that loop, I do kind of feel like it's like, nah, man, we could totally bring them in. You just gotta know how to communicate with those assholes, which, hey. Eh? Tell me why you hate the left, please. Here, smoke this. One of the biggest compliments I've gotten recently was from a dude who was trying to troll me. And he, instead of like saying that I even changed his mind, he was just like, you know what? You're kind of making me think that not every lefty sucks. I'm like, that was enough for me. Oh, what time is it? Oh, jeez. Okay. Where did that video go? I do technically have a Piers Morgan video to play, but I think I should call it. Oh, wait, no. Tomorrow's Thursday. For some reason, I thought it was Tuesday. Ooh. Almost 11. No, I'm alright. I'm still good. I know Uni is in good hands right now, so... she's also sleeping. Get food, etc. Yeah, I should probably... Well... Dude, I don't want to go... This is what's going to happen. It's either going to be fast food, because I kind of neglected my meal time here. So I have like nothing. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, that's all carbs. Fuck that. I don't want to eat all fucking carbs. I hate when I do that. Let's see. What have I not had in a while? This is mostly the fast food places open. I've already kind of... I hit my locals that are open late. You know, like I would say tacos, because that taco place is awesome, but they're also a little expensive, so... Shit. I don't know. I don't want to eat... Like, that's my problem, man. I'm trying not to eat garbage. But I have to eat. I do have to do that. Like, that has to just, like, happen. I hate that I'm one of those types of people that has to remind themselves to eat. Again, you know, one of the tenets of ADHD. It's kind of funny, too. When I saw that was a regular thing amongst the community, I was like, really? I'm not the only one? That's kind of nice. I do have, like, a little problem, though, with the way that those videos have led to self-diagnosis in so many people. Like, I caught that with my sister, where she started saying that. I'm like, have you been formally diagnosed? She's like, no. I'm like, well, the fact that I have it does kind of... But I'm like, you need to get tested. Turns out she does. So, but she self-diagnosed first. I was like, don't do that. You know? Especially don't go around telling people that. Like, that's something, like, okay, bring up to a few close friends and, you know, family members and just be like, hey, I think that this might be going on. I'm going to go see somebody about it. And then you kind of get the diagnosis based off that. Nothing's worse than self-diagnosis. But seriously, like, I don't know. I also had, like, I'm speaking from a hypochondriac's point of view. You know, I'm kind of a reformed hypochondriac. Had I was one of those guys, dude. I didn't like go to the doctor like a lot, or like I wasn't afraid of germs, but I was anytime I got sick, it was just immediately. And then COVID really fucked with me with that one. And yeah, I got some help. You know, went to a special therapy for it, which was nice. I'm glad that my insurance covered that one. Holy shit. When I saw how much that shit cost, I was like, whoa. But yeah, I got the coping skills, which I think that you guys might be able to see that this is how, like, I apply those to my almost daily life. Like, just trust me. Lately, I have been asking, like, how the fuck am I doing this? There are those moments. But I think, that, honestly, I kind of recognize this, and I'm not going to get too, you know, not going to wax too poetic on you guys. But, no, for real, you guys have helped a lot. Like, this stream, I don't know what I would do without this outlet. Yeah. But the year I've had, especially, oh boy. This has given me something where I can not focus on it as much. Not saying that, you know, because I don't focus on it as much on stream, which you guys I'm not afraid to talk about it, but I've had moments, man. Like Saturday, I'll say Saturday was a very hard day for me. The weight of everything kind of crashes down, and that's what sucks. Like, that's where I've recognized that the stream is definitely helping, because but you got to do it within a healthy, you know, you can't run all the time, because the more you run from it and just don't feel the feelings, it's going to be that much worse when, you know, you have these moments. And you do have to allow yourself to feel like bad feelings. That is something that I have always felt like was counterintuitive. Like, it's kind of counterintuitive. Like, you don't necessarily want to feel bad, so you're always doing something to not. But this is also where people have said we need to, like, sit and be bored again. Like, you need to learn to just not overstimulate yourself and just let your brain slow down. And that has helped me, man. Yeah, the build-up. Yeah, the build-up is the worst. Where, and I know this is almost cliche to say it, but it cascades, man. Like, I've been there. And then you become bitter, you become angry, like, because you don't have an outlet. I've been there, guys. Like, I have. Being bitter and angry, especially, like, I've found myself doing it smaller scale, you know, especially with the cancer diagnosis. I will say, I kind of insinuated to it earlier, that looking at the rich just getting away with everything, just nothing bad seems to happen to these motherfuckers. And then it's just, no, like, bad shit happening to good people. And then I have, you know, people like, well, karma. It's like, that's not fucking karma. Because if karma exists, then it sucks. You do realize that, right? And it's completely flawed. It's because, like, the worst thing about karma is that then all of a sudden you're insinuating that, like, because something bad happened to a person, then it's like, well, they must have brought that amongst themselves. It's very easy for people to do that, and that's fucked. Like, no, that's just a good person that was unlucky, got fucked, and yeah. Karma's BS. It is. It's complete horseshit. It's what got me out of Buddhism. I was just like, nah. I wasn't even like a Buddhist. I was never a practicing Buddhist. I was interested in Buddhism. The only other religion I've ever practiced was Rastafari, which, until I found out that it was essentially just another Zionist movement, I was like, oh, come on. God damn it. I'm back, y'all. Tried streaming for a bit. No one hanging out. Oh. Angelus. What were you streaming? What were you talking about on your stream? Appreciate you always coming and hanging out, though. Your company is more than welcome. I had a little bit of a... we actually just, like, man, I broke it down. Like, I went through a pretty serious conversation, so... Just talking about what we can do and how we can have actual impacts on our communities and in the movements and what we can expect from each other and how we can bring more people to our side and get them politically active. The biggest thing is, and I know it sounds lame, is just being able to speak to people and get them out, like, to vote. They need to. Oh yeah, are you streaming on YouTube? Assuming it's a channel. Well, yeah, I think you just click on his name, right? There we go. Twitch. Oh, on Twitch. My bad. All right, I was wrong about that. Cute. But yeah, what were you streaming? If you don't mind me asking. I'm just kind of curious. They'll get their punishments in the afterlife, okay. Why do the poor have to wait for death for their reward, but the rich can just chill now in their riches? Yeah, no, it's literally a sophisticated form of manipulation. Just class manipulation. You think any of those motherfuckers actually believe in God? Please. Please. They all know. They all fucking know. We are all dust in the end, but at least they got to have fun with all of the fucking riches. And, although I genuinely think that they all think they can buy their way out of death. I think that you do delude yourself where you're just like, nah, you know what? I will totally find the thing I can buy to make myself live longer. I can't wait for that one dude that keeps taking his kid's blood, you know, like a fucking vampire. I can't wait for him to kick it. That'll be hilarious. I'll just be like, oh, look at that. He's probably gonna die of something stupid. It's usually how that goes. And we will all laugh collectively. Brian Johnson. That's his name? I always think of AC/DC the second I hear that name. Pastafarian's deity is the flying spaghetti monster. Yep. It's so weird. Only remember, yeah, the singer of AC/DC. That's literally... Oh, wait. Same guy? No. Secular Talking Majority Report. Oh, nice. Nice. We call that streamception here. Yeah, Pendulous, did you catch my little rant about fucking Kyle Kalinske and how I'm just kind of getting a little... like, I like the guy, and honestly, I would love to interview him or just like talk to the guy, even in just, you know, real life, just chat with him and fucking chill. Probably just clink, you know, I'm sure he's more of like a whiskey guy or something like that. Like, this is where I can vibe with pretty much anybody, unless your drinks are vodka. I don't respond well to that. I don't know why, but oh yeah, I kind of went on a nice little rant. Definitely check out the VOD right around the 5 hour or 5.5 hour mark, because I've been on it for about an hour now. Yeah, I want everybody to get out there. I want you guys to be more active in the community, and this does not mean like just doing a bunch of volunteer stuff, which volunteer stuff's great. Please don't stop doing that. But like I said, phone banking is really, really big. You guys need to do that. Kyle is trying a new angle, and I'm not a fan. I don't like it. You guys, all right, we've all noticed then. We've all fucking noticed. I don't get it. This is where I get worried about the so there's this something recommends something to you, okay? I think he takes it a little more seriously than most other. Well, no, because it seems like they all do this trend. Because I wasn't gonna say not Blue Sky, fucking, oh my god, Chorus. I was way off. It's not Chorus, but because we all know that he's very proud of the fact that he's not bought and paid for. He's just trying to stay young looking, and feeling for his wife, I assume. Oh, that's fine. His wife is in her fucking mid-40s, dude. Dude, age comes for us all. We have to age with grace. That's my thing. Like, yes, I talk shit. I talk a lot of shit. You know, as somebody that's about to hit 40. But the reason I talk shit is because, yeah, I'm a little insecure. I'm about to hit that age. I'm just happy I still have my hair. Like, fuck. I got so many friends where they're, like, all balding in certain areas. And I'm just like, yo, look at this. Like, I am very happy. That's my main thing is, like, I just want to keep my hair, man. That's it. I know the beard's gonna go. Eventually, I'm gonna get, nice and wrinkly, whatever. And I'm happy for that. And I'm not attacking his looks or his broness. I don't give a shit about that. Hair privilege. That I do. He had his ups and downs, but he has stood firm and bounced back. No, he's great. Guys, just because I have criticisms, I hope you understand that doesn't mean that I'm shitting on him as a content creator, like a person or any of that. I enjoy his content for the most part. Lately, I haven't been. I'm starting to hit that point where it's like, dude, I see a new style. Like, I saw a pivot. I also saw the same thing with Pondering Politics, where all of a sudden he's doing more of a stream. Like, he's clipping a stream, where I was like, interesting. If I was Xanderhall, I'd be like, oh, this motherfucker's copying me. Because, yeah, that's what I do. I just clip my stream and there it is. And then you guys go for the journey with me. It's like, oh, let me scroll. Oh, having a technical difficulty. This is why we got the Pep Bingo, which we're bringing back. We got some new stuff that we're adding to the Pepper Bingo. The Pep Bingo. And we still got the guessing game. The guessing game is going to go, it looks like, until next week. These are taking forever. And keeping them in the nice, shadowy spot, by the way. Hope no one's worried about that. Oh no, we all have critiques of each other, as we should. We should just keep each other in check as progressives. Oh, absolutely. There's keeping each other in check, but then there's, like, you don't want to come on. Like, I try not to be condescending about it. I do the more jokey side of it. And then also, like, if I do have, like, an incorrect take, or even, like if I was condescending, then I'll apologize and be like, that's not what I want out of this. Like, I know that I'm a bit of a people pleaser, but I also do genuinely kind of want us all to, like, be friends, or friendly. I don't think it serves anyone to do this thing where you're like, I'm the better leftist content creator. Like, okay, fuck, who cares? Good for you. Like, what? If anybody acts like that in a movement, immediately I kind of tune them out, because I'm just like, oh, you're not about the movement. You're about yourself. And unfortunately, there's some people out there like that. And on the left. And I'm not going to call them out. I'm not going to fucking do drama fucking farming or any of that shit. Just, I'll let their audience and I'll let the other people figure that one out for themselves, where it's just like, all right. Like, that's kind of how content also goes, Without spoiling anything, has anyone guessed correctly yet? Nope. Nope. Still taking guesses. You guys can always revise it. It's also why it's still kind of going, where I'm like, really? Statistically, that's odd. Oof. Yeah. Oof. Indeed. Oh, ow. Oh, good. Yeah. I'm kind of hoping that nobody guesses correctly up until the point where I have everything going on. What are we guessing? How many peppers are in the jar? Yes, I'm purposely obscuring. So we can't. But yes, how many peppers did Pep pick? 32. I have everybody's guesses right here. Man. That's crazy, man. We got a lot of guesses. I appreciate everybody that's participating. I would like to change my answer to either 22 or 24 or 18 if they haven't been please. No, 22 is your first one. I don't think anybody's taken that. Yeah, nobody's taken 22. They took 21 and 23. I feel like I'm doling out hockey numbers. That's how it usually goes. And trust me, everybody's always like, did anyone take 69? Wait, Pendulous Dragon, 27. Oh, okay. 22 for you? I guess 32 before. All right, is that your final answer? You wanna change? Oh no, Pendulous Dragon just got Pendulous says 27. No, she changed. Nope, she changed. She changed. Nope. Pendulous Dragon, you're getting 32. There you go. Oh, you want 27? No, you want 27 or 27. Okay. Well, keep you at 27. There we go. Cool. Yeah, I'll be making the announcements, looks like about a week. I thought these would sync a little faster, which means that, yes, a little bit more time in the brine. Because as much as I want to keep this on a timetable, I also don't want to ruin my peppers. That's just my B-day, so... Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm still at that point where you guys can just know that my birthday is in December. So, coming up. Then I get to say I'm 39. Do I pickle eggs? I have. I haven't done it in a long time. I kind of prefer, deviled eggs over pickled eggs, but although deviled eggs made with some pickled eggs, I will not. I won't say no to. Actually, my cat, or Kate, you guys know her as Cat here, but yeah, Kate Chaos. She was a guest here. Oh God, feels like forever ago. But she makes really good pickled. She pickles them first, and then she makes deviled eggs. So fucking good. Ooh. And with the holidays coming up, maybe I can make a request. Wait, Hermit, you had 27? Oh, Hermit has 27. Yeah, sorry, you got 32 then. My bad about that. Hermit, I'm glad that you caught that. Thank you. And sorry, Pendulous. Didn't mean to screw up there, but yes, somebody already had 27, and yes, we are not doubling up. Pickle hard-boiled eggs in Osanok. 32 days? Ooh. That's the thing that sucks about the peppers is I miscalculated. It was a 12 to 20 days, and I was like, well, I think that I'm gonna be hitting that point of the 20 because these motherfuckers ain't sinking. No, they can have it, though I can't do merch anyway. Oh, don't worry about it. Well, if you can't, all right, that's another thing. It's if you can't do the merch with the coupon code, then I will at least, no, you still get something. I'll figure out tiering and prizes and shit besides that, because yes, no, it's fair. Clausen, Clausen pickle juice. Is 25 taken? Let me see. Yes, Natch is taken by you. You already guessed 25. If I win, I'll give it to somebody. Oh, I see how it is. Hey, my merch is going to be affordable, so you guys know. They're not astronomical or anything like that. I made sure to go with a company that is, yeah, they're solid. I'm excited, though. Like, I really am. And I think that you guys will be very happy. Someone else can take the little peps, or take the joys of winning. And cheaper merch is enough for me. Oh, I'm not giving away the peps. Those are mine. No. I'm not sending the peps out. If you thought that you get those, I'm sorry. This is. I said it's like the gumball thing. No, those are mine. Now, if you want a few, that'll be. Actually, I could send like a little jar. I think that would actually make that. Because I have like little jam jars that I could do that with, where it's just like, hey, look. Send that with the merch. You know. Although, hold on, no, because then you have to label it differently. I don't know. I'll look into it. It's actually the same thing that I'm looking at with the seeds for other things. Yeah. Because I know if that, like, between legal states, it should be okay. A small little jar with one little pep. Yeah, I mean, dude, these things are... They will knock you... Like, if you're into hot stuff, these will knock you on your ass. I don't care how much you can handle hot. I ate one of those off the plant, and I regretted it for 2 days. So... And I can handle my hot stuff. I am, kind of a fan. Even though, like I said, I welcome regret. Welcome this spacers. Oh shit! Thanks for the raid, everyone in this space with the subscription. Check out Pep. Hey, I appreciate everybody coming over from this space. That's cool. Test tube with it. Yeah. Oh. I have some. I got a bunch. Dude, hold on. Actually, I have them right here. I got a bunch of these. Little fucking dice holders that I could send it in. Huh. I knew I saved those for a reason. I think I have enough too. That's kind of cool. It comes in like an old dice thing. So like, oh shit. Also, lends to the nerd cred. That's neat. right. Wait, did I get rated already? Can I DM you a link? Are you DMing me? In Discord? If not in Discord, then Twitch. So I don't think you can DM me through YouTube, which... The Hot Pepper Challenge, 1 tube, 1 life. I mean... Oh, you want the mod quit letter? Yeah, I want to go through that. I want to read it first, though. I'm not sure if I want to read that on air. Because it seems like... I don't know, man. There's a reason that that's not easy to find. So, I want to be very careful with that. Although I am genuinely curious. Like, how did that come about? I'm sure that everybody kind of was in chat just being like, we can't even stand up for this. Because I'm going to just guess. A lot of people started sounding off. Fight and Gale sent it to you. Nice. Oh, I also appreciate Fight and Gale. Oh, you know what? I'll do a reverse follow there. How do I get to your channel? Here's your channel. Holy crap. I came after Anna went on her birthing person rant. That's what I thought it was. I wasn't sure if it was that one or the homeless person one. Because I know that's when we all started kind of being like, I feel like Anna's kind of missing a lot of this, and she's also kind of being a little Karen-y, if you will. All right. Nah, the birthing person rant that was wild. Oh, hey, thank you for following over on Twitch. Appreciate that. And Discord, hell yeah. But yeah, so it was after she went on her birthing person rant. Then I'm sure the Benny stuff definitely played into it. Although, was everybody pretty much gone by then? Because I know that I took my membership back after the birthing person rant. That was it for me. I was just like, I can't. It was actually the second day, because she came back and she responded to the backlash on Twitter and she doubled down. I was like, nah, I can't do this. So yeah, they lost a long time membership through that one. And then let's see, I unsubbed after Benny. After the Benny thing, where like she had that fight, that on-air fight with Benny, and I was just like, that's just that was enough for me to be done. I was never a mod, obviously. I was just I was in chat. You guys probably knew me as something different, but I can't say what my old name was. It's technically one of my gamer tags, so. If you guys want to know that, you guys can join the $15 tier over on my YouTube. That's what you guys get. I know. I had to do tiers, and I figured, why not? I figured that's worth it. I give you all 3 of my gaming tags. So if you guys have a PS5, a Switch, or Steam, I will totally let you join. Or, well, I will join you. But Hot Pep 2000, yes. You forgot to put the XX on each side. I wasn't watching long, but he, same as Pep. appreciate that. Watch for the content, stay for the tea. Oh yes, I'm quite the tea spiller. I mean, I am. I don't mind me some hot goss. I am not one to be like, ooh, drama. Let's ignore that. Fuck that. I hear dude, I'm one of those people, like, all right, I almost said something that would have been bad. I'll just say this. I've been to enough airports where I have heard so many other, like, just couples fight where it's like, ooh, I'm in. And that's my entertainment. Now, it's not like I'm staring like, oh. But yeah, I do the little, like, all right, put the hood up. Just, hold on. Take a little nappy and just tilt myself a little bit near the action. One of the funniest ones I ever saw was a dude get broken up with at a fucking airport, but she broke up with him before the flight. Like, I know this is a meme, but I saw this in real life, and that was awkward as shit. But she did the smart thing. She just asked other people, like, can I switch with you? I just broke up with my boyfriend. Can I switch with you? I just broke up with my boyfriend. And we don't want, like, I can't sit with him. She ended up getting away from him, so. But that was wild, dude. They broke up on, like, in the terminal. Like, we were just, you know. Oh, God. The hours of sitting there with nothing to do. I'll say this much. The worst airport I have ever flown out of was Newark Airport. Fuck Newark. Oh, Newark is one of the worst airports I've ever been to. And I have flown out of Colorado, what is it? Grand Junction, Colorado. Collecting bags must have been awkward. Oh! I didn't even think about that. Huh. I mean, I was already gone. Like, I'm an expert traveler. If I don't need to travel with a fucking, a bag that I have to check, then I'm out. Which was like 90% of the time. One of these days, guys, one of these days, I'll be able to talk more in depth about it because I'm still figuring out my NDA situation. Like, I can say this much. I did sign NDAs. Lots of them. Lots of them. I flew out of Chicago O'Hare before. Hey, nice. Hey, ORD's nice. I like O'Hare. Shit, I just call it. Oh. You give me little hints, and that was totally by accident. I like Newark, but I understand, not the best. You're fucking no, your security, like, no, I'm sorry, no. Newark was a living hell. No. I will not let you stand behind that. Sorry. I'm just kidding. Oh, wait, here. I'm going to take a look at this letter off screen here. Holy shit. Jeez. I got quite a few of you guys in my community, don't I? Yeah, I'll read this later. This is pretty long, but thank you. Yeah, flying was always. You know what? Fuck it. I'll tell the story. So I was out for a job, right? And I ended up in Savannah, Georgia, at a Waffle House, because I met a buddy that he was stationed in Savannah. Actually, the aircraft mechanic I was talking about, who I, had a bit of a falling out with over politics, but yeah, I met with him and we went to a late night Waffle House because I was just like, oh my God, you got a 24-hour Waffle House? He was just like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, let's go. I made a massive mistake. A massive mistake. I got the egg sandwich, which just rookie move, guys. If you're going to Waffle House, just stick to the fucking waffles. Like, don't even get the eggs. Just get a fucking waffle and just be done with it. Waffle and an orange juice. Yeah. Because, oh boy. We get back to his place, right? And his wife was, she was already like, oh, is he staying the night? And I was like, well, that seemed aggressive. And it's not like she didn't like me or anything, but I guess it was just, he didn't, he pulled the husband move and was just like, hey, my friend's here. It's like, you did not discuss this with me. Hi. You did not discuss this with me. Because they lived in a 1-bathroom apartment and the bathroom was in their room. So he's just like, yeah, man, you can sleep on the couch. I'm like, okay, cool. Thank you for that. But I'm just like, I really hope I don't have to do, like, I hope I'm okay. Like, I didn't feel anything at that time. So I go out. I still smoke cigarettes at this point. So I'm like, I'm going to go, let's go smoke a cigarette. I'm outside smoking a cigarette. And I just remember, like, him talking. And it was like a movie where, like, his voice was still, like, I was listening. But all of a sudden, it just trailed off, like, and I'm just like, uh-huh. Ow. Ow, ow. And he's just like, I'm just like, uh-huh. Uh-huh. And then I feel the one go, ow. And it just drops. I'm like, I'm like, oh boy. So I had to make an executive decision. I'm like, all right, so am I staying here or not? So I'm like, hey, man, can I use your bathroom? He's like, we'll have to go up and see. I'm like, oh, shit. And thank God, I mean, I would have forgotten my fucking coat with a whole bunch of shit in there, but, yeah, we get up. He's like, my wife's asleep. And I was just like, gotta go. It's like, I peel out of this. So I come up to a hotel and I'm just like, I gotta stay. I was not intending on staying at a hotel, but I'm like, I gotta go. And I'm doing the thing. Like, I'll just fucking do it for the visual. Who cares? Where I'm doing this, where I'm just like, please don't shit. Please don't shit. Please don't shit. Please don't shit. Oh, please don't shit. So I get to this hotel, and this guy already looks like I am bothering the crap out of him by even being there. Like, not, welcome, late night traveler. Let me get you your room. It was, hi, you need a room? Or like, he was just like weirded out by it. I'm like, yes, I need a room right now. And I'm just sitting there like sweating, like, hurry up. And he's just doing the thing where he's like, do you have rewards? I'm like, yes. Hey, I just like slide my card over. It's just like, just sweat pouring down my brow. And I'm like looking around the lobby. I'm like, do you have a bathroom in your lobby? He's like, no, we actually don't have a working bathroom in our lobby right now. I'm just like, okay, can you hurry up? It's like, come on, man, can you hurry up? I'm gonna go park my car. Okay? You just get that, can you just get that card ready for me? I'll be right back. So, I'm just like, please hurry the fuck up. So, it's unfortunate. Because I make it back in, I get the car, the key. And then he drops it on me. He's like, oh, by the way, you're going to have to go around the building. that side, that your room is only accessible from the other side. And he's like, I hope you didn't park in front. I'm like, motherfucker. So I get back in my car. I just like peel the fuck out. We're like, dude probably looked at me like, what the fuck? I just whip into the parking space. And then I get to the door. My car doesn't work. And I'm sitting there like, I run to the front desk. And I'm just, like every fucking, like, just every movement was just like, oh God, oh God. So, this guy decides like, oh, I'm so sorry about that. That's unfortunate. Here, let me get you a new key card. I'm just like, can I please just go through the lobby? He's like, no, unfortunately, that door doesn't lead there. You need to go around the building. I'm like, yeah. So, I fucking just book it to this. Oh. Ding. Open the door. I fucking turn the corner. I look at my card key. I realize that there's a staircase. I just like turn it. I'm just like, I hit the second staircase and I just felt it. I was like, no. It happened. It totally happened. I did the thing where I like grabbed my pat leg where I was just like, oh no, no. This is so embarrassing. I truly do feel for anybody that's ever had that moment where it was like, oh my God. What? Oh boy, you're excited. Was I howling? Yeah, I was telling a story. Yeah, that was one of the worst moments of my life. What's up? What's up? You gonna get mad at me if I just stop touching you now? He's so vocal right now. Yeah. What, you gotta go upstairs? Go potty? Oh, you gotta go potty. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta let him out. Give me a second. What up, Elvis? How you doing? Good to see you. Good morning. Yeah, right. Forgot. International. Ireland. Yes, good morning. Welcome in. Oh, man. But yes. I love how I was telling a story about that. My dog's just like, hey, you know how you're talking about, like, pooping? I gotta go. That was him telling me. He was like, I'm not waiting anymore. You got to stop. Please stop talking. Can you do this now? Can you please just stop? That dog is something else. 7-hour show, damn. Yeah, 7 hours, 24 minutes. Speaking of stools. Exactly. He's just like, probably heard the noises I was making for the stomach ache, and he was just like, that's me right now. Let's see. Holy crap. Actually, nice. He is wise. My dog is wise. He's a good dog. He's a damn good dog. You hear that bark though? It's not even a bark. He talks. Like he's so emotive, man. But he can also get loud. Like very loud. So he has like a little bit of puppy anxiety. So when I'm gone, obviously like it hits him a little bit more. Because when I get home, man, he freaks out. I know most dogs freak out when their owners get home, and I've had, plenty of dogs. He's a different level where it's just like, well, listen, because you have to sit down too. You have to be able to sit down and give him all the attention for at least like a solid 20 seconds at least. Otherwise, he will freak out. So, he's such a good boy, though. He deserves it all. Forget because story was engaging. Cheers. Hey, well, it was one of my more embarrassing ones because, yeah, that sucked. You ever have that moment where you, like, again, I know that some people here probably have the awesome, luck that you have never accidentally pooed yourself. So, and good for you. But yes, you get massive amounts of food poisoning and then have the slowest freaking hotel. Dude, oh my God, that second time when I had to go back, I wanted to punch that motherfucker in the face so bad. I was just like, because he was laughing. I think he might have gotten the vibe, and if he didn't, it's just like, oh, dude. I did have the thought too, where I'm like, I'm gonna shit right here. Just be, you know what? You deserve this. I'm gonna just do it right here. And let it happen. Oh man. America. Yeah, America. Yeah, Waffle House. That's what the internet. That's what the Waffle House will do to you. I should have stuck with the International House of Pancakes. Gone to IHOP instead. Fucking A. I could have too. There was an IHOP. Like, I remember making that comment where I'm just like, that's a little ballsy to put an IHOP right next to a Waffle House. That's like putting a CVS next to a Walgreens. Well, last comment before, provided a little play-by-play context of your hotel visit. Oh, no bathroom in lobby. Great. Screams into the eternal void. Go back out into the parking lot. Again, when I had to move the car, I was just like... It's like, you couldn't sit down. It's like, I knew the second I sat down, it was just going to be fucking hell to pay. Eternally dies, enters into the back too, dies again, exiting from the back now, for real dies. The fact that I walked into my room and I was just like, oh man. First thing I did after that happened was call down and just be like, hey, do you have laundry? I managed to save him. You know what? Yeah, just aside, managed to save the pants. Didn't have to go buy a new set. That was nice. That did. Oh God, that sucked though. That was fucking one of the worst days of my life. Uh-oh. Having a YouTube error. Whoa, why did my frame rate just drop by that much? That was not my stream. Or like my Streamlabs. That was weird. Epstein files will not be a good Christmas gift. No, thanks. Not Thanksgiving because we celebrated a month ago in Canada. Wait, do you guys celebrate Christmas a month early too? What? No way. Dog's at the door. Give me a second. He didn't want to come back downstairs. Oh, that's okay. No, we celebrate December 25th. Oh, okay. Good. Traumatized pants, but a nice little therapy wash. We're good to go. The trauma pants. Yes, definitely. Don't forget, tiered memberships do apply. You guys want to get the gaming codes. And yes, oh fuck, I just realized that Bryant wanted to play Smash Brothers today. The harder part is for me to do it on stream. I hate to do this, but I think that, like, for that, yeah, that would have to be like, okay, you want me to change the whole stream? Well, that's a little different, but anyway. God, talked a lot of politics only to go to the my trauma stories. See, that's what you get with pep talks. That's honestly it. I'm not even trying to be like a dick to myself here, where I'm like, no, you know what? You guys get a nice little mix here. I literally, life is so short. I don't give a shit. I don't get people that are so uptight about their lives where they don't share like funny stories about themselves or times that like they had utter failures like that one. Wait, same day as our Indigenous Peoples Day / Columbus Day is your Thanksgiving? Oh, shit. Actually, my ancestors probably were closer to being part of your Thanksgiving than they were of ours at all. Interesting thought. Because, yeah, it's right about the time that my my grandma's side came here, so, well, to Canada. Like I said, through Nova Scotia. No, I don't know why I said it like that. F. Columbus? Yeah. Did you see that one of his like the ships that they remade, like one of his historically accurate, it might have been the what was it, the Santa, wait, oh my god, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, there it is. I think it was the Pinta. Huh. Wait, no, those were the Mayflower. Wait, no, the Mayflower was the Mayflower. Oh my god, I'm mixing up my fucking colonist history. Uh-oh. Was that the episode with... I'm trying to find the article here. Santa Maria. Christopher Columbus's flagship was discovered off the coast of Haiti. I did not know that. Ah, here it is.
Toda la parte del piso inferior,
damn,
que
that's
es cuarto
imported
de
by Arda?
máquinas,
No
comedor,
That was right off the Malecón.
baños completamente inundados.
Say it wider.
Métele la sirena.
Hey, you know why it listed like that? You know why it listed like that? Because the compartments underneath, they started getting flooded in a way that no matter what happens, all that water sinks to one side, thus pulling the ship to its side.
Métele la sirena.
But then it evens out like that once enough water's in the front.
Ya se va.
We
Despídanlo.
know about that because of some of the shipwreck stuff we were watching. Bye. Bye. Yes, you know what? Siren it away.
Se fue, güey. El marigalante se fue.
I mean, that'll be an interesting dive spot for sure.
La parte interior del barco, lo que es cuarto de máquinas, a un 80.
Oh, damn, there's somebody on the ship.
Del nivel del agua. Bien, nos retiramos, somos los últimos en embarcar la embarcación. Personal de protección civil del estado.
What are we doing? Get the fuck out of there. Like, guys, I think the ship's done. Like, yeah, I think it's done. We need to go. They didn't even have the lifeboats down. I mean, to be fair, it seems like they were right near the coast, so that wouldn't have been that bad. But like I said, that was right at the Malecón. They have a really cool mountain. It's like a peninsula that is facing like Puerto Vallarta proper, and like the Malecón proper is actually what it is. And yeah, it looks like a woman laying back. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. My pops is actually about to go spend 2 months there. He kind of teased it. He's just like, if it's too cold, I'm going to go down there for 2 months. He has citizenship in Mexico. So, yeah, weird, right? Like, he is literally whiter than white. This is what happens when I guess you buy property or some shit, and yeah, I guess you can get naturalized easier that way. I don't know. But yeah. Went down there with him one time. That was pretty much it. Like one time. Dude, he was so mad. I got randomly screened there. He was just like, did you bring anything? I'm like, yeah. He's like, you fucking idiot. I'm like, I got through though. He's just like, all right. Like I said, my dad's got to chill. He doesn't smoke or anything either. Oh my god, that was funny. My favorite part about the place that he has, though, is that it's like middle of downtown. So you're not like in the resort area or any of that bullshit. I might have to go down there at some point. Just do my streams from down in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Like I said, I haven't been on a vacation 16 years now. Which, yeah. Not going too deep into it. Work stuff. Makes it a little hard. If your Canadian relatives weren't too distant, you may be able to get citizenship. They're still there. They're not too distant at all. I still have a cousin there. He's actually a pretty famous author. He's a crime author up there. I'll ask him if he's okay with me promoting his book. I can say his first name. My cousin Ricky. Lives in Toronto. He's like my second cousin? Second or third cousin? No, third cousin. Third cousin. He's my mom's cousin. Wait, right? Yeah, my mom's cousin would be my third cousin, right? I think we need to be above you, though. Like parents, grandparents. Oh, it had to be like my grandparents. Well, my grandma, no, she was not. No. I think she might have been born. No, she was born in America. She was born in America. I actually think they came here when she was pregnant to do that. That's back when the anchor baby thing was a little bit easier. I know they did that with my grandpa. My grandpa, he never actually went to Czechoslovakia, but he spoke Czech, and he also, he was the most Czech motherfucker I've ever known. Jesus. Actually, here, I can do a pretty good impression of my grandpa. What's that? He would love this, by the way. My grandpa, he had such a good sense of humor. He would love when I did voices and, like, would make fun of him. It was just, hey, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Are we trying? I thought we were going into the restaurant to go eat. Why are we still sitting in the car? My other one was, all right, so my grandpa had a complicated relationship with his, my grandma, his wife, who, they had ups and downs and for reasons, because my grandma wasn't exactly a great person. So one time, I go down to visit him. Actually, it was the same trip that I had my my epic moment from the Waffle House. This happened on my way down to go see him. So I go see him. And he's just like, hey. Also, pretty much where my impression of a grandpa comes from is my grandpa. Because my grandpa, he had a big old hunch, but it worked for him. He was a professional croquet player. So, like, the fact that he had a little crook in his neck and he's like, I don't even have to move. It's just like, it's badass grandpa. He's like, I have the best score out of all of out of this entire retirement community. I'm like, wait, really? And then I found out that he was kind of underselling it. He actually won like a national croquet tournament. It was just like, oh shit. Like he was on TV and everything. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. When I went to go see him, he was just he's talking about, like, we're going to go meet my friend Marie. And I'm like, what? He's like, my friend Marie. She's very nice. You're gonna love her. I'm like, okay. And then I meet Marie. I'm like, oh, you're grandpa. It's like, even in your old, damn, dude. But then I was like, oh, Marie's like technically kind of like a surrogate grandma, because I was like, oh, I like her more. I was like, why weren't you with her the entire time? What are you doing, grandpa? I asked him that. I was just like, hey, you two. He's just like, what if I was? He got all guilty. It's just like, well, I'm all right with it, grandpa. He's just like, she's a very nice lady. It's just like, yes, she is. She's a very nice lady, grandpa. I'm very happy for you. I remember telling my mom about that, and she was like, no. Then I took her to go see Marie. And she was just like, Dad? Yeah? That was one of the funniest family trips I've ever had, because half my family to this day is still in denial about that, where they're just like, yeah, Marie, she just, she showed up to everything. Literally everything. Every family event we had there. his funeral, she was the one who actually gave like the touching speech where she like it was very Candace Owens and Erica Kirk, where it's just like, oh. My grandpa's just sitting there like, I don't miss him at all. It's like, we know. Yeah, trust us. We know. Oh, God. It is weird to have, like, one grandma, like, one grandparent even, where you're just like, oh, she's just awful. She's just an awful person. And unfortunately, she's the one that, like, came through Canada, but yeah, man. She used to say, like, really fucked up stuff to us. Like, I remember I was, like, 6 years old. I tried to tell her something, and I remember, like, having, like, I don't even remember what it was about, but I started talking about something, and she just stops me. She's like, you're not old enough to have an opinion. And I was like, and my dad kind of, like, gave me, like, a, and then he was just like, your grandma's a bitch. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, cool. What you gonna do? My whole family, dude, when she passed, it was kind of funny. Like, me and my cousins, we all get on the phone together, and we're just like, you sad? Like, no. You? No. It's so fucked up, because I just realized at that moment, too, where I'm like, oh, we all hate this bitch. That was so wild. So her funeral was literally a fucking roast because she was so mean to us. So we just all told stories about the awful shit that she said, just laughed about it because it was like, it was comically bad shit that she would say. Like, my God. Oh my God, she would totally be like full-blown Trump if she could be. Like, oh. She hated any hippie dippy politics shit. She used to tell me, she's like, you know, the hippie movement ruined your mother. She's a fucking wild woman, man. Still can't get people that like talk shit like that about their own kids. Like, seeing that from your own grandparents and then also like the psychological stuff that comes with that, you're just like, what is... No wonder my family's fucked up. They had you as a mother? Like, God damn. Like, never had to wonder why there was issues. It's just like, let me guess. Grandma. Oh my God. One of my favorite... I just brought it back. So I remember I was in a Christmas pageant. I was God, I had to be in like second grade for this. My grandma and my grandpa came up and visited us, and it was very much like Christmas vacation. It always reminds me of the lady with the cat and the guy where he's like, you haven't heard anything in over 70 years. Even though it was like an opposite dynamic. Because my grandpa was more like he was such a happy-go-lucky, loving dude, loved life, loved his grandkids, loved everything. Meanwhile, miserable bitch right off the fucking the plane. I remember my dad told her to shut the fuck up. Straight up, word for word. Just, I shouldn't say her name, but you know what, Grandma? Why don't you shut the fuck up? Just for 10 minutes, shut the fuck up. My mom was like, oh my God. That was one of the times, like, my mom, like, I have so few memories of my mom and dad actually being, like, affectionate towards each other, which, but that was one of them. That was one of them where I remember my mom just being like, all right. Like, if a fist bump was the thing, they would have fist bumped. I'm telling you, man, my family's dynamic is wild. Like, seriously, anytime I see like these movies about like, certain families, I'm like specifically like Midwestern Chicago families, like I look at even Christmas Vacation. My dad was very much like if Clark Griswold was a bit meaner, but not in a bad way. Just like, don't take no shit. Like that thing with the check would have never happened to my pops. I'll tell you that much. My pops is a badass. That like he would have handled business. He would have just been like, "Oh, you think you're fucking me?" But not like in the Soprano-esque way. Nothing like that. I guess that's what we get though. Like it's so weird because when I do watch Christmas movies, I've brought this up about Home Alone. Like I literally grew up like a few miles away from a fucking Home Alone house. So it was always kind of weird to just be like, oh yeah, it's pretty much my neighborhood. Oh damn, that church is like I pass that every day. Oh damn, many movies like that. Pretty much any John Hughes movie. 16 Candles is actually one of them that was legitimately filmed in the area I grew up in. Yeah. Sorry. Kind of having some memories here too where I was like, oh damn, yeah, no. Like, bringing it back because I also remember when my dad, like, when he... Dude! My grandma was bitching about the wire bed. Oh, dude. So, and when I say wire bed, it was one of those antique-y, like, creaky ones. And, like, I always kind of wonder, I'm like, Mom, why did you keep this thing? Like, I get it, antique bed. To a kid, it just doesn't make sense. Are you a wet bandit? Gonna have to call it in about 8 minutes. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Yeah, I'm gonna call it at the 8-hour mark. But yeah, I'm just having fun telling stories. But yeah, my grandma, she comes down the stairs. My dad has immediately this, what now? Like you just saw his eyes go all big. He's like, yes. And she's like, the bed is creaky. What do you want me to do about it? Can you get a screwdriver and make it less creaky? So my dad, again, this is why he reminds me of Clark Griswold. He comes out of the garage and he's got this giant power drill. It's like, all right, let's go fucking do this. And he hands her a flashlight. He's like, you're gonna spot for me. You want me to do this right now? I need light. Let's go. She was so mad. But there she is, begrudgingly, and he's just like, higher. Fucking. Oh, man. Yeah, man. My family's a trip. I mean, like I said, I got like weird family stuff. Most people hear my stories and they're like, that's familial trauma, right? I'm like, yeah, I'm well aware. But you know what? My family was also hilarious. Like, I should write a book about like the goings on of just every Thanksgiving. Like, I should really just sit there, reflect on it, pull out the pictures, Christmases, anytime that we had family come in to like visit us, it was always a thing. Like if we went to, we would go up to Minnesota to go visit my cousins, and same shit, dude. It was always something that turned into like a story where it was like, how in the fuck do you take a trip? We were taking a trip to Legoland and you made it into a fucking thing. Come on, Dad. Oh my God. One of my favorite things, one of the most childish things my dad ever did, and this was also one of the most hilarious things he ever did, was he was at my school and he was waiting to pick me up, right? I had to be in like 4th or 5th grade. And there was like this big foggy door that he's waiting by. And like most of the parents were waiting by. He sees me walking up. And like I kind of circle and I do like the little kid thing where I'm like, he's just like, I just see him start crying. I'm like, That is okay. That's a mush. That's not a mushroom. Oh no, he's putting balls on it. Oh no. Oh, he put little. Oh no. Oh. And I'm just looking at my dad. I'm looking at the people next to my dad, just going. He's kind of going like, eh? And they're all like. Mind you, this was a Christian school. I get in the car, I'm just like, why did you do that? He's just like, it was funny. Like, no, it wasn't. I was mortified because I see my school. I think I mentioned him. It was the kid that was my school bully. My school bully thought it was hilarious. He loved my dad. But he's just like, you're a dick. It's just like, fucking, god damn it. Zoning out to the stories here. Oh, shit. Sorry. Didn't know that my stories were not entertaining. Pappy signed it. He actually signed it. Yeah. Oh, I thought for a second there when I was talking about my dad drawing a dick on a door. Again, while I was in grade school, this motherfucker's trying to make ha-has with the fellow dads, and he's just like, hey, look, a dick. That is funny, though. I know. Objectively, it's hilarious. Now, me telling this story, yeah, I find it fucking funny as hell. Yeah, he put a dick on the door. It's just, hey, it's a dick. Yeah, look, I put little pubes on it. Like, fucking hey, Dad. That same kid that thought he was funny, right? My dad, he had a repertoire with him, which is funny. This is like weird, where my school bully had like a friendship technically, like, or just like a, hey, Mr. Pepper, what's going on? He's just like, hey, you gonna behave yourself? He's just like, yeah, you know what? While you're here, fuck it. It's just like one time, my dad was lunch dad, like, so we had chaperone, or like not even chaperones, but we had like lunch mom and lunch dad. And they were coming for, do the whatever. So my dad's doing lunch dad duty, right? And this kid, he starts like doing the thing where he's like fucking around during prayer, which we all got our heads down, and we got a good prayer going off for lunch, blessing of thy meal. And again, this kid's fucking around. You just hear smack. Because my dad, again, this would not fly nowadays at all. Like, this would have been a fucking lawsuit upon a lawsuit upon a lawsuit, but this was the 90s. Hey, so my dad just backhands this kid, whack, and it echoed throughout the entire room, and everybody just stopped what they were doing, like, and my dad's like, oh, he just got saw him go like, oh, my bad. Like, what did you do? Meanwhile, he did stop acting up, and he was just like, all right. I just, again, different day and age. He would have gone home, been like, hey, Pep's dad hit me in the back of the head. And then all of a sudden, his dad's calling my dad. We got the cops involved. Like, that didn't happen. It was literally just like, he was misbehaving. I corrected it. It's just like, no! What? And my dad, this is the fucked up part. He wasn't like a hitter. He didn't do that shit. Like, he would give me just a like nice little whack, like on the back of the head. It was like, hey, what's the matter with you? But it was just the way that he, I guess, cupped his hand, where it just fucking hit. It just. He even said, he was just like, I didn't expect him to have that flat of a dome. Because I asked him when he picked me up, I was like, what are you thinking? Oh, man. All right, guys. as much as I'm enjoying telling stories about my pops, and I gotta preface that I love my dad. He, growing up, he made mistakes. All our parents do, but he tried his best. The more I grow into being an adult, but the more I grow, the more I realize it's like, no, he really did. He tried his best with everything that he was given. He's got a little bit of an edge to him, but honestly, I don't think I'd be the person that I am without my pops being that way. And without my mom being the way that she is. Like my mom's eccentricities and my dad's eccentricities. I'm definitely a mixture of my parents, so, for better or worse, I'm happy that they definitely didn't make a boring kid. So, yeah. No, I'm going to call it. I will see you guys on Friday. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. Yeah. Thank you for chilling tonight. And also, yeah, fun stories. Haven't really gotten to go through these with you guys yet, so. But yeah, I'm going to hit the old dusty trail. I will see you guys on Friday, unless we have a special programming tomorrow. That could always be a thing, just so you know. We're kind of tentative here. I said something about interviews. That's why I'm playing games with this, but expect me on Friday, though. Okay, guys? I will catch you guys then. Peace. That's not the music. There
Who
it is.
the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.